women don't actually care about it.
So this video.
So in today's Hello everyone, and welcome to another episode of Chud Watch. I hope you're doing well on this Monday afternoon. Let me see what's going on in chat. Hello, Life of Mal, The Bread People, DM Trey, Woohoo Xandris, Bumble Homestead, everyone else, welcome. Hope you're doing alright. Some trash from Bearing whining about people being meanies to Trump. I'll save it for next Chud Watch. Bearing. I don't even know if I have him on my Chud folder. He should be, that's for sure. Yeah, I'll just put him in my Chuds and we'll do him another time. So, interesting update on the Trump thing. I assume y'all saw this. But Trump, after only like 3 days, is leaving the hospital and going back to the White House. That's a bad idea for him. And I don't even... I'm not going to say I don't care about what happens to Trump, because I do, but not in a good way. I'm not going to say what I mean. You know what I mean. But, like, if I was someone who cared about Trump's well-being, I would think, oh no, that's a bad idea. Yeah, his tweets are weird. He's on steroids. I don't think he realizes that he feels so good because he's on really, really hardcore steroids right now. I don't know. Anyway, hello, Daddy Sume, welcome. He's trying to act like LOL, everything is okay now. Yeah. Yeah. It's incredibly stupid. He's gonna get more people sick at the White House doing this. It's ridiculous. I really feel like this is an ego move on his part. Like, he can't stand the fact that people are seeing that he's in the hospital, and he thinks, oh, if I go back to the White House, I assume they put him on the steroids. That happened in the last 24 hours or so. He started to feel a lot better because the steroids will do that. They'll help manage the symptoms, but at the end of the day, he's still sick. Those are going to wear off, and he's going to be at the White House where he'll still be really, really sick. And then I'm like, in the next 48 hours, are we going to see a story where he crashes again and they have to once again airlift him to the hospital? Because that's going to look even worse for him. I don't know. I really don't. I don't know. We'll see what happens.
There's nothing funny about
capitalism. I don't know what's going to happen either way. Ask Compu with 10 bits. He wants people to think he's a fucking god. I know. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. He'll be in the hospital before the weekend, maybe. Who knows? Oh, and someone asked one of the doctors, hey, when's the last time Trump had a negative COVID test? Like, does he not have live, you know, viral cultures, or I don't know how you would describe it. Does he not have, like, any more of the live virus in him still? And the doctor said, the scariest thing ever, he's like, well, Trump doesn't want to go backwards on that. So, meaning Trump is probably refusing to have more COVID tests done. So, that's no bueno. Viral load, active virus, okay. Can't wait for theories that Trump died and it's a clone in office. No, because usually people who make up stupid conspiracy theories like that are on the right. And right-wingers wouldn't want to believe that. So I think there'll be a very small amount of that going on. It's going to get so bad, he's going to have full body aches and everything. Yeah, that's what I don't get. It's going to be so much, like, once his steroids wear off, and I don't know, maybe he'll just tell the doctors, just keep me on steroids until literally, like, until literally I am completely free of the virus. I don't know how dangerous that is. I'm not a doctor. But, like, I feel like he's gonna be in the White House, and he's gonna be like, oh shit, the steroids just wore off. I feel like trash because I'm, like, 74 years old, and I have a virus that's killed 200,000. He won't think that, but that's what's happening. And it's... I don't know. I really don't. I really, really don't. He's gonna be roided out till he tests negative. I don't know. That's dangerous to mess with steroids for too long. I'd imagine being old doesn't help either. I really don't. I don't know. We'll see what happens. The worst, if this is like, if he's already reached the peak of badness for coronavirus, then the worst case thing has happened, which I talked about the other day on stream when this started. The worst case being Trump breezes through this and it strengthens his resolve that coronavirus is not a big deal, which seems to be the case. He literally just tweeted, like, don't let coronavirus control your life. It's no big deal. And that's not good. That's very, very not good, considering Republicans, like, want to spend their entire lives with his dick in their mouth, and they take everything he says as, like, gospel. It's gonna be real bad. If you thought the right-wing anti-maskers were bad before, now that Trump's gonna come out and say, like, coronavirus is no big deal, it's like having the cold, even though he, you know, on government dime was airlifted to a hospital with a team of doctors and experimental meds that no one else can get. He's a moron and a narcissist, so he's gonna go, I had a good time, it was fine, it was no big deal. And a bunch of dumb right-wingers are gonna go like, yeah, it's no big deal, you can't make me wear a mask for some stupid cold. It's gonna be insufferable. Andrew Dickerson, I think Trump allowed the virus to get to this severe to use 200,000 people as a giant human sacrifice to demons so that he may have immortality. MMO addicted with 10 bits. I mean, if my experience of steroids is anything, he might double his body weight, but not everyone gets that particular side effect. I don't even, that would be very bad for Trump, considering he's already pretty overweight. At least some of the Trumpsters might stop claiming it's a fake. They're gonna, the ones that were calling it fake will goalpost shift to say the severity was a hoax. They'll say something along the lines of, well, see, Trump got over it, and this is the only time they'll bring up his age, because they'll use it in a way to try and fight against you. They'll be like, he was 74 years old, and he did fine. Again, ignoring the fact that he had to be airlifted to a hospital 8 miles away, and he had a team of top doctors giving him experimental medications. Like, it's gonna be wild. It's absolutely gonna be wild. It's exactly what your parents are doing. Yeah, they're predictable. Right-wing people are very, very predictable when it comes to stuff like this. The best health. Yeah, he had access to the absolute best healthcare in the world. So, I don't know. I do not know. Gonna be very frustrating. Which is why today we're not looking at political, like, at least not overtly political Chud Watch people. We'll save that for later in the week when we get all the dumb Trump coronavirus hot takes from the likes of Sargon and John Doyle and people like that. So today we're going to be looking at a bunch of MGTOW people. A lot of these videos were curated by Baha. Last night she sent me a bunch of MGTOW videos that she found. So we're going to be watching these. And we'll have a, I don't know if good time's the right way to describe it. We'll certainly have a time.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
I know what you're sending me for, you know what you're sending me for Christmas? You're sending me a thing for Christmas? Oh, you don't have to do that. Thank you, though. That's nice. Tucker White 94. I know you. I know you. I don't know what that means.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
Let me try that again. Next post. Waiting for the next post. We'll lose faith in humanity even more if that's possible. Yeah. Didn't think about pneumonia. Maybe that. No, yeah. What are we? Are we at 210,000 dead people from COVID now? $210,000. That's bad. Oh, MGTOW, the most charming guys out there in close competition with incels. MGTOW is basically just incels that are in denial. I shouldn't say that, because incels themselves are in denial about a lot of things. But what I mean is, like, MGTOW are basically incels that are embarrassed to be incels, so they call themselves MGTOW and act like it's not their repulsive personalities that make people not want to deal with them. They believe, oh, actually, I'm just choosing not to engage with women. That's why I'm alone. Sure. MMO addicted, an actual image of Trump post-steroids treatment with double the body weight. Okay, that's pretty.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
Tucker White 94. I know you said you're holding on for Sargon for another day. Here's a Twitter rabbit hole from him for another day. Basically he says the Womans are duty bound to shit out babies. Hasn't Sargon been banned from Twitter like 3 times? How is this ban evasion still happening? No one gives a shit if you're happy without kids. You will at some point in your life depend on those younger than you to survive. You must therefore be depending on your others to birth and raise those kids for you. You are a selfish freeloader on your own civilization. Oh, Sargon's such an idiot. At Colston with 20 bits. There was a comment on this video that says that Bass looks creepier the more incel he becomes. Bass responded and tried to deny that he was an incel. He is though. He is an incel. Obowan, thank you for gifting 3 tier 1 subs and everything else is taken, yo. Thank you for gifting a sub. Obowan with 100 bits. Jake didn't stream on Friday or Saturday, so you're getting a few of the gift subs I promised him. Right on. Thanks, Jake, for not streaming on those days. I'll take the money instead. Thanks for making your hour-long commute tolerable. Woo! Holy friggin' Batty Bell. 25 gift subs. That's absolutely bananas. That's so many gift subs. Thank you. Wow, like single-handedly bringing us into the level 5 of the hype train. Holy Jesus. Let me get some hats. Holy crap. Let me see.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
3, 4. Can I wear my professor hat on the very top, or is that going to be way too precarious? I'll try that. I'd like to wear the professor hat today.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
Wow, we're gonna be getting like these notifications on screen like for the next hour. Wow, it's only the 5th, and we're like a decent way into the sub goal just from that. Crazy. Thank you for helping keep this stream running. And by that I mean making sure I can pay my electricity and internet bill and food so I don't die. Yeah, if I do these one at a time, I think it's a little more stable because I can adjust. Kind of.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
I know I'm missing some stuff. I'll get to it in a sec. Oh, this hat's gonna fall off for sure, but I'll do my best. 232% hype train. I think it broke. No, once you hit level 5, 5 is the highest level, so it just goes up, you know, like that. Daddy Sumo with 10 bits. Once I get my new headset, I'm gonna start streaming. I hope y'all come see. I will. Let me know. We'll raid you sometime, Daddy Sume. And then maybe I can rickroll you. Oh yeah, I do need 6 hats.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
Honestly, if I can get Daddy Sume to get rickrolled, that's gonna be the best day of my life. Well, 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 how the turntables.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
Gotta find more hat. Woohoo Lulu, thank you for 10 bits.
Tools of capitalism.
Daddy Sume Hannah, if you rickroll me, the war is back on. Baja negotiated peace treaty will be over. Total war. Uh-huh. Oh god, these are gonna fall off. But we'll try and do it. We'll try and do it. I think I can balance this. I look stupid, but what else is new?
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
Does 200% equal level 7? No, that equals level 6, because it's 100% above level 5. 135%. If we got to 300%, that would be another hat, but... Batty Bell with 100 bits. Yes, all the hats. I'm at, like, if we did get level 6, I don't even know how well, like, I'm barely balancing as it is.
Funny about the tools of capitalism.
Migraine starts now. It is a good thing I don't get migraines. I've had a migraine once in my life, and it was awful. But it's not something that happens to me regularly.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
Baha says, bits for my babe. Thanks. Appreciate it. It's weird that, like, the real-life version of this would literally be if Baja Blast came up to me in real life and just handed me a dime and was like, this is for you. Thank you. Thank you for the dime. The internet's a strange place.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
Is there a picture of yourself you like a lot? I'd like to offer to draw a picture of you for free. I've previously drawn a picture of other streamers like Bad Bunny. Oh boy. Oh god.
Tools of capitalism.
Oh god, are there any pictures I have of myself that I like? That's a good question. I don't think I've ever taken a picture of myself that I like.
Capitalism.
Sure, Baha, send me a decent pic of myself. Or put it in the chat, I guess, as long as it, you know, that's fine. So, look for Baja's link, I guess. The link will have some sort of picture, and I trust Baja Blast to pick a picture. Abby, my dudes, thank you for continuing your gift sub from Dr. Gamble. Bellstar, that just hit me in the feels. I'm not even trans. I mean, yeah, it's not great. I do not. Oh boy. Oh god. One time, this is a little bit ago.
There's nothing funny about the tools.
Do I even want to? Yeah, I'll share this. Fine, just so people know, kind of. So, Baha and I were trying to wax my face to see if that would be something I could do instead of shaving to get a cleaner like thing, because I hate my facial hair. I think it's disgusting. I'm gonna start electrolysis hopefully soonish, so that'll be good. But like we tried to do like a lip wax, and oh my god, it kind of worked. But just like seeing the strip, and I don't even know if I specifically told Baha what made me so upset about it, but seeing like the strip and seeing all the hairs sticking off of it, and I still had a bunch on my face. It only like half worked. But seeing all like the mustache hairs on the strip, oh my god, it was overwhelming, and I just broke down and cried. It was terrible. Andrew Dickerson with 10 bits, but Hannah, that just means you're 10 out of 10. Oh gee, thanks. That sounds miserable. Never had one last that long. Oh, what was that for? The Mirror-sama. I got it. It's hard to follow chat things. Anyway, probably time to move. I guess the announcement's almost done. I think we got one more of these things, and then it'll be good. Hair dysphoria is the worst. Yeah, not a fan. Not a fan. Like, my voice is pretty bad, but I can somewhat deal with that. The hair, though. The hair, I cannot. I cannot abide the hair. Keep having nightmares that you have long hair again? Oof. Yeah. Hair is stupid. Humans, let's all just remove all our body hair, like everything, even our eyebrows. We'll just be disgusting pink hominids, and that'll be the end of it. Okay, I'll turn this music off and we can probably get started. For real.
There's nothing funny
Naked
about
mole
the
rat
tools of
humans. Yeah, just as wrinkly. Make hair illegal, like that episode of It's Always Sunny, where Frank at the end is completely shaven and he's just writhing in like goop. It's just like I think it's like hand sanitizer that he's just bathing in because he thinks hair is dirty or something. Had a redneck looking guy tell me nice hair, kept walking down the aisle. Weirdest compliment I ever got as a male. Anyway. So what do you guys think we should do first? We got a new one from Bass FZZ. This dude who's talking about 4 honest truths about female nature. We have a guide to the modern housewife. We have she has to love you more than you love her. We have the 33 secrets women don't care about you. Oh god, that got a little Elmer Fudd there. The 33 secrets. Sounded a little Elmer Fuddy. Obo 1 with 100 bits. Just removing all body hair. We'll be going back to ancient Egypt and ancient Greece. Yeah. Yep. We'll also start using dung as contraceptive again, like the Egyptians. I'm pretty sure they were the peak of civilization and everything's been downhill from there. You guys know that?
There's nothing funny about the tools of
women in ancient Egypt would use crocodile dung as a contraceptive. Tucker White 94, whichever one makes me want to die the soonest. Daddy Sume, should we get an oiled up deaf guy like Family Guy just with no hair? Oh god, that is a thing in I don't think I've seen an episode of Family Guy in like 7 or 8 years. Wow. Is that show still on? So much weird stuff has been used as contraceptives, yeah. Pseudosapien, to be fair, croco poop would prevent all my cooms. I'm actually not even sure how that worked. Let me look. Oh god, I can't look down to type, and I'm not a person who can type without looking. Crocodile poop birth control. In ancient Egypt, the contraceptive choice was crocodile dung. Dried dung was inserted in the vagina. The idea was that it would soften as it reached body temperature to form an impenetrable barrier. I wonder how well that worked. Like, obviously you're not going to do a clinical trial on that today, but I really wonder, like, how effective was that? Was it effective at all? Or was it a complete, like, placebo effect thing? And people were just shoving doo-doo in their vag for no reason. Daddy Sume with 10 bits. The Romans sexed so much they literally made the contraceptive plant they made into a tea. Die out. That seems like short-sighted of them. I say, in the middle of a civilization that's destroying the planet. Anyway, okay. Let's probably start with the classic, okay? Bass FZZ. So Bass FZZ has a new video called How to Hashtag Stop Stalking. I assume, I'm not sure what, is there a hashtag? I assume there's a Stop Stalking hashtag or something, which is probably about like, hey, don't, you know, follow women around.
Tools of capitalism.
Hashtag Stop Stalking. Talking about rape, stalking, beware. Hashtag Stop Stalking. Just watched a tweet for Nita video about her stalker. Oh my god, I didn't know that stalking was that bad. Hashtag Stop Stalking. As men, we think in the night the ghost is behind us, but a woman thinks there is a man behind her. Hashtag Stop Stalking. So basically, it looks like it's just informative, basically. It's just a hashtag that's like, hey, stalking and being followed by creepy men, that's a thing women contend with in public spaces.
Tools of capitalism.
And that's fine. That's a fine hashtag in terms of awareness. Hannah, I was eating when you brought up crocodile poop. What's this? Is this the plant? Silphium. Silphium, also known as Silphion, laserwort, or laser. Oh, that's rad. Can we name more plants lasers? It is an unidentified plant that was used in classical antiquity as a seasoning, perfume, as an aphrodisiac, or as a medicine. It was also used as a contraceptive by ancient Greeks and Romans. Interesting. Okay. If you're watching this on YouTube, we just gotten done talking about contraceptives being used in history. That's why that came up. Thanks for the bits, DM Trey. Anyway, so I guess there's this hashtag about stop stalking, and it's just telling people like, hey, women have to deal with creepy men following them around. That's a thing that exists in real life. And I guess Bass FCZ is going to be like, actually, actually, it's not a big deal. I'm a man, so I know. He's probably going to say something along the lines of, why are you telling people to stop stalking? If they're going to stalk you, they're going to stalk you, which clearly isn't even the point of the hashtag. It's more about awareness and just a general, like, public awareness that this is happening. Clearly, people who commit crimes are probably going to commit them regardless. Old enough to know more better with 100 bits. As a domestic violence counselor, I feel the need to also point out that stalking is one of the biggest indicators the person doing it will be abusive or murder the stalkie. That makes sense. Baja Blast, can I send the picture of you and I with the professor's hat on? Really like that one a ton, but I know you weren't happy with it. That's fine. Sure. That's fine. I'm not going to be happy with any picture because it has me in it. But, like, if you think it's a good picture, I trust your judgment.
So, this is a little interesting video. Very serious topic, but I feel like it needs to be discussed very frankly, because I've begun to notice that a lot of young ladies like to defer responsibility. You know, this is kind of a thing.
Oh no, it's gonna be even worse. He's gonna be like, ladies, have you considered that stalking is actually your fault? It's gonna be unironic victim blaming. I have a very low opinion of Bass FZZ, and even I didn't think he was gonna go straight into this. Yikes.
That I've made note of for quite some time on my channel. Last couple of years, saying that responsibility is but kryptonite to a woman, but it gets
fucking yikes.
It's to a point where it gets a little unreasonable.
Is he eating one of those circle cookies? I don't remember what those are called. They're pretty good though.
And it gets a lot dangerous, and I mean like a lot dangerous, right? And so in today's video, I'm just going to give you guys a little bit of a trigger warning. I'm going to be kind of a dick.
Oh god, what else is new?
But I'm gonna be a dick with a heart of gold, okay?
Newsflash, almost everyone who's a dick thinks they're a dick with a heart of gold, and none of them are right. Including me!
I'm gonna be a magnificent bastard because I'm gonna...
This is why, and I like Rick and Morty, but this is also why, even though I like Rick and Morty, I hate Rick and Morty. It's the same thing with, like, people who are way into the show House. And I'm not talking about people who are just, like, I'm a fan of the show House. I had the entire season on DVD back in the day. House is a great show. But then, this archetype of the asshole genius, but he's right, so it's okay that he's an asshole, has become such a huge thing that it's trained certain people in society, usually men, I'm not saying it's only men, but let's be real, it's usually men, to think like, it's okay if I'm an asshole, as long as I also think I'm absolutely right. And that's a really, 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 really bad lesson to teach people, because as it turns out, most of the time these people aren't super geniuses like House, they're not super duper sci-fi geniuses like Rick Sanchez. They're just assholes with asshole opinions that they have determined by their own assholeness that they are right, and therefore they have the right to be an a-hole with those opinions to people. It's real bad. Love the scene in Sherlock where Watson decks him for being an ass. Yeah, Sherlock's a good example of this. Sherlock, the Benedict Cumberbatch, Martin Freeman series. Another good example of this trope of the, he's an asshole, but he's super smart. The problem is, a lot of narcissistic people, even if they're just average, think they're super smart. So, this is also a problem with people who are really, how do I put this? Really, really cynical people. And I say this as a cynical person. There are a lot of really cynical people that think their cynicism makes them smart, when it does not. Like, cynicism is cynicism. That's why there's a word for that. Being smart is a separate thing. Daddy Sume with 10 bits. I think it started with Spock. Kind of. Spock isn't usually an a-hole, though. He can be. I'm not saying he can't be, but usually Spock is just a little too emotionally constipated for his own good. Cherry Tree Boy with 10 bits. Off topic, Hannah, but I put cucumber on my face for the first time. Now my skin is smooth. Good. Nice. Good for you. I'll have to try it sometime. It started with him and spiraled out from there. I feel like that was a trope even earlier, though. Like Sherlock Holmes in the books, while he softens later on, he's pretty aloof. I don't know if he's not like a sociopath like he is in the Moffat series, but like he is a pretty aloof, distant, emotionally distant person. And that ties into the same sort of trope. I don't know. I'm sure it originates somewhere even earlier than that. There are very few archetypes that are like new things. DM Trey with 10 bits. Hey, I found out this great channel and I'm trying to spread it around. Let me see what the channel is. Fight Child Abuse. So I assume it's like a channel that does videos about child abuse. Yeah. If you guys want to check this out, there's a link in the chat.
I'm going to say some things that need to be said. So today we're going to be talking about, and this is strange for my channel, I know, stalking. Okay, so Sweet Anita made this video, and for those of y'all who don't know, Sweet Anita is a Twitch streamer that has Tourette's. I made a video response to her some time ago where she was telling stories about some simps, but they weren't actually simps, they were actually dudes she dated. Well, not one of them. One of them actually was like this strange, peculiar individual she decided to move in with, but
I'm gonna guess that none of this is true, because I don't trust anything Bass FZZ says. I'd imagine he's, at best, misinterpreting what was said. Could be wrong, though.
I digress, and videos for that. My point in bringing up this preamble is to say, I'm not doing this because I dislike Sweet Anita. I'm not saying this because I think ill of her. I really don't, but she's...
He's also been accused of stalking, according to him. Shocker. Just what we need. Let's have a stalker explain to us why it's actually not the stalker's fault women are being stalked. Tucker White 94. Jesus. Must this guy constantly smack his lips while he talks? I actually wasn't noticing it, but now I'm probably going to notice it, and I blame you. The Meru-sama says, I found out my nephew, who was 13, stalked a girl and looked up how to stalk women on the family computer. He's in therapy, but it's scary. Yeah, that is scary. People are scary. Human beings were a mistake.
She's still a woman, which isn't a bite against her, but more an explanation as to probably how she got into this mindset and why this mindset needs to be curtailed. Like, this mindset needs to be destroyed.
Not wanting to be stalked is a mindset that needs to be destroyed? What?
Okay, you'll see what I mean in a second. So, Sweet Anita has a stalker, apparently. And apparently, if I understand correctly, this has somehow made it on the internet. And lots of people have talked about this, like a lot. Like a lot. And it's a little eerie to me. Here's a little bit of a montage that she included in her own video.
Sweet Anita is in trouble with a situation that you would expect to find in a horror movie.
It's a dangerous situation.
Sweet Anita. I'm not familiar. I'm just looking up her Twitch channel just to see like roughly how big she is and stuff. Sweet Anita, I assume this is her. 189,000 followers, so she must be huge on Twitch. She has, oh boy, she got 10,000 concurrent viewers. I don't know how many, where do you see people's followers? How many? Is that something you normally see, or is that something people turn on? Because I think you can see how many followers I have, or maybe I just can because it's my channel. I don't know. Anyway, clearly she has a big channel. Like, don't know anything about her. She's streaming, is this in Just Chatting? She does Just Chatting. Okay, cool. Now I'm curious. I'll probably check out her stream later.
Self?
Mm-hmm. Anita, don't you have like 3,000 animals?
That's cool. That mask was like looks like the mask from the artist guy in BioShock. Anyway, so this woman apparently has a stalker, which if you have a big internet following, like you're on Twitch and you have that many followers, it's entirely possible you're going to garner attention from some creep who's going to stalk you. That's a thing that can happen, and that is terrifying. And the reason it gets covered by people like I don't know who the other person, I don't remember who was first, but like this guy who's on screen right now, Review Tech USA, he talks about this kind of stuff. He talks about news about tech, but also occasionally he'll talk about stuff going on with internet personalities. He's done videos on Boogie. He's done videos on other people when things have happened to them. So it makes sense that he's covering this. Why is Rich from Review Tech USA in this? Because he apparently talked about her being stalked in a video. I actually watched his channel recently.
And it pisses me off,
I
Roy.
think it looks like he's still losing weight, though. Good for him. I know he was really working on that for a while. Daddy Sume with 10 bits. As someone who was stalked for 3 years, this is way too real for me. I was a child and being stalked, it's so effed up. I'm still paranoid about people online about it. Yeah, understandably. The fact that, like, Bass FCC is gonna, like, make light of this and act like it's not a big deal, or going to act like it's the victim's fault, is disgusting. And honestly, might be bannable. So once we find a good, juicy section, we'll probably all report this video.
Royally.
She was actually slept outside of her house, has followed her around with a knife, has chased her. Why? Why?
It's just really disturbing to know that people out there are like this.
And the UK police aren't doing anything about it.
This is disgusting treatment by the police, in my opinion. Clearly this chick is still being targeted.
He's literally threatening her in her own Twitch chat now.
So yeah, just like going through these tweets, just terrifying.
It's getting so bad last night where she tweeted out and said, hey, if something bad happens to me, please, you know, I mean, this is insane.
Unreal, and something needs to change like yesterday.
So,
oh man, I hate when people, like, think they're being, like, smug and cool when they're, like, doing a video and they're eating something. Like, I've occasionally done, like, a stream or something and I've been eating something, but that's just because, like, I'm hungry. But, like, the weird, smug way he's eating this cookie annoys me more than you could possibly imagine. It's like he's like, I'm about to have a big brain boy opinion. Let me bite this like it's a cigar for some reason. It just makes him look like such a douche.
when the montage like that, apparently she's been talking about this to some degree. And just to me, something that's strange about this. Not strange as so much like I think she's being dishonest. It's not that. It's kind of strange in the fact that there's so much attention on the stalker, and yet...
Why? Why is that strange? The people that were put in that montage, including Jeremy, by the way, like, all of them are people who cover internet, I don't know if drama is the right word in this case, but like internet news about internet personalities, whether they be streamers or YouTubers or whatever. They don't cover every single thing, but if something big or interesting happens, they cover that, and they talk about it. It's a commentary channel, whatever they happen to be, whether it's Jeremy or ViewTech or any of the other people I didn't recognize. They seem like channels that find a topic, and they talk about it, kind of like what we're doing here. This is what people do online. It's even what Bass FZZ is doing here. He's doing the same thing. He's just doing it from a douchebag perspective. Devious Chilter with 10 bits. I like to imagine him eating actual cigars like this and thinking it makes him anything other than a mirror-brained Teflon mindlet. Wow. That is a series of words. So I don't understand why he thinks it's weird that other people are covering this when he himself is covering this. Like, clearly it's important enough, and by important, I mean it has, like, good click-through rate in terms of you as a business talking about something, or something that you as a creator find interesting enough to cover. Those are like the two things. If you're covering something, if I'm covering something, there's probably two reasons I'm doing it. One, it interests me. I cover MGTOW people because I find them incredibly fascinating, and I find them toxic, and it's something that I feel should be, like, pointed out and rebutted, because I don't think a lot of people... How do I put this? Not everyone is good at taking the points of others and dissecting them and explaining why they are wrong in a coherent manner, so I think it's useful to do so other people can see that and both be entertained by it, and also if they come up against similar comments, they will have the tools and arguments necessary in order to rebut stupid things people like this say. And then the other reason I might cover something is because it's something popular going on. It's something that a lot of people are interested in for some reason. Like, I'm fascinated by Jeremy covering Brie Larson every other day. Hyperbole. But not only am I fascinated by that, but clearly a lot of other people are too, because Jeremy videos are some of my most popular videos on YouTube, you know? So the reason that people are covering this stalker situation is because it's most interesting, especially to people who are online personalities. Like, I'm not even a popular online personality, but I would consider a story about someone being stalked by a fan online or in person, I find that fascinating. Because it could happen to literally anyone who does this kind of thing. Who does Twitch, who does YouTube, who does whatever. That's interesting. And also, people are interested because people sure do like the drama. So yeah, that'd be why.
His identity has not come to light. Where's 4chan on this guy? I've seen 4chan triangulate lots of shooters over and over.
Is it hyperbole though? Jeremy, on average, I say, does either one Brie Larson. I haven't actually calculated this, but like, it seems like he comes out with a new Brie Larson video roughly once a week. Sometimes he'll go a week without it. So the average is probably somewhere under one a week, but like, he does do them relatively often. Tucker White 94 with 10 bits. Don't lie, Hannah. You cover MGTOWs because George Soros, blessed be his name, wants you to destroy this threat to the Huaman communist utopia. That's true, although Soros's checks haven't been clearing lately, and I'm very annoyed, so I'm considering just being an incel for some reason.
Over again, I think they're better at finding people off the internet than the CIA. Where are those guys? Who is this stalker? Why is Sweet Nita having such a tough time getting support and dealing with him?
Because a lot of the time the police don't take things like this seriously. That's why. They said in the thing that you just showed, and again, I'm not overly familiar with this situation, but like it said in that montage, the police have let the stalker go, meaning they probably picked the stalker up, warned him, hey, you need to knock this off, and then let him go. Because please don't take this kind of thing very seriously, like they should. It's ridiculous.
Considering...
So clearly they know who it is, bud. They're just not doxing him. They're just not doxing him because that's not a cool thing to do in general.
The internet is filled with a bunch of simps ready to lay down their weaponry to defend her. At least I assume so. I mean, she's an attractive white woman, so I'm pretty sure there are some guys willing.
Oh my god. Hey, bud. I don't know if you remember, before all this stupid, like, internet stuff, when people have people who like their content, we tend to just call them fans. Everyone on the right seems to think that everyone who's a fan of everyone else, or anyone else, is a simp. When 99% of the time, they're just people who enjoy the content. Like, we might joke sometimes about you guys in chat or whatever, being like, oh, we're simps for Hannah, but really you're not. You're not simps. No one here's a simp. They just like the content, or like the community, or a mix of both. And that's fine. That doesn't make people a simp. It doesn't make people a simp to not want someone that you're a fan of to get stalked. And again, this like smug, weird, it's like he sat down and he's like, I need a prop for this video. If I smugly eat something, then that shows that I am so confident in my opinion that it just looks, he looks like a jackass. It's like that scene from the 2009 Star Trek reboot where Kirk is doing the Kobayashi Maru and he's eating an apple. I hate that shit. It's so annoying.
But, to be serious, how's this nigga allowed to prosper? Like, I don't understand how Sweet Nita can put so much attention and focus, so much so that so many multiple people are saying that she's being stalked. And, like, this guy is still stalking her and he's totally fine. Like, he's just walking to her house and whatnot. And
yeah, this is the problem. Do you see how that's the problem? That's the problem.
Okay, I'll give you guys some more clips and a little bit of a little montage so you understand what this guy is doing to her.
My stalker started following me around and sleeping in my back garden. He started staring.
I don't know anything about this woman, but I dig her aesthetic. You got some plants, but you also got animal skulls. They got the mask from BioShock, these wooden hearts. I really dig this aesthetic.
Through my letter.
Oh, look, there's like a butterfly. It's like a naturalist aesthetic. Like you're a 1850s naturalist and you're collecting samples. That's cool.
Letterbox. Like, I would come down the stairs in the morning, get on with my day, and then just be like, wait a minute, and look back at the door, and like this letterbox would slowly
Wooden hearts?
close.
Those are stars. Did I say hearts? I thought I just said like wooden things. Did I say hearts? Maybe I did. If I did, I misspoke. Apologies.
Eyes disappeared behind the door. And so he started knocking on my door as well a lot for hours on end, just not giving up, just constantly. I almost worried that his knuckles would bleed. It was so relentless. He'd sleep behind my house and watch it waiting for me to come out, and he'd follow me to shops. He'd constantly, persistently message me and go and say awful things in my chat. He threatened to kill me, and the police response has been incredibly underwhelming. After he assaulted me, I had a witness, I had a lot of evidence, and the police did nothing. They eventually felt pressured to do something after everyone was kind enough to start atting the police on Twitter and kind of getting upset with the UK police for not acting. There was definitely a lot more done during that time, but it still eventually amounted to nothing changing for me.
So, yeah, I'm greatly confused.
What are you confused about? This guy is stalking her, and the police aren't really doing anything about it, and they're not taking it seriously. There are stories of this happening not only in the UK, but in America, where someone's getting stalked, and the police don't take it seriously, and they end up murdering the stalkee. Like, this is a thing that has happened. Why are you confused? It seems like you're really, really intent. If we're gonna start throwing accusations of simping around, it's weird to me that out of all the people you could simp for, Bass FCZ, you're simping for a stalker who's threatened to murder someone, and that's very weird. It's so strange. Thank you to Tucker White 94 with 10 bits. Come on, Hannah, do you not see how this woman who's got a man knocking on her house, sleeping in her yard, and police not doing shit is clearly not a textbook case of stalking? Yeah, obviously.
But my confusion isn't really what today's video is about. Today's video is actually going to be more about... Well, Anita's video is actually titled, "I'm being stalked, please help me," or something of that regard. And I was befuddled, because I just didn't know what the bloody hell she wanted me to do. I'm just some nigga on the internet. I'm just some guy. I am sure she wasn't asking.
I'd imagine, like she talked about, she wants people to continue to contact the police station until they do something, because public pressure can cause people like the police to actually do their job when they're not.
Me to help her, but I really am trying to figure out who the bloody hell she was asking to help her, because I'm just like...
It annoys me that for some reason, I don't know if you've noticed this, but Bass FZZ will weirdly just insert British phrases into the things he says, and I don't know why he does it. Like, he's using the phrase bloody hell, and that always comes off as weird to me when, like, Americans say that.
You posted a video on the internet about you being stalked. I don't know what you want anyone to do with that information.
Literally in the clip you put in this video, she talked about people tweeting at the police department got them to take action. She's probably asking for people to do the same, and at the very least getting this information out there. So, like, if something does happen, no one can say, well, how are we supposed to know? Ask Compu with 10 bits. I think he thinks it makes him sound smarter. It doesn't. It makes him sound like he's trying way too hard. Daddy Sume with 10 bits. Sometimes I do it too. Don't make me feel bad for my cultural appropriation. I don't think cultural appropriation counts when it's, like, done that way. I think cultural appropriation is usually when, like, a culture that is typically colonizing, taking something from a culture that has been colonized. Although, well, no, because the UK colonized America, but it's not like we're talking about Native Americans taking British culture. We're talking about Americans, white people, who were the colonists. I don't know.
There's nothing funny about
Devious Shilster with 10 bits. I have a ton of British friends, and I've stolen a lot of their vernacular. I feel attacked now. Not really.
I don't know what anyone could possibly do with that information. Not only am I just some nigga on the internet, but I'm only, there's a whole ocean that separates us. Like I can't, well, you want me to fly out and go find the stalker and like...
This isn't even... Reductio ad absurdum would be him like... It's kind of what he's doing. He's acting like she's literally being like, oh, what do you expect me to do? Fly out to the UK? And no, dude, she literally, in the clip you used, she's having people tweet. Tweet about it? Tweet the police department. That's what she's asking. Dishonesty will not get you anywhere in your arguments, just so you know. At least outside of your, not outside of your weird MGTOW incel bubble. Tucker White 94 with 10 bits. This guy really knows how to get to the meat of his argument and not drone on and on like the vigilant Christian Mario.
Like, give him a stern talking to? Like, I don't know what you want, dude, because there really ain't nothing people on the internet can do to help you. I know that kind of spits in the face to what I was saying, like, just a minute ago, but, like, you know, I get it. Like, I do get it. What I don't get is how, like, this stalker's identity hasn't been revealed. That's what I don't get. What I do get is that...
Because if she revealed who the... Even though he's a stalker, I don't know if you know this. I really don't. If you dox someone on Twitch, even if it's not on Twitch, if you dox someone on Twitter or you dox someone elsewhere and you are a Twitch streamer, they can just delete your Twitch account and remove it. So even though this dude is a scumbag and is committing crime against this woman, she cannot dox him on the internet. That would be why.
That, like, people on the internet can't really do anything about other people's stalkers. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's only so much we can do with this information. But what kind of bothers me the most is her grand conclusions or stuff of this regard.
You will get adequate support and help if you're being stalked. That's insane! You don't have to be in the public eye to be in danger. This is something we need to change, not just for content creators, but for all of us. Because we might end up knowing someone who loses their life because of this. And it doesn't have to be this way.
I'm just gonna cut Bass FZZ off at the pass because he's gonna be like, this isn't a thing that happens. If you go to the police and you talk, and you say you're being stalked, they'll take it seriously 100% of the times. There's a show, I forget what channel it's on, but it's called Stalked, and it's full of stories where people are not being taken seriously by the police. Police, not... Oh my god, my caps lock. Police, not taking stalking seriously. Here's an article from the UK specifically. Why are the police still failing women who are being stalked? Cyberstalking is now more common than physical harassment, so why aren't police taking it more seriously? Stalking is a dulled down word, much like anxiety and depression. The true meaning has been lost as we overuse the verb in informal ways. We may think stalking is checking your ex's partner's social media every once in a while, or every week, or getting lost in a cyber cat hole, ending up in your new boyfriend's cousin's ex-girlfriend's dog's Instagram. In reality, stalking is much more serious, harrowing crime that, despite extensively impacting every aspect of a victim's life, goes largely unnoticed as a serious offense. Just last week, Emily Matillis, BBC Newsnight presenter, made headlines after she opened up about her 20-year stalking experience. Comparing it to a chronic illness, she told BBC's Emma Barrett, "It makes you jumpy and it's that stressful, and it's tiring and it's time-consuming. Perhaps the most stressful part of dealing with a stalker is just how little control you have to combat it. Police are notoriously slow at handling stalking cases, with online stalking being especially ignored thanks to a flawed legal system that puts abusers' privacy over victim safety. me see what this hyperlink goes to. Oh. Not going to continue through the link. In a report last year by the HMIC, Her Majesty's Inspectorate of Constabulary. UK things always sound like they're a made-up D&D thing to me. That sounds like something someone would make up for D&D. Her Majesty's Inspectorate of the Constabulary. And HMC, PSI, Her Majesty's Crown Prosecution Service Inspectorate. Every single case of stalking and harassment was mishandled. That's 112 cases where every victim felt afraid enough to go to the police and only to be failed by the police and Crown's prosecution service. In 95% of cases, care for the victims was considered inadequate, with 75% not even handled by detectives. And this is in the UK, where this thing is happening. Okay?
That's right.
So Bass FCZ is about to say some dumb shit, like, oh, of course the police are going to take stalking seriously, when that is evidenced to not be the case. So bear that in mind as he's about to say some dumb stuff. Thank you, Twin Tech, for following.
And you can get involved and you can help us to make this a safer place to create content and encourage the police to take this seriously. I want to blow this up. I want to blow it out the water. I want to show people that this is real and it is worth prosecuting. Less than 1% of these cases see a conviction. It's tragic, and we can do so much more. So if you want to get involved, please do. On social media, use the hashtag #StopStalking. And if you want to talk about stalking that you've experienced, if you want to talk about the platforms that this is happening on, if you just want to implore Twitch or YouTube to communicate more with the police, which would make all the difference. If you want to see action from your local police force or from your country's police force as a default policy, do it! Whatever it is that you want to say about stalking, say it now and say it with me, because I feel like right now it's not a great business decision to invest in security, especially for online platforms and social media, but with public pressure it might be achievable, because there are very real solutions that I can think of just off the top of my head that would make all the difference. For example, verified accounts would stop people making bots and spamming chat with doxing information, inciting more stalking and more harassment online from other people.
And I'm sitting here like, so let me get this one straight. You want us to help you with your stalker by creating a Twitter hashtag saying we should stop stalking?
Yeah. For one thing, doing the fake British accent makes you sound like a dick. Secondly, yes, campaigns on Twitter are very, very successful at pushing for, like, reform and stuff. Like, if not in action, especially in regard to the police, because the police refuse to accept any sort of reform, we still need to continue to push on that. But nonetheless, like, huge awareness campaigns, especially in regard to, like, private companies, if we're talking about things like pressuring Twitch to change certain policies, or YouTube, or Twitter, or whoever. If they're a private company and they get pushed enough on an issue by the people who consume their product, yeah, they have a tendency to change that policy. So yes, that's a good thing. And if you don't think it's gonna work, Bass FCZ, why are you even making the video? Why do you care? I think it's more along the lines of, you know it'll make a difference and you don't want it to, because you're the kind of person that this kind of policy change would curtail, because you're a creepy MGTOW stalker dude.
Ma'am, that is the most insanely idiotic thing I have ever heard. Well, okay, it's among them. It's up there. It makes the top 10 list.
Saying that you should help tweet this hashtag to help inform Twitch that they should change certain policies is the most idiotic thing you've ever heard. Have you listened to a single word that's ever come out of your dumb mouth?
And again, you're sweet, but you're so naive some.
Oh boy, the condescension, that's gonna be good too. Please, please, be more condescending. Sure.
Sometimes it's just kind of painful to me. Why in heaven's name would creating a hashtag do next to anything to curtail these crazy sons of guns?
Did you literally hear what she said? Hey bud, It's not saying stop stalking. It's not to say to a stalker, hey stalker, stop stalking people. When they say hashtag stop stalking, they're saying, hey Twitch, change your policy to help stop stalking. You've completely misinterpreted the meaning of what she is saying, which is maddening considering you took the time to edit her video bit into your video, but you're acting like you didn't even watch it.
Who are stalking you and are sending you these nasty threats and are trying to hurt you in some regard. You really think that, like, shaking your finger at them, like, what do you expect?
Did you listen to a single word she said? Did you listen to a single syllable that came out of her mouth and then let it go into your ear hole, into your brain, and then make it part of the conversation you're having? It's not, hey stalker, you stop it. It's about an awareness campaign so companies like Twitch will change their policies to disincentivize these type of bad actors. That's what it's about. And you being disingenuous and acting like it's people trying to, like, wag a finger in the face of creepy MGTOW stalker assholes is complete lies. You are lying about the entire intent of this. Which is hilarious, because it's not even like you have a big enough audience to actually curtail this. So I don't know why you think anyone cares what you have to say.
Like, I don't understand, I don't get, like, why you think even attempting to bring attention to the situation on the internet is gonna, like, bring about some kind of change to, like, you obviously aren't trying to change the stalker's heart and point of view and get them to be a virtuous individual. You seem...
Correct. They're trying to get Twitch to change their policy, which is what they said. I know it's hard to listen to a woman speak for you because you don't respect anything about the holes of a woman's body like their mouth. The only hole you care about is the one down below that you wanna bang. But the thing is, there are other holes, like the mouth, that say words, and those words convey ideas, and you should let that come into your brain and then integrate it into the conversation you're having, instead of just, like, scrubbing over the entirety of what she actually said to try and come up with your own straw man BS, like, interpretation. Antipodians go to the 200 bits. YouTuber-friendly Jordies, who is at times problematic, unfortunately, has done a surprisingly huge amount to kneecap the liberal government, our right-wing party. I know it's confusing, after exposing corruption and deforestation of koala habitat with hashtag koala killer. Yeah, like public campaigns on big social media platforms like Twitch can inform change. I'm not saying it always will, but if enough people get behind something, especially in regard to private companies, they will sometimes change their policies, and that's a good thing.
To be you want the police or you want some authority.
Tucker White 94, don't you just love attacking a straw man? It's so much easier than actually doing research on what you're arguing against. Yeah.
Figure to change, but my question is, you went to the police and you went to the authorities numerous times. They couldn't do anything.
They didn't do anything. Them not doing anything is different from them not being able to do anything. I literally just said in the article I read that in a study where they looked at stalking cases, 95% of the time they were mishandled. 95% of the time. So, bud, do you feel stupid yet? Or nah? Just curious.
If they can't do anything and they have...
Won't. Not can't. Won't.
All the power and moral law to do something about it. You think, like, random internet vigilantes...
The implication that the police have the moral want to actually help people is hilarious.
With the hashtag on Twitter can even make a dent in all of the stalking that goes on.
Daddy Sume with 10 bits, you channeled Jake for a second there. I did.
It just seems really strange to me. But what bothers me more than anything else, and this is why I felt the need to make this video, which is quite an introduction of...
Stop slipping into a really bad fake British accent. Why do you do this?
Think about it. It's when she says this.
One of the things that I find really challenging about all of this, and speaking up about it too, is that so many people want to blame me. They say, if you learn martial arts, if you move house, if you get a dog, if you get a gun, then everything will be okay and you will be safer. But I don't think it's the answer. In countries where so many more people have a gun, there are still stalkers, and there are even people who get shot by their stalkers. In countries where people get dogs, in countries where people move house, all of these things are not necessarily measures that eradicate stalking or stop it or prevent it.
Now, I've said this many times, but it bears repeating because I'm not a popular YouTuber. But no one is saying, as a woman, that it's your fault if bad things happen to you. Okay, fine, maybe some people.
Oh, it's not their fault. The onus is just on them to fix the problem and not on society to actually do something about fixing the actual person whose fault the problem is, aka the stalker. What?
People are. But really what people are trying to communicate...
Tucker White 94, putting the willfully obtuseness aside, how much you want to bet he's leaving out important context to this woman's video? He probably is, but even with the clips that he's used, it makes him still look like an idiot. So if he is trying to edit around and making her look bad, he's doing a terrible job. He's just made himself look like an idiot and a creep who's on the side of a stalker.
Is that it is your responsibility to protect yourself, because no one else can realistically do that for you. That's not really...
Hey, bud, we have this thing called society, and ideally, when you commit something we call a crime, like stalking, then the police should get involved and actually do their job, which they haven't done here. So that's the problem. Are you seriously saying, oh, anytime you get stalked by some creep on the internet and you're like a big person on the online, so that's gonna happen from time to time probably, you need to literally sell your house and move to a new place, or like you should just get a dog. She certainly can't get a gun. She's in the UK, so that's not something that's gonna help her. Like, what are you talking about, bud? How about we actually make structural change that stops things from getting to that point in the first place? That'd be good. Great.
Really entirely true on it.
Antipodian Squid with 100 bits. It's the responsibility of stalkers not to stalk. Yeah.
Technicality, but like, if you have not resolved yourself to like having a husband and like having him protect you.
Oh, get fucked. Absolutely get fucked. Because even if someone was married, which by the way, no one can be like coerced into getting married. Do you expect women to walk around like it's Saudi Arabia with their husbands all the time? You absolute doofus. What is wrong with you? Well, if you're being stalked, have you considered just getting married? Yeah, that's a great, what a great argument you made there. That makes you sound not at all like an idiot. Good job. You're nailing it. Keep going. We're only halfway through this video. I'm sure you have a lot of other really well thought out points here. Keep going.
Yeah, that's it, dude. Like, that's kind of on you.
Stalker, no stalking. No stalker, no stalking.
Yeah, you gotta learn martial arts. You gotta get a dog. You gotta install a security system and some security cameras. I don't know what to tell you, fam. I know. Hold on. I got a couple of things I can tell you. Get a husband, okay? Listen.
Oh my god. This guy's gross.
Women have OnlyFans right now to get a bunch of money. They are selling their time and showing their buttholes right now for some...
Hey, Bass. If literally anyone would give you money to see your disgusting butthole, I have a feeling you would also do it. There's nothing wrong with sex work. It's fine. If people can make money that way and would like to, good on them.
Shekels. So the way I see it is this. Like, if you're a woman and you're fine with sex work and you're fine with taking money from men, I don't see how you could find any problem with, like, having a relationship with a man and then having him, like, protect you and keep you safe. Like,
you're comparing taking sensual images for money with literally getting in a transactional relationship with a man who, in your own scenario, presumably they don't like, because you're framing this as transactional. So they don't like this person. You're just saying, I'm basically using you as a security guard and paying you with fucking. Is this your view of how human relationships work? My God, no wonder you're single. Oh my God.
There's nothing funny about
People don't get into relationships because it's transactional. People get into relationships because they like each other. Okay? The fact that you think it's as simple as like, well, I feel like I need protection. Let me get someone with a penis in here to come and protect me. Are you 12 years old? That's not how the world works.
Like, honestly, I'm gonna be honest with you guys.
Cherry Tree Boy, maybe you should get a husband, preferably me as the husband. Like this, Hannah, you gotta say it right. And then there's a link. I don't want to, I don't know if any of that's copyright. I mean, it's obviously copyrighted, but I don't know if any of that would get pinged.
If I was a woman and I was being stalked, you know what I would do? I would just go find some other guy to protect me from the stalker. That's just what I would do, okay?
No, it's not. No, it's not. Here's the thing, bud. People don't get into relationships for protection. That's not what people get into relationships for. Is that what you think people get in relationships for? Because if it is, that's part of the reason you're single, and will continue to be so, probably for the rest of your life. People don't just go like, I feel insecure. Not in the way of like, I don't like how I look, or I don't like how I feel. I mean, like, literally insecure in that I feel like I am in danger. And they don't go, therefore, I will become a person who is in a relationship with eeny, meeny, miny, mo, that guy. That's not how it works. How do you expect someone to save someone from stalking when they're not even around them all the time? How do you expect that to work, dumbass? And that's outside of, again, your assertion that people get into relationships for, like, security reasons. That's stupid enough as it is. And it makes it clear that you know nothing about how, like, relationships actually work. Besides that, even if it were, that would be a stupid solution to this specific problem, unless you literally want the law to be like Saudi Arabia, and in order to go outside, you need a male, like, person to accompany you. Knowing you, you probably do think that.
Like, if I just totally resolve myself to, like...
Daddy Sumo with 10 bits, this sounds like a douche who needs a taste of his own medicine in Minecraft, and even then, her getting into a relationship may simply infuriate the stalker and put her in even more danger. Yeah, this guy's delusional.
Not pick up a firearm. She's in the UK, so she can't have a firearm. But if I just totally resolve myself to not...
And what's to stop the stalker from killing the bodyguard? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's a bad plan, inside and out, even if you looked at it in a weird, cynical way.
Not take any martial arts classes. If I just totally resolve myself to not get a dog or an attack dog, I'd get myself a German Shepherd if I was a woman, like, straight up. Like, if I was a woman, I would be doing so much to make sure that I was safe, but whatever. If I just didn't want to do any of that stuff, I would just get a husband, and I would just have him protect me. I don't know.
How? If a stalker shows up with a knife and you happen to be married, what do you expect your husband to do? Like, what do you think this relationship is? We're married, so you need to get stabbed for me. That's not how it works. Maya is bored with 20 bits. I know a person who's a literal stalker, and as in been in court twice for stalking the same guy, and she is obsessing over him. She has been doing this for years, and she is convinced the guy is in love with her. Getting rid of stalker is not that easy. Some don't give up no matter what, and no, I don't hang around with this woman. Yeah. The implication that stalkers are rational and would be like, oh, this person has extra protection now, therefore I will not stalk them, is the most delusional, like, naive position I can possibly. Hello? Can you hear me now? Sorry, I unplugged my mic. Anyway, the position that stalkers are rational individuals that are going to be stopped by some outside force like that, outside of literally being arrested, is the most delusional, naive view of stalking you could possibly have.
Now I know what some people think. I know what some of you guys are probably thinking, but just if you can't just like forge a whole relationship with a man to just like have him protect you and keep you safe. Like, what the heck?
Correct. That's insane. And if that's how you view relationships, this is why you're single.
What the hell are you doing? And I'm just like, nigga, to this day, people are more upset with Sims for paying for OnlyFans than they are at the women's for using their bodies to attract attention and get the money. Like, if you...
No one who isn't an asshole cares about people who either post on OnlyFans or people who, like, are patrons of the OnlyFans. Only weirdos with weird hang-ups care about this. I don't care if someone pays money for an OnlyFans, nor do I care if someone buys into someone's OnlyFans. Yes, Antipodian Squid, sex work is work. Like, what is this viewpoint that you think everyone's going around being like, I'm disgusted by people who pay money for OnlyFans? Why? Why? People use porn, and if you're gonna look at porn or, like, whatever, you might as well give money directly to the performer as opposed to somewhere like, I don't know, Pornhub, where there's tons of middle people who are going to be taking money from the actual people doing the work. Why are incels complaining about being able to see tits? Good question. I think it's because it's a situation where it... weirdly, I think things like OnlyFans humanize sex workers. It's a more direct one-to-one connection between you and them as, like, people. I've never used OnlyFans, so I don't know this from experience. But, like, there's no middle people there. You're directly paying money to that person for their images or videos or whatever they happen to have. And that, in a weird way, humanizes the sex worker. They're no longer just someone in a movie that you're watching or someone in a video. There's someone you are directly paying for that stuff. And something about that, I think, really, really triggers incels. Because it makes them realize that the people they're you know, jerking off to are human beings. And I don't know if they like that. Show me your butthole and I don't want to know you have a personality. Pornhub also has paid videos too, but I think that's only a response to OnlyFans, probably. Not something I use often, so I'm not familiar.
If you think it's okay to be a sex worker, then it should be fine to forge a relationship with the guy so it keeps you alive. Nick, that's what...
What? Holy false equivalence, Batman. Hey, bud. I gotta take some of these hats off, because it's getting real obnoxious to deal with. I'm sorry. Hey, bud. So, like, with an OnlyFans, that's a business, right? If someone, like, decides to have an OnlyFans, and they take pictures of themselves, sexual pictures, or make videos, that's a business. They are making money on those videos by people coming to pay for those things, and also interacting with those people in some way. Again, I'm not super familiar with how OnlyFans works, have never used it. But I imagine it's some sort of, like, it's a platform where you can buy and sell videos and pictures and also interact with them in some social media-esque way. I'm guessing. That's a business. And the people who buy your stuff are your customers. A business and customers are a completely different thing than having a relationship with a person in real life. Do you understand that there's a difference between a business and business relationships with your customers and a relationship, a romantic sexual relationship? These are not the same things. This isn't even apples and oranges. This is apples and the Starship Enterprise. They're just not even in the same category as each other. So the fact that you somehow see this as an equivalence, again, goes to show that you view all relationships as transactional in nature without any sort of feeling for the other person or respect for them as a human being. And it comes off as, this is why you're single. This is why you're a virgin. Which, again, there's nothing wrong with that, but he's talked about it before. And considering he makes these kind of videos and he calls women sluts all the time, I think it bothers him. Which it shouldn't. It doesn't matter. The point is this. You've made it clear, on many occasions, you don't understand why people even get into relationships. So why would anyone ever want to get into a relationship with you when you don't even know what they really are? It's ridiculous. These people are in the Stone Age with this level of sexual pragmatism. Yeah, it's ridiculous.
What I would do. I'm just saying, that's what I would do. I would.
No, you wouldn't. The fact that he says this is hilarious because he lacks, and I'm not saying I do either. I'm trans. I'm a trans woman. I don't claim to have the same life experience as a cis woman because most of my life, that's not how I was presenting myself, right, as a woman. So I don't have that experience. But I'm telling you, from the experience of other women, no, normal human beings, men, women, NB, whatever, do not get into relationships with other people for security or whatever weird thing you think.
And another thing, if you're like, you can't just like have a whole man be around you and just like have him keep you safe. You're putting him.
Do you think that like every man is interchangeable to women? Do you think that women don't get into relationships? And I'm talking about straight women in here, of course. Like, do you think that straight women who get in relationships with men just think, oh, yep, there is a man, they'll do? Or do you think that most women in relationships go, oh, there's my boyfriend or husband. I care about them. I love them. They're a good person who I care about and share experiences and thoughts and feelings with. It's the latter, not the former. Tucker White 94 with 17 bits. The sad thing, which I say loosely, is that whatever his name is isn't a bad-looking dude if he just cleaned his personality well a lot. In his case, he'd get laid. I've said this before in his videos. This is not... He's not an unattractive man physically, if that's what we're talking about. And he's talked about this before, how he's kind of has incel beliefs that, like, oh, women only want... Excuse me. Chads or whatever. This dude would not... He's not unattractive. He just needs like a hair trim, maybe a beard trim, and he's always wearing the same like really grubby t-shirts that he's probably owned for like 10 years. Like if he just took a little better care of himself and stopped being such a asshole with his personality, he'd be fine. He'd be like a perfectly above average attractive person. I'm not even kidding. But, like, he chooses to be this. So, of course, he's repugnant, and no people want to be around him.
Him in danger, well, asking the police to come deal with your stalker, who might be a deranged individual who will kill you, is putting them in danger. So, either way it goes, someone's got to be put in danger.
The police, it's their job. That's the police's job. And not only are they trained... Ideally, I'm talking about the UK, better training than the US. Not only are they trained to deal with situations like this, but they have tools that the general public doesn't have access to, and the authority to arrest people. Like, if you're a stalker, and there are two situations. If some random person walks up to a stalker and tries to handcuff them, or stop them from assaulting someone, who are they going to respect more? Who are they going to be more afraid of, rather, in that situation? Rando with handcuffs or a cop who has backup and has the authority of the state to arrest you and put you behind bars? It's not about someone generically being in danger. It's about the police doing their job and serving their function in society in order to protect individuals in that society from those who would hurt them. Antipodian Squid, Don't put the police in danger by asking them to do their jobs, friends. That's what, if this is what he thinks of the police, why would you even have the police, right? If your thought is like, well, we can't have the police do their job, that'll put them in danger. Okay, then disband the police. What are they doing? What are we paying them for? Like, what's the purpose? If you're so concerned for the police that you can't have them function in their one function in society.
That's what you're doing. Now, of course, I'm being somewhat facetious. Somewhat. I am, like, I mean, like, on a technicality, hopefully your husband would keep you safe, you know what I'm saying? Right? You would hope. But more than that, really what kind of bothers me is the deferment of responsibility of protecting yourself.
It's not about deferment. It's about expecting the police to do their jobs.
Like, the long and short...
It's also about recognizing that there's only so much you can do to protect yourself in the face of someone like a stalker who is irrational in the first place. Enlid with 10 bits. Can you imagine that argument in another topic? Don't call in that drunk driver who just hit a pedestrian. That's unsafe for police. Yeah, it's a completely batshit argument that he absolutely would not make in any other situation. Daddy Sume, we literally pay them to protect us. It's literally on our taxes, you brainlet. Yeah, basically.
One of it is, like, you're an adult. And while stalking is a serious issue, it should be taken seriously.
Yes, which it's not by the police often, which is literally the point of the hashtag that you're making fun of here for doing the thing that you're pseudo-agreeing with here. People should take stalking seriously. Corporations should, on places like Twitch, places like YouTube, afford users the tools in order to report those who would stalk, and also ensure that they can't do things like create bots to go out and do a whole bunch of stuff to you that's negative. Right? That's reasonable. It's also reasonable to expect the police to do their job. These are all things that the hashtag is trying to bring attention to. Like any hashtag, it's a campaign for public awareness and hopefully, in the case of Twitch, to push them to implement new policies. That's all it is. The fact that you're arguing against this and doing so in such a disingenuous way really highlights that it doesn't seem like you really care about people who are stalked. You're much more invested in protecting people who are stalkers. Which, you being you, makes a lot of sense. He's so close to figuring it out. That implies that he's arguing in good faith in the first place, and I don't think he is. I think he knows what he's saying is ridiculous and would only serve to help stalkers. But he empathizes with the stalker, not the person being stalked. So of course he's gonna say this.
You probably should either move and go somewhere else, and then buy a weapon and prepare for Mortal Kombat.
Have the police do their jobs and maybe have Twitch change some policies? Or buy a knife and prepare for Mortal Kombat? What's more reasonable as a society? Fight.
Rather than make a video and post it on YouTube hoping people will tweet on a hashtag. Like that, to me, that just seems like that's the more appropriate thing to do. If someone is getting ready to show up to engage you in Mortal Kombat...
Why are you talking about it like this is a thing? Hey, bud, I don't know if you know this, but if someone shows up to your house to murder you, they don't knock on the door and say, "Hello, I challenge you to Mortal Kombat. Please select your weapon of choice." They'll sneak into your house and they'll stab you in your sleep. Do you think that the stalker is like an honorable person that's going to somehow be like, "Yes, I must make sure that I face my enemy face to face in reasonable combat"? No. No, bud. If you're getting stalked, you're not worried about getting in a fair fight with your stalker. You're worried about them murdering you in your sleep or sneaking up behind you while you're walking down the street and stabbing you in the neck. Like, what delusional... this guy has the brain of a 12-year-old. This guy has the brain of a 12-year-old. He thinks that this is how the world works. Well, If you have a stalker, why don't you just get a knife so that when they come and challenge you to Mortal Kombat, you can fatality them? Oh, people don't do that? They just stab people in the neck in the middle of the night? Cool. Good to know. Noob monster. Do you suit up in armor to go on dates? You're doing it wrong, bud. Yeah. He's very, very stupid.
Then you gotta fight them. That's just how that is. Now Anita tells us that moving probably isn't the solution because of this story right here.
It's proof that moving house doesn't save you. And I can safely say...
So that sounded like it was the end, and I haven't even seen the video, but just from the context of her saying, and that's proof that moving doesn't save you, and it was showing the picture of another woman. So what she was doing there was telling the story of someone who had a stalker, and then moved, and then the stalker found them and probably murdered the person or harmed them in some way. Yeah, moving isn't going to help. Preventative measures outside of locking up the stalker in jail probably aren't going to do anything. Which is why the police should do their jobs.
It takes months to move house, and it takes seconds to dock someone. Destiny himself said that he moved, and before he even got into his new place, he had already been doxed again.
Tucker White 94 with 10 bits. Would someone take this gun from my hand and end me? This is insufferable. There's only 9 minutes left.
And so, unfortunately, moving doesn't solve the problem. But in Cheryl Hooper's case, she was found again after moving home to escape her stalker, and he found her and managed to murder her. It's proven time and time again that the fact that women have access to these things has not prevented many women from being stalked.
And I'm just sitting here like, while it's rather unfortunate, that's just kind of the way, I mean, she lost Mortal Kombat. The nigga.
Okay, there's the report point.
That's just kind of the way. While it's rap.
Bum bum bum. Report. Let's see. Promotes hatred or violence. I'm gonna say that. I'll give you guys a link to report this in a second. Claims woman who was killed by her stalker deserved it because she lost, quote, mortal... I almost spelled combat with a K. like Mortal Kombat the game. Mortal Kombat. Mortal Kombat. Dun, 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 dun. Let me share... the link I'm about to share is literally at the timestamp you should report at. 15:57, if for some reason you don't get that. Here. Everyone who possibly can. We have 154 viewers here, okay?
There's nothing funny about
if even half of you did this, we would have a chance of getting this guy's video taken down. F this guy. How much do you want to bet that this guy hasn't even been in a fight? Yeah. Wouldn't shock me. Anyway, report it, please.
Rather unfortunate. That's just kind of the way. I mean, she lost Mortal Kombat. The nigga pulled off.
Comparing someone being brutally murdered by their stalker in their own home to like losing Mortal Kombat like we're in a samurai movie and everyone's trained and you have honor and you're going to fight face to face is the most brain dead take I've heard, I think, in the entire run of this show. And that's saying a lot. This is disgusting. This is absolutely disgusting, and the implication that a stalker has the right to break into your home and murder you because might makes right, and if they're able to do it, then, well, that's just how it goes, and you deserved it, you should have fought harder, is the most disgusting position I have ever heard one of these MGTOW trash bags make. This guy is a nightmare person. This guy is never going to find anyone that cares about him because he doesn't care about anyone else. He finds himself on the side of criminals and stalkers and people who are going to assault and murder others just because he can't identify with a woman. He would closer identify to a literal murderer than with a victim because she's a woman. Fuck this guy. Chud Hall of Fame? Maybe. Maybe. Chud Hall of Fame, I think it should be for things that are like the first one that was in the Chud Hall of Fame. Hold on. Chud Watch Hall of Fame. That was Caitlyn Bennett being run out of town. So that was like something that was hilarious. This isn't hilarious. This is just depressing. So I don't know if this should be in the Chud Watch Hall of Fame. Tucker White 94. He's got a point, Hannah. This chick that died should have used the giant mallet to knock her opponent off the stage. Corrected off screen. Oh, this isn't Smash Brothers. Yeah. I hope you guys reported. Chud Watch Hall of Shame. Okay, sure. Let's do that. We'll have a wall of fame, and then we'll also have a wall of shame. Let me duplicate this. Let me change the text on this new one. Chud Watch Hall of Shame. And then I just need to get a picture of this for it. Just gotta change this image to the other one and then it should be good. There we go. Baz Simps for Murderers. The first inductee into the Chud Watch Hall of Shame. I gotta change the font so it's a little bit smaller. There we go. This one's not nearly as fun as the other one, but nonetheless, there it is.
Off a fatality. I don't know what you want me to say.
Oh, he literally
okay, now Grant,
he literally made a Mortal Kombat joke. Holy hell. This guy is a dirtbag. What an ass.
Maybe I shouldn't be making jokes about the fact that this woman...
Oh, you think? You think you shouldn't be making jokes about a woman who was murdered in her own home? You don't? You think? You think you shouldn't make jokes about that? Well, you edited this video and you left it in. So I guess you don't think you shouldn't, huh?
Was killed, but... my facetiousness aside...
You're not being facetious, you're being a fucking asshole.
He challenged her to Mortal Kombat and she lost.
He did not challenge her! He stalked and murdered her, you sick fuck! What is wrong with you?
That's what happened, okay? I'm sorry, I'm putting it in a jovial manner, but he came to kill her and she did not protect herself and she died. That's what happened. And... the only person that could have done anything to prevent that was her. If she went to the police and the police didn't do anything about this guy following her to her new location, she is the only person who knows he's coming. She's got to fight for her life.
Fuck you. This video is going to be demonetized because I'm saying this so often. But seriously, dude, you're a disgusting scumbag. You are gum on the bottom of society's shoe, and I hope you get scraped off. Awful. How dare you talk about a victim of murder like, oh, they were challenged to more... No. Do not glorify the scumbag that murdered this person and be like, oh, they were challenged to... No. He snuck into this lady's house and murdered her. You are glorifying what this person has done. And I think it's because you identify with him. You need to stop. You need to stop. And I hope YouTube absolutely nukes your channel someday. Because this kind of disgusting worldview is how we get people who like walk into malls and shoot them up. Or movie theaters. Or schools. Like, this is the kind of person that does this kind of thing. The kind of person that, in a situation that they're presented with between a literal murderer who happens to be a man and a female victim of murder, because she's a woman, they identify with the man. Sick. Absolutely sick.
I don't know what else to tell you. And I know what some women are thinking. You're all like, but I'm a small woman. I shouldn't have...
If anyone else wants a link to the video, here it is again. I already time-stamped a good time to report right before he says... Wait, it did it. Why'd my copy go? That's annoying. Here's a link to the video. I think it was like 15:57 or something, if someone wants to... The link's higher up in the chat, actually. Let me go and re-copy-paste that. There's a link, if you want it, in the chat.
I have to fight this guy who's like, look, nigga, you wanna know something? Tough. I'm sorry. The world's... I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. I didn't make the world this way. I'm just a player in the game. You have to protect yourself. No one can do that for you. Okay, fine. Your husband can do that for you. But unless you're willing to go, like, have a whole relationship with the dude in the hopes that he'll keep you alive, you gotta protect yourself. You got...
This man is... I don't even know if I want to cover this guy after this video ever again. This is disgusting.
Learn some Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. You gotta pick up a knife, learn how to use a sword. Listen, go contact Kenshin Himura and see if he'll teach you how to use the Hitan Mitsurugi style. I don't know what you want, fam. Go call Genkai. Maybe she can unlock your psychic powers, teach you how to use the spirit wave. I don't know what you want. That's not true. I know exactly what you want. You want other people to do your problem for you, because you're a passive, well, in Nina's case, white woman. And white women are just so annoyingly passive, and this being one of those...
What the fuck? Why are you making this about their race? What the fuck are you talking about?
One of those examples of their passivity. They think that they can defer the very act of keeping themselves safe...
Oh, God forbid we want the police to do their job.
...onto some other entity. You can't. You can't. You can't. You can't. It's your life. Listen, no one in the world, honestly, should have more of an invested interest in keeping you safe than you, nigga. Like, and this isn't just goes for, like...
Or how about as a society, we recognize that anyone, man or woman, who is a victim of someone who is stalking them should be protected by the apparatuses of society. Everything from corporate policy, like Twitch, all the way to how the police deal with complaints like this. How about that?
Like, here's the thing. With dudes, like, this isn't like a lesson...
Logarth with 10 bits, this is some serious sociopathy. Like, there are probably grounds to have this guy committed. You can't have someone committed just for being a sociopath. Andrew Dickerson, by the way, the guy who wrote Rurouni Kenshin was convicted of possession of CP, so I'm not surprised he'd mention it. Oof.
That needs to be imparted on us, because we just, like... We understand that, like... we can engage each other in combat. Now, it's like mock combat. It's not like really like...
This guy's absolutely delusional. This guy is so delusional. He's comparing real-world murder to anime. How up your own ass do you have to be to think any of what he is saying sounds reasonable and doesn't sound like the deluded ramblings of an adult man-child?
Fights to the death, not, I mean, you can die, but it's not usually like duels. Like back in the day, you know what I mean?
MMO addicted with 10 bits. Is this some sort of very bad satire? Is he on something? I can't believe this is real. He doesn't seem to have his mind straight. No, he's just like this. We've covered this guy a lot.
You know, you walk through paces and quick draw, and you know, or you literally like sword fight, and you know, you duel them, right? You used to be able to do that as males.
MST3K fan 77, thank you for 100 bits. Why are you comparing this? And you're so stuck on this idea of like combat, like we're talking about dueling. We are not talking about people in the 1800s deciding to go and do a duel up on the hill. We're talking about Jack the Ripper stalking and murdering women.
There's nothing funny about the tools.
Why are you comparing it to a thing it most decisively is not? To paint murderers in the most positive light you possibly can. You're literally going out on the furthest limb you possibly could to try and defend stalkers and murderers. Sick. What a sick fuck. Antipodian Squid with 100 bits. Stream boss. Nice. Thank you.
You know, we understand that between each other growing up, that we can like fight and engage, and you know, especially getting bullied, especially if you get...
And that's unhealthy. I don't think that's healthy. That a bunch of people in society are raised to think that they should punch each other to fix their problems.
Getting knocked around, you just have to adapt, and that's what I did. You know what I'm saying? Use myself as an example. I learned martial arts. I adapted. I changed.
Yeah, bud. I'd love to see how good of a martial artist you are.
My mindset. I got ready to fight. I almost fought people on several different occasions.
Okay, how about this? We'll have someone stalk you and have some sort of weapon, and then you just use your karate skills to try and fight them off, and let's see how you do in Mortal Kombat.
Growing up, it's not a good thing. It's not a good thing. But here,
Enlid, this is unreal. Like, does this guy think Ted Bundy did nothing wrong because he simply won a fight against his victims? Probably? I'm not sure. It would probably depend upon if the victims are men or not. Weirdly.
Here's the thing. You learn martial arts in hopes that you don't have to, okay? That's what I always say. I always say this all the time. That you learn martial arts in hopes that you don't have to use them. Because the truth of the matter is, when it shit...
He's like a much worse version of Dwight from The Office.
Hits the fan, you're going to want to know how to use some Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, right? Then not knowing how to use Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. As a woman, I'm just saying, if you're a woman and you're deathly afraid that some guy is going to...
Yeah, the sub goal did go down. Why did that happen? It was in the 40s, and then it jumped to 36. I'll fix it after the stream.
Force you, since we can't use the actual word because I don't want to get demonetized. If you're afraid of being forced...
He doesn't want to get demonetized, but he spent almost all of this video defending literal murderers. That is sick.
It would require that the person has to physically be really close to you. So as a woman, honestly, the best defense you could have is learning Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Seriously. Learn Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, start a workout regimen, build a little bit of muscle, build a little bit of wrist strength, just a little bit. You don't need to be a bodybuilder, just a little bit. Learn how your body works, okay? Buy a security system, get some security cameras, get a dog, get a sword, get a gun.
Get a sword? What world does this dumbass think he lives in?
Okay? That's what you gotta do. I'm sorry. I am sorry that you have to protect yourself. We don't live in the old ages where men will just keep you safe because whatever, you know? Or you can just go find a man who knows kung fu and just marry him and have him protect you. I don't know what you want.
Is this whole thing just him lamenting and being like, all these women getting stalked? But I know Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, so why don't women want to be with me? Because that's pathetic.
want. And it bothers me greatly at the fact that
MMO addicted with 10 bits. Are we sure someone ought not do a psyche valve for him? I mean, they probably should. I don't think you'd get locked. Being a sociopath does not mean you're not allowed in society. Tucker White 94. Wait. He just said
that, like, Anita, like, is an adult woman, and she's made it this far in her life, and she, like, hasn't recognized that, like, listen, dude, when it comes to your stalker, I don't really know if there's much solutions apart from you talk to him, maybe, I don't know.
You think talking to a stalker and telling them to stop is going to stop the stalker? I'm surprised you even have the intelligence to turn the camera on and off, much less form sentences to come to a conclusion this stupid. You literally could have turned the camera on and sat in front of the camera and went, and it would be more coherent than the asinine, inane ramblings from your sick brain. What do we got? Antipodian Squid with 1,000 bits, thank you. So if a man with exceptional martial arts skills, a gun, and a knife who has been stalking you rocks up at your door and shoots the husband and dog you got for protection, you're still meant to protect yourself instead of expecting that the police should have helped? No, in that situation, I think Bass FZZ just thinks that the stalker wins. And that's somehow morally good. It's the literal, like, day-to-day version of might makes right. It's disgusting. Andrew Dickerson says, by the way, martial arts will never protect you. Martial arts only works in an organized combat setting. Even the greatest boxers can be stabbed to death. Yeah, it's incredibly stupid. That's why I'm saying the dude's delusional. Like, if he thinks this is how it works, he's living in a completely different world than people who live in reality. Maya is bored. I actually have a sword and I know different types of martial arts. Does this mean I'm safe? In the real world, no. In an anime, maybe. Tucker White 94. Wait. He just said we don't live in a world where men will protect you. Didn't he spend the first part of this video saying women should get married to a man to stop a stalker? Yeah, because he wants it to be like your husband's protecting you, not the police, even though that's their job. He already deleted your comment. Yeah, what a shock. What a shock.
I don't know if talking to the person and saying, hey, dude, what's your problem? We'll fix it. It has for me.
Oh, fuck you! Yes, clearly. That's what was... This is akin to that thanks I'm cured subreddit where people would be like, I'm depressed, and someone's like, well, you should smile more. Oh, thanks, I never thought of that. You think the solution to stopping a stalker is to say, hey, would you please stop stalking me? And they go, oh, okay. That's fine. I'm a reasonable person. Flames on the side of my face.
I don't know. I don't think someone that deranged will work on. Maybe you can talk to the person and just politely ask them to stop. I doubt that would be sufficient, but you could. That's solution 1. Solution 2, you went to the police. They didn't really do anything. Okay. Solution 3, you put the fear of God into this person's soul. That means when they come to your house and they peek inside your little window hole, you take out your sword and say, Hitan Mitsurugi Bato Jutsu. And you just quick draw, you know what I'm saying? You just take your sword and you just go.
Okay, I said 12 years old before. I take that back. This is the mentality of a 7-year-old. This is how a 7-year-old who's watched too much anime on Toonami thinks the world works.
You know what, Saber, help me out here.
He's literally using a clip from an anime. I couldn't make this up. Tucker White 94, he's literally saying stalker no stalking unironically. He's literally saying to do what we jokingly said earlier. Yeah, he's an idiot. He's an absolute moron. Yeah, anime.
Okay, maybe that's a little too much of a dramatization. But but hopefully you get my point. My point is, you take out your gun and you pop him one in the kneecap and you say, "Don't come back here, or I'm gonna aim a little higher." Where? I don't know. It's sometimes.
This guy's seen too many movies. MMO addicted with 10 bits. He has issues comprehending reality. I'm starting to seriously think that. Yeah, maybe.
How I feel that day when you come by. It might be your shoulder, it might be, you know what I'm saying, it might be your mid-torso, it might be your head, but you came here, you weren't invited, I asked you to stop, you didn't stop, I popped you a good one. That's what you gotta do. I don't know what else to tell you, fam. If you're really that afraid that this person's gonna hurt you, then you need to prepare to defend yourself. It's just that simple. And listen, you might lose. You might.
Cherry Tree Boy with 10 bits. I'm the biggest weeb in the world, but this dude is on a whole different level, yeah.
You might train, and he might come face you in hand-to-hand combat, and you might lose, and that's just what's gonna happen. And a lot of people have grown really comfortable in our modern society, and they don't recognize the fact that, yeah, you have to protect yourself from death sometimes. It happens. You just have to. So, honestly, sweet Anita, you're so sweet, but your naivete irks me quite greatly.
You're advocating for people to do anime training sequences to fight murderers, real-life murderers, in Mortal Kombat, and you have the gall, you have the absolute audacity to call someone who is actually advocating for real-world policy change, whether it be within the corporate structure of Twitch or within the policing systems that exist in the real world, and you're calling that person naive. I say this with the utmost conviction. Literally, take your own penis, wrap it right around, stretch it up, and go fuck yourself. I literally cannot express the disdain I feel for you disgusting, disgusting person.
And I don't think that this is a mindset that anyone else should adopt, and I primarily find this in passive white women. But in conclusion, my friend, people on the internet cannot help with your stalker.
Let me repeat. Here is a link. Report this video. Report this video. There was a link in the chat. This guy does not deserve to have a YouTube channel. He's disgusting, and he's gonna push people down a path to some really disgusting, harmful behavior.
Okay, maybe 4chan can, but I doubt that they're on your side. But people on the internet can't help with your stalker. The only person that can really do anything about that, if you are so terrified, is you. You have to protect yourself because no one else realistically can. Well, maybe your husband can, but you don't have a husband, so maybe you could go get a husband, and hopefully he has some gun safety training, except you're in the UK, so he's going to have to go purchase a sword. Maybe it might be a reverse blade katana, you know what I'm saying? Maybe an aluminum bat. I don't know. Long and short of it is, that's how you're going to get rid of your stalker. You put the fear of God in this person, and you make them understand that they may come to your house, but they ain't leaving. You put that fear into that person, and I'm pretty sure they ain't gonna come to your house no more. And if they come to your house, they...
Tucker White 94. I'm convinced, Hannah, you and Baja need to find a man to protect you from Stalker. Get on it. This was sarcastic. An Antipodian Squid with 100 bits. Can we please cleanse after this? Yeah, we'll do a cleanse. I'm probably gonna tweet this video, and then yes.
Once again, you make sure they ain't leaving. Sorry. Learn how to fight, man. I'm sorry. I'm sorry you have to defend yourself. I really am, but that's all I got for you. With that being said, I so hope you guys got something out of today's video, and if you did, man, you know, go and click the like button.
Okay, let me tweet this.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism. There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism. There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism. There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
Yeah. F that guy. Thank you. Oh boy, what else do we got? Oh shoot, did I miss some? Oh, holy crap. Wow. Oh, Jesus Christ, Batty Bell. Batty Bell gifting 10 tier 1 subs. Wow, thank you. And then MMO Addicted with 10 bits cleanse in the vein of the last one I sent. Buildings. Fictional build. Sure. Okay. Cool. Let me give you a link to this tweet, guys. Retweet this tweet. Because if we can get other people to like see this video, that would be probably good. Because this guy's messed the F up. Seriously.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
Here's a link to the vid. But yeah, that's Bass FZZ making an absolute fool of himself as usual. Let's do a cleanse. We can do this fictional buildings thing. We did the fictional ships a while back, and it was pretty cool.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
Not sure if you saw the previous bits. I might have missed it. Sorry. I did miss them. Sorry. How about a cleanse question? Hannah, chat, did you see Mars in the sky next to the moon Friday evening? I didn't. I didn't even know that was a thing that was happening. Sounds cool, though. And Lid with 10 bits, not sure if you saw my previous bits. Okay.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
The Krusty Krab. Oh, God, I don't like that. I really, really don't like that. I don't like thinking about the Krusty Krab as that size, even though obviously it would have to be. This is gross to me for some reason, having the Krusty Krab be this tiny, even though it's accurate. I don't like like, I don't like this. This has cursed energy. I know it's a crab trap. I just don't like it. I don't like it. Why does this make me feel uncomfortable? No, I'm not a fan of that either. Yeah, okay. How do we have the sizes for Shrek's Swamp House? Thanks for coming to the stream, the Meru-sama. Welcome, or, thanks for coming. I almost said welcome. My brain's fried after that last video. Extra features and size referencing from shots. Okay. Subnautica was fantastic. I agree. It doesn't run very well on my PS4. I'm hoping on PS5 it runs better, but Subnautica is a good game, man. Why not just get Subnautica on the PC? I don't like playing games on the PC. I get really uncomfortable sitting in my office chair and, like, playing games. I prefer console. Plus, I don't like keyboard mouse, and I know you can plug a controller in. I just don't like it. I don't like playing games on PC. Get a gaming recliner? That still sounds awful. I just don't like... I don't like sitting that close to the screen and... don't like... Star Citizen. Oh boy. You guys know about Star Citizen? It's a scam. What's Star Citizen? Star Citizen. Let me see if I can go to their shop page and show you how much they're selling ships for. Pledge store. Okay, so Star Citizen, for those of you who don't know, is a Kickstarter project started by the guy who made the Wing Commander series and some other stuff. And Freelancer. I forget his name. It's now the most expensive video game in the history of the world. And what I mean by that is it has raised over $300 million for its production. For scope, I think Red Dead Redemption 2 only cost $100 million to make or something like that. It has not come out. It's been in development since like 2012. And it's never going to come out. And on top of this, the people who are, like, in on this game, the people who, like, are super devoted to this game, it's almost like a cult. And in order to raise money for the development of the game, even though this is now the most expensive video game ever not made, in order to continue to raise funds, because clearly they've been going through the funds like crazy, and the reason this is going badly, too, is because it's being micromanaged by the guy who is the head of the development. For example, there was a guy who was a designer. He was like a character designer, and it was his job to make NPCs for the world. He said in, I think it was either 12 or 18 months, he was only able to get through 5 models, because every day the guy would come into his office and have him change things constantly. In a year of work at minimum, and it may have been 18 months, I don't remember, that in the time he worked there, he was only able to create 5 NPCs, and that was his whole job. Destiny is more expensive, $500 million? That's definitely untrue. Hold on. Most expensive game ever made. Most expensive games to develop. 135, 100. Why is this not? Is this an alphabetical order? Hold on. 15 most expensive games ever made. 1. Grand Theft Auto 5. Grand Theft Auto had a budget of $265 million. So that's the most expensive game ever made. It's also the most profitable media project ever, though. Star Citizen funding to date. What are they at currently? Is there a current? It's over 300 million. Do they not have a thing on their website that says current Star Citizen funding? I thought the last time I checked it was up to like 360 million or something. Oh, it's loading. $315 million. This is more expensive to produce than Grand Theft Auto 5, which I remind you was a game that actually released. Destiny did not cost $500 million. I don't know where you're getting that number from. Anyway, so part of the thing that I find most offensive about Star Citizen is this. Star Citizen is selling ships. Now you might think, oh, like microtransactions, right? They're going to sell me a ship for $5. No. These ships cost, let's see. This one's $100 if you want to fly this ship in the game, which isn't a game yet. This one's $65. This one's $45. Hold on. You got to see this. You ain't seen nothing yet. 65. Let's go from price low to high. Okay. So the low-end ships that they have right now for sale, many of which don't actually exist, right? They're just JPEGs. They haven't even made these things yet. So on the low end, we have, I just want ships. Just ships. Okay. $45 for this basic ship. This one's $60. $65, $65, $65, $75, $90, $115, $125, $125, $275. This ship, which is in a game that is not released, and this ship might not even be in the demo for the game yet, cost 1,100 real-life dollars. This is not the most expensive ship they've ever had for sale. Because these are all limited time. So you have to buy them now, otherwise you can't buy them later, okay? I think the most expensive ship they ever sold was $3,000. And people buy this. Buy this. Buy implies they've actually gotten some good. They have not.
There's nothing funny about the
That's pretty expensive for a game that'll never come out. You'd probably get more out of just lighting $100 on fire. At least you'll be able to enjoy the warmth of the flames for a few seconds. It's ridiculous. This game is... Squadron 42 might come out. That's the single-player version of the game. That's just like, you know... It's like Wing Commander. It's like a single-player game where you fly through space in your ships and you do stuff. But the actual Star Citizen game, which is supposed to be this like almost MMO where you have this galaxy with hundreds of star systems. By the way, they've only They only have one star system available right now, and it's only 75% done or something like that. And again, this game has been in development since 2012, and they're claiming that the game is going to have hundreds of star systems. This game's never coming out. Never, ever. And if it does come out, it's going to be nothing like they have promised, and everyone who spent money on these ships is going to be livid, or they're going to have so much sunk cost that they're just going to be like, no, it's fine, even though it's nothing like they said it was going to be. DM Trey, some D&D stuff for later. Okay, cool. Sweet. Save that for a cleanse later. Star Citizen is even if it's not, I don't think a scam requires malice, right? Like, I don't necessarily think they went into making Star Citizen thinking, we're gonna scam a bunch of people. I think it's an accidental scam in the sense that... ooh, look, a $3 ship. That's nice. Or wait, is that just a paint job? It's just a paint job. $3 for a paint job for your imaginary starship. Tucker White 94. When a movie studio does something like this, the film usually gets repossessed and auctioned off. Why doesn't this happen in video games? Well, they have no... This was crowdfunded. There's no studio to, like, get them in line and say, okay, this project isn't working. So as long as crazy people keep buying these $1,000 ships, and there's enough rich people out there who do this kind of thing, or people with poor impulse control, that the thing has gotten its funding. And at some point, I have a feeling one of two things is going to happen. They're going to push something out the door that's very incomplete. It might be very polished, because that's the thing. The guy who makes these games has a crazy attention to detail. I'm sure it'll be a nice looking game, but I think it's going to be pretty threadbare in terms of features, especially considering what they've said is going to be in the game. But that'll happen and people will be disappointed, except for the diehard cultists who have spent thousands and thousands of dollars, and their brain isn't going to let them realize it was, like, being overpromised the whole time. Or at some point they'll just run out of funding, and even the whales who give them thousands of dollars of ships will stop at some point, and they'll cancel development and basically have to write a letter and say, like, sorry everyone, we tried, we couldn't do it. And at that point everyone's just SOL. Everyone who spent thousands of dollars on these ships is just screwed. So this is basically the video game version of Food Fight. Similarly, yeah. It's the Bitcoin of video games. Yeah, there are a lot of comparisons you could draw. I've also heard it's the Fire Fest of video games. So it's ridiculous. Oh, there's also a whole thing about, like, the PR director for the company was secretly the wife of the guy who's in charge of all of this, and she wasn't qualified to be put in that position. And it seems from the way that she's gone about it, it's basically just a position that she's been given, but she doesn't really do. It's really messed up. There are whole videos on this on YouTube. I'm not gonna, like, retread stuff that people have already done, but it's just crazy. It's legit nuts how people still put money into this and think that this is reasonable. Because it's not. It's not at all. Like, if you want a space sim, there are competitors now, right? Like, I get if you don't like No Man's Sky because it's cartoony and it's got a pretty repetitive gameplay loop. I understand that. But, like, Elite Dangerous exists if you want, like, a more realistic-looking space sim with more depth. Star Citizen just isn't a real game. And they'll be like, oh, it's a real game, I can play it. There's, like, a demo, basically, where you can go around in the hangar, and you can get in your ship, and you can fly off and go to certain places within the one solar system that isn't completed. And there are some missions and stuff, but it's nowhere close to a completed game. And the fact that, like, people are still pumping money into this scam is so depressing. It's absolutely depressing. Anyway, I don't think I have a lot else to say about Star Citizen. I just find it incredibly, incredibly interesting. I think Down the Rabbit Hole has a video about Star Citizen, although it's out of date at this point. But there are other people who have done some pretty good Star Citizen videos. There's a guy who does a series called Sunk Cost Galaxy, which is a perfect name. It's a perfect name for his series. I respect that naming. He was actually an investor in Star Citizen, and I don't mean like someone who's bought a bunch of money on ships. I mean literally, he was brought in from the development team and was like, we want you to invest in the company in return for like shares in the company. And he says over $10,000 in the company, but over time he just realized what a absolute money pit scam this was, and he got out, and now he makes a YouTube series all about what a scam it is. It's pretty interesting. So if you want more information on that, definitely check out Sunk Cost Galaxy. Down the Rabbit Hole is great. I wish Down the Rabbit Hole put out more content, but I understand that it probably takes a lot of time to do the research and write what they do. So anyway, that's Star Citizen. Let's move on to some other actual chuds. We're already 2.5 hours in, and we've barely covered one chud. We should probably do at least one or two more. What's the Kickstarter refund policy? The Kickstarter's already been done for a long time, so you're definitely not getting your money back on that. And since the Kickstarter shut down, they've done all their funding through their own website, and they literally have gone to court with people over refunds because they just don't want to do it. Can we finish Fictional Buildings? Oh yeah, we were in the middle of that. Sorry. Kickstarter refunds only if it's proven they stopped working on it completely. That's cool. Okay, this is only 10 minutes long. Again, this is a video that Baja sent me. This is Alexander Grace, who I'm not familiar with. Apparently cannot afford a real microphone, so instead they have just zip-tied a lapel mic to a stick. Do you guys see that? It's like a zip-tied lapel mic, or it's just clipped on to some kind of stick, which is weird. If you want a mic to hold, get a mic you hold. What? Anyway, this is entitled, She Has to Love You More Than You Love Her. Yikes. I'm yikesing already.
So this video that we're about to watch is about how a relationship is not like...
Let's see. This says, Summer, 41 years old, 3 children, sports psychology consultant. Sarah, 42 years old, 2 children, Hakomi psychotherapist for women. What is Alexander Grace? Let me look at this channel and see what the about section says. Can you guys probably can't see that. Yeah. I accidentally got that out in a different tab. I'll read it anyway. The description of Alexander Grace's channel says, from the science of evolution, I explore the biological and psychological differences between men and women. The purpose is so that high-quality individuals can find each other and have healthy and functional relationships. The ethics I espouse are largely inspired by objectivism. Oh, Ayn Rand strikes again. Ayn Rand, I'll get you next time! Not interested in the bitterness or hatred towards women, I completely reject all forms of sexism. I understand that criticizing negative female behaviors can appear to be misogynistic, but the only intention is to help good, kind men avoid abusive relationships with low-quality women. High-quality women are amazing and deserve praise. All women featured on this channel are willing participants in the interviews and signed legal consent forms to allow the footage to be used. If you would like to reach me, please send me a DM over Patreon. Unfortunately, I don't have time to respond to all of the emails I receive. Email, blah, 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 email information. Toeen24, that mic That Mike means he's trying harder than Doyle and Jeremy combined. I don't know about that. The Hakomi method, this is their website or something. Hakomi Institute, the Hakomi method. Therapy is first about discovering. It's about who you are and about what your deepest emotional attitudes are. It's not just about who you think you are. It's not an opinion. It's not something you can know with the intellect. It's about who you are in the very heart of yourself. That's the flavor of psychotherapy. Discovering yourself, discovering your real attitudes towards the most important pieces of your life. Ron Kurtz, Hakomi founder. Hakomi Mindful Somatic Psychotherapy was first created in the late 70s by the internationally renowned therapist and author Ron Kurtz. In 1981, to develop the method and promote the teachings of Hakomi, Ron and a core group of therapists and educators founded the Hakomi Institute. Today, Hakomi trainings and workshops are presented throughout the world in North America, Europe, Japan, Latin America, Australia, and New Zealand, integrating scientific, psychological, and spiritual sources. Hakomi has evolved into a complex and elegant form of psychotherapy that is highly effective with a wide range of populations. The method draws from general systems theory and modern body-centered therapies, including Gestalt, psychomotor, Feldenkrais, focusing, Ericksonian hypnosis, neurolinguistic programming, and the work of William Reich and Alexander Lowen. Core concepts of gentleness, nonviolence, compassion, and mindfulness evolved from Buddhism and Taoism. At its most basic level, Hakomi is the therapeutic expression of a specific set of principles: mindfulness, nonviolence, unity, organic, and mind-body integration. These tenets inform every aspect of the work, and the first concern of Hakomi training is that our students embody these principles. It sounds almost culty. It sounds kind of culty, but like with a coat of psychological paint on it. You know what I mean? Like they're trying to hide that it's a cult over it being like some kind of psychological thing. Could be wrong. The Hakomi method is a form of mindfulness-centered somatic psychotherapy developed by Ron Kurtz in the 1970s. Approach and method. The Hakomi method combines Western psychology, systems theory, and body-centered techniques with the principles of mindfulness and nonviolence drawn from Eastern philosophy. Hakomi is grounded in 5 principles: mindfulness, nonviolence, organicity, unity, body-minded holism. These 5 principles are set forth in Kurtz's book, Body-Centered Psychotherapy. Some Hakomi leaders add 2 more principles: truth and mutability. The Hakomi method regards people as self-organizing systems, organized psychologically around core memories, beliefs, and images. This core material expresses itself through habits and attitudes that tend to guide people unconsciously. Hakomi is a method for helping people discover and recognize these patterns. The goal is to transform their way of being in the world through working with core material and changing core beliefs. Blah, 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 blah. Notes. The sources are literally just his own book and then another book co-authored by him. That concerns me. It feels like a page put together by people who perform it. I don't know.
Likely to succeed unless the woman likes the man more, at least at the beginning of a relationship. So,
yikes!
We're going to watch the video and then I'll get your reaction at the end.
Would you ever date a man less ambitious than yourself?
I think men should push you to be the best person you can, and I wouldn't want to date a man that's ambitious than me.
I'm not. Everyone can have their own standards, and that's perfectly fine, but I don't see those two things as incongruous. Like, having a partner that pushes you to be the best version of yourself doesn't mean they have to be more ambitious than yourself. Those are 2 independent variables, and I don't see how one... I can see how one might inform the other, but I don't see how them innately being more ambitious than yourself is required for them to push you to be a good person or a better version of yourself. Like, you can both be ambitious individuals, and I feel like the idea of even just saying general ambition is going to be muddy at best. Ambitious about what? Some people are ambitious about their careers. Some people are ambitious about their hobbies or other pursuits. Some people are more ambitious about their personal and interpersonal relationships, and that's fine. Saying that someone just has more ambition, kind of vague.
Because you don't really want anyone that hasn't got any ambition to go anywhere, do you? Or they won't be able to drive you, and you won't be able to motivate each other.
What is a good predictor of relationship success? Well, if you look online, you're going to find articles that say things like mutual trust, shared values, good communication skills. We also know that things like having a healthy self-esteem and a low partner count all contribute towards a relationship success. But in today's video,
a low partner count. Yikes.
I'm going to share with you one extremely important predictor of future relationship success that is not at all PC. This video is probably going to make a lot of people angry. They're probably in the comment section already. I take no particular pleasure in this, but we need to deal with reality. I would call this an essential ingredient. So if you want your relationship to thrive, you need to have this element. She needs to like you more than you like her.
Why? Why would you want that? I'm not going to say that in every relationship, and this is even something you can measure, so it's kind of a weird thing to even talk about. Like, I'm sure if we somehow had a way of measuring how much one person loves another person, I would imagine relationships would have, like, somewhat differing, like, levels. Although I'd imagine in most relationships, they're about the same, right? Why would it be your ideal to be in a relationship with someone who loves you more than you love them? That sounds awful. Why would you want that?
She should be more invested in the relationship than you are.
What? Why?
If she is, then there is a good chance that the relationship is going to work. If she's not, and you're the more interested party, there is a good chance that the relationship is not going to succeed. I know that that sucks, and that it seems like it's just one of these cruel jokes.
It's not that it does suck, but it's also just not true? Why do you think, and I'm sure you'll go on to explain, but I need to illustrate, at this point in the video, you've offered no reason for me to think that what you're saying is true. So it just comes off as weird?
In the universe. Why is it that when you like something a lot, it seems to move away from you? But unfortunately, reality doesn't care about our abstract notions of what's fair. And trust me, if you want your relationship to succeed, you need to make sure that she likes you more than you like her.
Why? Why would the gender of the person in the relationship who has stronger feelings have some sort of correlation to successful or non-successful relationships? Colston with 15 bits. The reason why is because she'll be more attracted to you if you like her less. One day you should go do a MGTOW deep dive because their lingo is insane. Ugh.
Okay, so let me explain why this is and also add some caveats. Understand that it doesn't need to stay this way. And it won't. As the relationship progresses and you develop more and more trust with each other, you invest more time, create shared memories. As long as things continue to go well and you both maintain your self-esteem and remain committed to being high quality people, then the difference in who likes who more is going to start to fade. Eventually, in a healthy long-term relationship, both people are going to like each other the same amount. But it doesn't start that way.
Why?
To begin with, she needs to like you more.
Why?
The biological facts of the situation is that parental investment from women is way more intense than it is for men. If she gets pregnant, then she is massively vulnerable. She has 9 months of carrying this fetus around, and even after she gives birth, she has to look after that child. She can't go hunting, she can't build her own shelter. She relies on other people to ensure her own survival.
Hey, bud. I don't know how to break this to you, but as the Joker pointed out so eloquently, we live in a society. It's not 10,000 BC. People aren't hunting for their meals anymore, bud. Logarth with 10 bits. High quality people is a dog whistle too. Woof, woof, woof.
Now, of course, there should be a man in the picture. Somebody...
I don't even need to say current year argument. How about current millennia argument?
Helping raise the child and providing for the family. But physically, a man doesn't get pregnant, and he can always leave. Many men do. The end result of this discrepancy in our biology means that men are just less invested in their partners than women are. That's natural. For a
That's disgusting.
woman, especially a pregnant woman, her man is everything. The man is the one who protects them. He's the one who feeds them, the one who shelters them.
You know that there are relationships where this isn't the case, right? There are people who have, like, stay-at-home dads and a mother who, like, is the breadwinner. Like, doesn't that put a wrench in the entirety of your belief system that that exists? Why do you think that human beings are still slave to some, like, ancient weird drive that's like, me get pregnant, me need man bring food? Like, no, that's not how people are socialized, and that's not how people live their lives nowadays. So, why do you think you should use that as an organizing principle for your relationships when it's been outdated for centuries?
Without him, she would be vulnerable to violence, rape, starvation. She needs the man to stick around in order for her to be safe. And with so much riding on that, you can see that the choice of partner is probably the biggest choice that women are ever going to make.
Look, the choice of partner is one of the biggest decisions anyone is going to make. It's not about being a man or a woman. If you decide to spend your life with someone, that's a huge decision, right? But acting as though because someone's a woman, that is automatically the biggest decision they will ever make is fucked up. That's really, really backwards thinking. And I hate people like this who try and wrap up their weird sexist ideology and be like, this is a bio-truth. This is just evolution says that this is the case, even though it doesn't. It doesn't say that at all. They just think that if they, like, reskin their weird MGTOW sexist ideology in, like, a wallpaper of, like, oh, evolution, biology, hunter-gatherer, these are all concepts people think are vaguely scientific. They think that it makes their argument look stronger. And to a lot of people who are stupid, it does, unfortunately. Even though they've not really evidenced any of the claims they're making. As long as they say, like, oh, this is just this is a biological truism. This is, you know how evolution's a thing? This is a thing related to that, even though it isn't. No. Bud, not gonna fly here.
The woman makes
a... Stonecore Bell with 20 bits. It's just so stories through a It's just... so stories through a pseudoscience lens. So stories. I don't know what that means.
Wise choice, and chooses a really good guy, a sensible, reliable, strong man. That can be amazing. It means an entire lifetime of happiness, of security. But likewise, if she chooses a loser man, somebody who can't be trusted, somebody who's not reliable, somebody who's weak, she can live her entire life in...
Oh, just so stories. It's like fables, things you just know. Ah, gotcha.
Absolute misery.
I haven't really heard that turn of phrase, just so stories.
In a worst case scenario, back in Tribeman days, choosing an inferior male partner actually means death, both for her and her children. Now,
hey, good news, Alexander. It's the year of our Lord 2020. And that's not how things work anymore. So you can throw this all in the trash.
If you've been connecting the dots, around this time you'll start to think, but this doesn't make sense. If she's so concerned with her survival, then why is it that she wouldn't want to be with a man who has the strongest level of devotion to her. Surely if the man likes her more than she likes him, that means that he's utterly infatuated with her and is definitely going to stick around and provide. It would seem as though women should have a preference for the man who has the strongest preference for them.
It's almost like you can take this sort of biological essentialist bullshit and apply it in any way you see fit, because none of it's based on actual evidence and you're just using it as an excuse to make your argument look legitimate. Like, I could, again, use what you just said and said, well, it seems like it should be that way. Well, what if I just said that? What if I just did what you're doing and I said, well, obviously women, because they are looking for strong men to protect them and they want devotion, then really women should want men to love them more than the woman loves the man. And if I say, oh, it's just biological essentialism, it's common sense, then my argument has exactly the same level of evidence that you have provided, which is to say none. All you've done is argue, I think this is true, here's how I think it relates to evolution, which is not an argument because you haven't evidenced that evolution actually dictates that women behave this way relative to their male counterparts. No, anyone can do this. Anyone can do this. Like, what if I said, like, well, you can do this with any concept. Imagine if I started going on the internet and I said something along the lines of, biologically, women can only have one child at a time, but men can just be, spreading their genetic material to all sorts of different women. So biologically, as a truism, men should just sleep with a lot of different women, and actually monogamy is terrible, and anyone who thinks it is going against evolution. Rightfully, people would be like, what are you talking about? That's not how people work. Like, just because you say, oh, this is a biological truth, doesn't mean it is the case, right? Rightfully, I would be criticized for that, just like this guy should be. You can't just take any random fringe argument that you have and try and wallpaper it with, like, a Darwin coat of paint and be like, oh, my argument's legitimate now. I invoked evolution. I win.
But it's not that simple, and women intuitively understand that it's not that simple. You have to ask the uncomfortable question, what kind of man is more devoted to a woman than she is to him? And the answer is a weak man. Psychologically...
And there's a leap. Why do you associate a man who loves his partner, who is devoted to his partner, with weakness? Why are you associating these two things? This is something an incel says. This is something a MGTOW weirdo says. Why are you, who's trying to position themselves as, oh, I'm not MGTOW, I'm not an incel, I'm just using biological truth to tell people how relationships should be? How can you say this when saying something as vacuous as, if you're a man and you care about your partner, you're weak? Think about that. Really. Really think about that and get back to me.
We know that a man who puts a woman at the center of his world has probably got self-esteem issues.
Loving your partner means self-esteem issues. What?
Has probably still in need of some kind of psychological validation. He probably has attachment trauma left over from his childhood and is still looking.
Or he's a human being who is in love with a partner that they care about. What? Actually, did you... I honestly thought it would be harder to talk about this guy than it is. It really isn't. Oh, you actually care about your girlfriend? Attachment trauma. You sound like an idiot.
Looking for some kind of mother figure. For a man to be more dependent on a woman than she is on him is not normal. It indicates that something has gone wrong with this man, and women know that. Women don't want to be the same.
Why are you associating with caring about someone as dependence? Do you understand that you could have healthy connections to other people that aren't caused by trauma?
center of a man's world. They don't want to mother their boyfriends. That's not what they're looking for. So yes, the man who likes her more than she likes him might stick around. He might be utterly devoted, but if he's a
MMO addicted with 10 bits. So you have normal human emotions that are not scarred, not a scared sociopath. Pretty cringe, bruh. Andrew Dickerson with 18 bits. It's because wife bad. This is the mindset created by boomers who hate their wives with a passion, and this guy is just trying to give a scientific explanation. Yeah, seems a little bit like it.
weak man, well, what's the point? Is he going to be effective in his masculinity? Is he going to be strong? Is he going to be capable? Women certainly don't think so, and they're not wrong. You see, women are intuitively aware of their own limitations. They see all of the chaos in the outside world, and they intuitively know they're not up to the task. All these struggles and obstacles.
He's unironically making the argument that actually the women's, all the women out there, did you know that intrinsically they know their shit and can't deal with the real world like an adult? How can you argue this unironically and not realize what a jackass you sound like?
They feel inferior in the face of all of that. That is what a man is for. To provide strength, to provide leadership, to help her get past all of those struggles. So
hear that, every female congressperson or prime minister? Fuck you! Get back in the kitchen. It's the man's job to lead. Men doing a great job. That's why there's never been any wars in history. That's why there's been very little conflict. There's been very little destruction. It's all been good. This is really good.
A man that seems more dependent on her than she is on him seems weak, pitiful, contemptible. She thinks, yuck, what is the point of this man? I'm looking for a guy who can protect me. I'm looking for a guy with strength. And
how about they're a human being that you have a connection with? What is this? This is so weird to me. Like, again, I'm trans. So I guess I just can't relate to like a cis dude. I'm a trans woman. Why would men be okay in society with being told, oh, by the way, just so you know, it's your job. This is why I don't understand sexism either, because a lot of it is so slanted in such a way that it not only hurts women, but it hurts men. Imagine being told in society, by the way, just so you know, it's your job to do everything. You gotta go to work. You gotta pay the bills. You have to go to war. You are the leader. And if we're getting mugged, you're the one who gets stabbed. And they're like, yeah, this sounds good. This sounds really good. Why? These backward, like, conservative gender roles harm everyone. This is what I don't understand. Why be on board with this? Antipodian Squid with 100 bits. I wonder how this guy feels about non-binary people and where they fit in relationships. I'd imagine he just doesn't think non-binary people exist. Yeah.
Independence. But in this weak man, I don't see any of that. All I see is this devotion, which doesn't feel good. In fact, it feels parasitic. Now, there is no...
Ladies, is it parasitic when your boyfriend or husband loves you? Yeah, nothing gets me drier than the love of my partner.
No shortage of guys out there who are ready to demonize women. They say things like, I gave her everything, I was completely, utterly devoted to me, and she didn't care for me at all. She just took it all for granted, and she dumped me. This is proof of how cruel and heartless women are. But the fact that she breaks up with men like that doesn't prove anything. This is just biology, and trust me, you're a man,
it's just biology. I don't have to justify any of the things I'm saying as long as I just say, this is just biology. Genius. It's the best dodge in the history of dodges.
Right now, but if you were born into the body of a woman, you would have the exact same instincts. I know that it seems counterintuitive, but if you hold back at the beginning of a relationship and don't seem too keen, not too ready to commit, That's actually a good thing. She will be grateful for what you're doing. You're not being mean for holding back. That's what she wants. You're doing her a favor. By demonstrating your independence, you are reassuring her that you're a top quality guy, somebody who she is safe to invest in.
I didn't notice that. The Patreon says it includes not safe for work content. What content does this guy have that's not safe for work? Yikes.
If you want your new relationship to work, she should be the one texting you more often. She should be more keen to hang out all the time.
Hey, how about this? How about you talk to someone like a human being? None of this playing hard to get bullshit. Does anyone even like the, game playing in terms of dating? No one likes that stuff except for psychos. Just talk like a human being to another person. Stop trying to play, games and being like, oh, I need to navigate these biological truisms. Just talk like a person.
The one pressuring you for a label for your relationship.
Private consultations available. Ooh.
Wanting it to be exclusive. In summary, she should be the one chasing you. She should like you more than you like her.
This is so weird, too, because he's framing this as some sort of biological essentialism when it flies in the face of traditional relationship dynamics. Traditional relationship dynamics, as they've existed in the United States, don't tend to be women chasing men. It tends to be men chasing, courting women. And that's not, good either. I think you should do whatever you want in terms of, if you're interested in someone, regardless of your gender, you should go ahead and, pursue them in a reasonable adult fashion, you know? As long as they're receptive. And if you get a no, that's a no, and you back the fuck off like a normal human being. But, this idea that actually, did you know women should be pursuing you is counterintuitive to the traditional conservative viewpoint that men are dominant and therefore should pursue and have interest in women and then court them into having interest in return. So even though he's framing it as a biological essentialist worldview, it's antithetical to what is the traditional biological truism in terms of, conservatism in the West. It's very strange.
Said before, it won't stay this way. In a long-term relationship, if you're both high-quality people, that discrepancy will fade and you'll both like each other equally. At that point, in an emotionally mature relationship, the idea that one person likes the other person more and there needs to be this difference, it just seems completely ridiculous. But at the start of a relationship, it is not ridiculous. It is very, very important. She wants to admire you. She wants to respect you. She wants to feel as though you are better than she is. That's what she wants. So give it to her.
No! No! No one wants in a relationship to feel like intrinsically that, for one thing, painting anyone, and I shouldn't even say no one, because I'm sure there are some people who feel like this. There's 8 billion people on the planet. There's almost 8 billion people on the planet. Trying to cut them in half by, gender and saying, this half wants this half wants that, makes you look like an idiot because you're speaking for literally 4 billion people. UNVKN OPIV. Sorry if I'm... Uvican OPIV. I'm not sure which it is. Thank you for following. Welcome to the stream. Taking 50% of the population being like, this 4 billion people like this and this 4 billion people like this is stupid and reductionist. People are... unique is probably not the right word, because there are groups of people who more or less you could put in certain groups and say these kind of people like this, and you're literally defining them by the thing you're defining. I'm not saying you should correlate someone's race or gender or religious beliefs or anything to some other. I'm saying let's say someone likes their partner to be more dominant, then those people like that, and they're distinct from other people despite the fact that other people might share their gender, right? The idea that you're saying all people in this group like this in relationships is stupid unless you're literally talking about these people who like this. Asinine. Hello, Daddy Sume. Welcome.
My first thoughts are fuck you.
Oh, good. Yeah. That's pretty much my first thought, too. I didn't want to say that, but thank you.
Fair enough. Your first thoughts, are they the same?
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Okay, so that's a strong reaction. Let's expand. Why should we fuck me?
Well, I think if we were to strip away that whole middle content of your video and just go at the beginning and at the end, I think the point that you make is probably pretty accurate according to what you're saying. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. When I first meet someone, I am instantly drawn to characters of strength. Somebody who's going to hold me in their arms and support me, right? Yeah. Somebody who's going to protect me against the baddies.
I was traveling with this older man and he was 50. And he said, oh, young guys, like, they're stupid. They'll all just, his term was, do their balls in over you. They'll just, you know, and he's like, and then you're just not interested, are you? And I'd never heard that term before. And I was like, oh, yeah, that's what it is. Like when they're just suddenly like a puppy dog and you know, and.
No one likes desperation, but that's not what we're talking about. We're not talking about people harassing you constantly when you're not interested. He's talking about literally in any situation having less care for someone in a relationship with you than they have for you. That's very strange, and he's gendering the concept.
And there is a thing in a relationship where I'd then be a bit like, oh, okay, that's enough, you know, and I'd start seeking out for that kind of stronger sense of leadership again. So I can relate to what you're talking about.
I reckon we'll have...
Well, there you go. He found two women and had a long conversation with them, and then he edited down 30 seconds that made it sound like they agreed with him, except for the part where they said, fuck you. So he nailed it. Good job. Is that your... should I get my own microphone stick? I guess I don't need one. I have an actual microphone, but kind of want a microphone stick.
Have to agree to disagree on that one, because I think that devotion and like over the top devotion is so much more unattractive on a man than it is on a woman, and that there's a huge gender disparity that a man will tolerate a lovesick woman because he's got his own stuff kind of going.
They're not even agreeing with him. Why did he put them in the video?
On just a lot more naturally.
He's literally mansplaining this. This is what mansplaining is, if you want to know. He literally was alone in a room and he said his thing, and then he showed that to them, presumably because they're talking about the video, so I think he just showed them what he recorded over here. And then they're saying, no, I mean, there's some concepts in there that I might agree with, but on the whole, you're wrong. And he's saying, actually, penis haver here, I think I know better than you.
Lovesick man is just gross to women. That's been my experience, and I'll let Summer comment on that one. Do you disagree with me?
I don't.
That's certainly a cut.
I don't know. Like, it's just... I think it really depends.
Oh my god, and he fades out just as she's about to qualify and probably disagree with him. Oh, this guy's terrible.
No rash.
Hello. Welcome to the Chud bookmark folder. Look at his banner. Oh boy. I feel like this guy, in terms of lol cow, I feel like we can probably milk him a little bit. So we'll come back to him another day. A guide to the modern housewife. Do. Okay, do you want to do Women Don't Care About You? A guide to the modern housewife, or honest truths about female nature that women will never tell a man? What do you think? Good night, Pseudo-Sapien. Thanks for coming to the chat. Or the stream, although you're in the chat. Thanks for coming. Have a good night. Honest truths, honest truths. Oh god, the honest truths one is winning. Is this someone people recognize? Is that why they're voting for it? I'm not familiar with this guy. Again, Baha curated the videos for today, which I appreciate. Thank you, Baha. Okay, this one wins. So let's see what this is about. 4 honest truths about female nature that women would never tell a man. What's this guy's name? Living a life of abundance.
This video, I want to break down and give you guys some clarification and understanding about the biggest difference between the man and the woman. And not a lot of women are going to tell you this because they want guys to be naive to their nature. And a lot of guys don't have a clear understanding.
Yeah, if I know anything about other women, it's that they really don't want men to understand their feelings. Sure, that makes sense.
About this topic and about female nature. And this video is supposed to inform you. It's supposed to awaken you to how the world really is. This video is supposed to knock you off of your rockers. And fellas, and I don't want this video to be like, oh, I told you, I don't want to date these girls because they're skanks. I don't want to do this. The point of this video is here to inform you. And it's supposed to give you the knowledge to become the best version of yourself and help you chase excellence. So number 1 on the list, a woman is incapable of loving a man.
I don't understand this level of like, I'm going down in hats as this goes on for headache reasons.
There's nothing funny about
Antipodian Squid with 100 bits. Get woke to female nature. The level of intensity a lot of these MGTOW dudes have in terms of like, listen up, folks. Let me tell you how to live the best alpha life. And I'm just like, man, can't we just like eat pizza and play video games? Like, yeah, as long as you're making a like, I don't get it. I have a significant other that I love very much. I make a living. I'm happy for the most part. I deal with depression, but you know, I'm all right. Why you gotta be like, it's time to get ripped in life? Let me tell you how to be a Sigma. Like, why? Just be a person, man. What is with all of this? Just stop.
On how he wants to be loved. How a woman falls in love with a man is she falls in love with him opportunistically. A woman is more concerned about a man's future while a man is more concerned about a woman's past. Let me say that again. A woman is more concerned about a man's future while a man is more concerned about a woman's past.
You should probably care about the future of your partner regardless of your gender or their gender. Like, if you care about that person, shouldn't you care about what their plans for the future are and how you're going to factor into them? And in terms of the past, I'm guessing he's just gonna say, like, he's just talking about past sexual partners, which I guess you should care in the sense that, like, yeah, it's great to make sure that everyone in a relationship has been tested and is clean, and that's great. But, like, outside of that, it's not really any of your business, like, how many people your partner has slept with or who they've slept with. It just doesn't matter. The fact, like, there is no moral degradation involved in having past partners any amount, whether it's 0 or 1 or 100, as long as, like, you were safe and it was all consensual. It's fine. Who cares?
Let me tell you guys something that's pretty funny, pretty preposterous, but unfortunately it's the cold, hard, honest truth. A woman has little to no concern if a man has slayed 10,627 butt cheeks in his life. She does not.
I think that's going to be pretty dependent on a person. I think it's a good idea just to not, like, care as long as someone's, like, again, clean and everything was consensual. Great. Whatever you did, that's awesome. Happy for you. Don't care. That's not necessarily going to be other people's opinion, though. Like, I'm sure there are some men, a lot of men probably, that, like, view their significant other's sexual past and have some, like, weird, like, hang-ups about it because they're insecure. And there may also be, like, some women who do the same, right? But, like, who cares? Who cares? It's going to be dependent on the individual. Different individuals have different standards and different concerns about their partners. Again, let's stop trying to group 4 billion people on the planet as all believing the same thing or thinking the same things or holding the same standards about their partners. It's ridiculous.
I care if he was in the Bahamas, went on a cheek slaying demolition where he had orgies and threesomes, where he had one girl sucking on the left ball holding a coconut, another girl sucking on the right ball feeding him grapes, and another girl sucking his shaft and riding his flesh rocket. She does not care about that.
Do we need to be so graphic? Why?
As a matter of fact, she will find him more desirable just because girls want him, because it's social status. Fellas, this...
God, again of this BS, like, if a bunch of women want this man, you're gonna want him more, because women are... I don't even know. I don't even know what to call that. Women are
funny about the tools
it's like a TV commercial where you're watching someone enjoy a delicious Coca-Cola and they go, ah, and you're like, now I want a Coca-Cola. I want to be refreshed. It's like that, but with someone's dick. Wind chanter. Uh-oh, girls, watch out. This guy sexes.
This is the cold, hard, honest truth. A woman does not care about a man's sexual past. All she cares...
Again, I'm sure there's plenty of women who do. Like, again, you're grouping 4 billion people and saying they don't care about this thing when I'm sure some do. It's going to be dependent on the individual.
About is, can she see a future with him? Can this guy provide protection? Can this guy provide security if she has...
Again, here comes the weird idea that men's entire role is protection. Like, they're the bulletproof vest. If we're getting mugged, you better prepare to get stabbed. Otherwise, you are not fulfilling your role as a man. That's incredibly unhealthy as an attitude. Antipodian Squid. Now I want a Coca-Cola. Nice.
Kids with him. Can this man rise to the challenge? Does this man have ambition? She wants a man who is very good at fixing problems, because in the back of these females' delusional minds and brains, she wants a man to come into her life and fix all of her problems and her troubled past. But as a matter of fact, some of these girls are the problem. And fellas, a female does not want a weak man, a weak beta man who just plays the victim role and just feels sorry for himself. As a man, you're supposed to rise to the challenge. You should become the best version of yourself, because how a female looks as a man is, females look at guys as success objects and guys look at females as sex objects. That's just...
How about healthy people, regardless of their gender, should view their partners as human beings and not as any kind of object? That'd be good.
The truth. So this is why you should always become the best version of yourself. When a woman is looking at you, she's looking at, can I see a future with this guy? Can I build with him? So fellas, this is the...
You should be considering that in any relationship you're in. Really? This isn't like a fault of women if you're saying that women, and again, I think this is inaccurate to group all women in the entire world into one box. But if we're doing it for some stupid reason, are you saying it's a fault to think about your partner and be like, do I have a future with this person? No, that's just like due diligence as a person in a relationship. What are you talking about? Why are you phrasing this as if it's like on par as treating women as a sex object? Because it's not. Like, everyone should be looking at their partner and saying, do I have a future with this person? And even if you don't, if you're both on the same page and you're just having like a fling, that's fine. That's your business. But like, you should be making these judgments as an adult person about your relationships. The fact that you're comparing being responsible to like you viewing your partner as a whole to fuck is the worst kind of false equivalence. Wind chanter, what if being objectified is my kink? Well, then that's something that you do consensually with people that you have agreed with. Agreed to it with, rather.
Cold hard honest truth. Female nature is designed to wipe out all the weak men. That is...
Oh boy. Doing a bad job.
The cold...
I've seen so many MGTOW and incel people, so... if women can speed this up, cis women in particular, please do so. That'd be great.
Hard, honest truth. And fellas, on the contrast, while a woman is looking at a man for a future, a man is focused on a woman's past. Why? Because no man wants to be with a girl who belongs to the streets. Because, fellas, it's very important that a man pays attention to a woman's dating history. Because no man wants to be with a girl where her wop has been ran through and destroyed.
I don't know how to break this to you, bud. But your dick isn't so magic that you've destroyed someone's genitalia with it. What is with this thing with certain men that they think that their dick is so powerful and so magic that it somehow intrinsically changes the quality of the genitals of the person that they're having sex with? Bud, I don't even think you probably made her come, much less being able to intrinsically change the quality of her as a person through her genitalia.
Because those type of girls belong to the streets. Because the more sexual partner a girl has, it's damn near impossible for her to pair bond with you because she's too busy
pair bond. Like we're birds. You pair bond. You know how humans are. We pair bond with each other like Era Cochran's in Jake's D&D game.
Pair bonding with too many dicks. So fellas, men are success objects. Women are sex objects. Point blank.
No. Assholes perceiving people that way doesn't make them that. Women are people. Men are people. And that's the level at which you should engage with them in a relationship. If anyone goes into any relationship viewing their partner primarily as either a sex object or a success object, then that relationship is messed up. And it's not going to end well. Even if they stay together, not going to be a happy relationship. Stop with this, please. This is, like, painful.
Blank period. That is the cold, hard, honest truth. And number 2 on the list is that females have an unrealistic dating expectation for a man. Because let me tell you guys something. I work with this girl. She's about 37. She's way past over her prime. Her WAP has probably been...
I'm sure your place of employment would love to hear about how you're literally objectifying a fellow employee and calling them past their prime when they're not even 40, you freaking asshole.
Funny about the tools of capitalism.
Personal anecdotes. Yeah.
Ran through, destroyed, crushed, and dismantled by the alphas. This is why she's single. And she also has 2 kids. She's a little bit on the overweight side. And this girl, out of her delusional...
And your personality's disgusting. Are we just gonna list people's flaws?
...mind thinks she's still entitled to a 6-figure guy with ripped 6-pack abs, look like David Hasselhoff and Arnold Schwarzenegger. And fellas, she wants a man who's...
Arnold Schwarzenegger, one of your most recent, like, pop culture touchstones that you can relate to, and Arnold hasn't been, like, in shape. I mean, he's in shape for his age, but Arnold's been old for, like, 30 years.
6 feet tall, has a 6-inch flesh rocket. Man, these girls want to be dating the devil. 6'6".
6-inch. Kind of telling on yourself there, but okay.
6'6", just absolutely delusional. She's past her prime. And believe it or not, we have some of these girls who listen to Megan Thee Stallion, Cardi B, and this new song called WAP. It makes girls believe that they're still entitled to a 6-figure man when some of these girls are cashier at Walmart's, make 9...
What? The song is just, it's a funny song about getting laid. What?
$67 an hour, have 3 kids from 3 different baby daddies, and she still thinks she's entitled to a high-value man just because she has a thing between her legs. Absolutely delusional. And not only this, the evolution of social media has raised women's ego out of this roof. We have girls who are 6s and 7s who look like land whales, but they feel like they are the Queen of England because of social media and all these beta male simp manginas giving them such free attention and free validation. Some of these girls' egos are over their heads. It's crazy because the evolution of social media has put women on a pedestal.
No, not really.
So this is why women have
MMO addicted with 10 bits. He sure is Dr. DAP. or Dr. Dapper, even my saliva all dried up and evaporated when he started speaking.
Realistic dating expectations for a man. She wants, man, we have a girl who looks like a lamb whale, who looks like a gay Tarzan with some titties. She still thinks she's entitled to a...
Hey, bud, let's not insult people's looks. I'm not gonna do so, but if I wanted to, I count at least 3 things I could make fun of outright just looking at you. I'm not going to do it because I'm an adult person, and that's very petty. But, like, play with fire, get burned. Let's not, like, make fun of people's looks, okay? Unless... I was gonna say unless you're, like, a model, but even then, no, you shouldn't make fun of people's looks, period. You're an adult. Act like an adult.
Man who is charismatic, who is funny, who is outgoing, who has ripped six-pack abs, who has a dick longer than Mandingo's. It's crazy. Women have unrealistic dating...
That was racist.
Expectations because of social media. This is why I think social media is the devil, because it brainwashes people. It gives people false evidence about things. So fellas, this is why social media and women have just unrealistic dating expectations for a man. And the next thing on the list is number 3. Number 3 is going to be a rocker for some of you guys. So a woman will try to sell her purity to a man, while a man will try to sell a woman his utilities. The reason why a woman will try to sell her purity to a man, because she does not want...
Sell her purity to a man.
Want to come off as a 304, you know what, a slut, because society really shamed women for that. She's not going to tell you how many guys she's been with.
Oh, that's the name of an actual porn star? I hope that's what he was referring to.
With how many cobras she has sucked, how many alphas she been ran through.
Dude, why do you care? Are you that insecure that your partner having previous sexual partners is that disturbing to you? Like, adult people have other sexual partners. Not always, but many of them do. And that's fine. That's fine. Like, do you think that you're... And I say this, you know, rhetorically, but I'm sure his answer would be, yes, I do expect this. Do you expect there to be some woman out there who's never met you, who's literally just like, there's a man out there for me, and I'm going to remain pure as freshly lain snow, and I won't have any giant, massive 6-inch penises penetrate me just for this person that I don't know exists? Yay! Do you see how that's asinine and ridiculous? And you expect someone who doesn't even know you exist to save themselves for you when you aren't even willing to do the same?
There's nothing funny about
you sound like a child. Wind Chanter with 10 bits. As someone who is on the cusp of 30 and has only had a handful of sexual encounters, I would very much prefer a partner that has more experience than I do. Sure. Different people are going to have different things, and that's fine, you know? If you're into someone with more experience, great. If you're into someone with less, I guess that's fine too. But again, like, justifying your value of a human being based on that is disgusting.
So she's not going to tell all the guys that, but a lot of beta males are naive to female nature and they're going to believe it. Because if you understand female nature, naturally a woman is going to have more body count than the average guy. Whatever your body count is, I want you to multiply it by 1,000,000. That's how much her body count is. Some of these girls are freaky as hell, but they're not going to tell you. So they're probably going to tell you, oh, I'm a good girl, I'm a Christian, I want to wait for marriage. They'll do whatever it takes. They will try to sell purity to lock down the highest value male as possible. Because girls know that no guy wants a girl who has been ran through, where her wop is destroyed, dismantled, and crushed. So she tries to sell...
How do you think vaginas work? How do you think, like, a woman's genitalia, whether we're talking about, like, vagina or labia or anything, how do you think it works that having sex, the thing that it has evolved to do, is somehow damaging to it? This would be like, imagine if I said, like, oh, all these dudes out here sleeping with so many women makes their dicks tinier. All that friction, it's just rubbing layer after layer off of their penis, and that's why we got so many men out here with tiny dicks. Like, it's ridiculous. That's not how things work. What are you talking about?
Her period.
Bobbin for giblets, body count, flesh rocket, cobra. This guy really has a bottomless pit of sex metaphors, yeah.
Fellas, guys, there's no such thing as a good girl. The bad one has just been caught. Because if you understand female nature, they will cheat. They will lie. They will do whatever it takes. A woman will jump from guy to guy, kind of like hopscotch, kind of like a monkey on a branch. She will swing from guy to guy, kind of like a monkey in the Amazon jungles. And the strongest branch she can hang on, that is the guy she is going to be with, because naturally in female hypergamy.
Hypergamy is the belief that these delusional children who've never spoken to an actual woman in their life think that your average woman will sleep with like hundreds and hundreds of men in their lifetime. I'm not kidding. They actually believe this shit.
A woman wants to be with
Andrew Dickerson with 10 bits. Does he not know that vaginas are built to withstand an infant skull going through it? Right.
With the most strongest guy. The guy with the most strongest features, the jawline. The guy who's the most attractive to her. The guy who's most in shape. The guy who can provide protection and security. That is the guy she is going to be with. So this is why I always tell you guys to work on the self-improvement.
Isn't average lifetime partners like 8? Yeah, but they think all women are lying about it. They're delusional. And they're letting their insecurity, like, completely color their worldview into delusion.
Be the most highest valuable male you can be. Focus on becoming the better version of yourself, because if you understand female nature, they will jump from guy to guy. They will cheat. They will manipulate. They will use the strongest thing that they have, their most powerful weapon. I'm not talking about a bazooka or Hiroshima. I'm talking about the thing between her legs. That is what a woman uses to get what she wants. It's called manipulation. It's a part of her nature. So she'll try to sell you this purity, oh, she is a good girl and all that crap, but a bunch of it's all bullocks. While a man would try to...
You mean bollocks? Bullocks? Like Harvey Bullock? Who works for the Gotham Police Department? Maybe get your words right.
Sell his utilities. Oh, you know, I have this, I have that, I can provide this for you. It's crazy because a man will give all his fortune away to a woman, while a woman would...
Bobbin for Giblet says, I knew a feminist that dated a guy like this. It was really weird. Yikes. And yes, I see you, Daddy Sume.
Not give a dime to the guy. She probably feeds the guy scraps. Fellas, you have to be smarter. This is why I made this video, to awaken you to these type of things. And the last and final thing on the list, number 4. This is going to be a tough pill to swallow for a lot of guys. Fellas, if she breaks up with you or she flakes on you, you're not her first options, because nowadays women have so many flesh rockets.
I mean, technically, yeah, if someone breaks up with you, you're not their first option because they've broken up with you because they don't want to be in a relationship with you. What? That doesn't mean that in every relationship with you that you are in, if you are still in the relationship, that you are not their first option. If you're dating them, good news, you're their first option. It's why they're dating you. If that relationship ends, then it ends, and that's also fine. Be an adult and realize that adults get into relationships, and sometimes they work, and sometimes they don't, and that's okay. You don't need to take it like that personally and think it's an affront to your personhood.
So many dicks lined up all the way to the Empire State Building for her. If she flakes on you or she breaks up with you, she probably found something better. And you should never agree to be a woman's second option, because a woman's second option, what she is going to do is she's going to use you for free attention so you can feed her ego. This is a tough pill to swallow, because I always tell you guys to always be with a girl who shows interest. Always be with the girl who, because let me tell you something about attraction. Let me tell you guys how attraction works. Because if a girl likes you, she will open doors for you, and all you have to do is walk through them. So if anytime you guys feel that you guys are, You guys feel you guys have to chop down a tree, move mountains just to get her on a date? You are not her first option. And
what relationship are you in that, like, you have to... And I feel like this is this guy telling on himself a little bit. That he thinks, like, if you have to chop down a tree and move a mountain to get her on a date with you... Dude, are you in a lot of relationships where, like, you have a hard time getting your significant other to go out with you? If that's the case, they probably don't like you very much. Like, that's not a... That doesn't sound like a healthy relationship. You're not talking about a normal relationship. You're probably talking about a situation where you, in particular, have gone on a few dates, and over time, they realize what an awful person you are, because obviously you are, based on this video, and they probably get more and more apprehensive about going on dates with you until they finally break it off. Like, I think you're just kind of telling on yourself and the fact that people don't want to be around you once they realize the kind of person you are.
And when you get back with your ex, when she breaks up with you, that is the weakest thing you can do, because when a woman breaks up with you, you are not her first option, because she probably has some other dude lined up where she found another dude who is more attractive than you, or he puts it down better in the bed, or he has more charisma than you. So it's always better to surround...
I think this guy has chalked up some of his past relationships ending to, like, ridiculous things like, oh, she just found someone better, or she was cheating on me. When really, based on what he was talking about, it sounds like they just got to know him and realized he's a bad dude and they didn't want to be around him anymore. Probably didn't have, like, a backup dude waiting in the wings. They just don't want to be with you. Do you think that it's impossible for people to just rather be single than be with you? Because if you're this awful of a person, 99 times out of 100 people would rather be on their own than be with a toxic person.
Find yourself with girls who have a high attraction to you. So, fellas, the reason why I tell you guys this, because the red pill brings clarity and understanding, because a lot of guys are confused about a woman because they don't understand the red pill. So the red pill is something that you use to your advantage. So it can stop you from being manipulated. All the guys who watch my channel who are red pill cannot get manipulated by a woman. All the guys who watching my channel understand the importance of self-improvement. Become the best version of yourself and chasing excellence. Because the return on investment on a woman is you're going to lose a lot of money. But if you chase excellence, you'll make money and you will not lose money. So I always want you guys to chase excellence. But at the same time, don't overdose on the red pill and stay away from women. I want you guys to go out, experience, get rejected, get your heart broken, experience love. Because that's how life is. The red pill is supposed to just bring you clarification, understanding, so you don't get confused. So fellas, always look at yourself as number one, and you're the prize. So fellas, these are the four cold, honest truth that females do not want to tell you. So guys, the reason why I do this, because I understand
it's easy to get manipulated by people even if you know they're doing it. Yeah, sure.
Female nature. I got my heart broken before. I've seen my uncles go through all the hardships. So this is what
my uncles. Interesting that he said I've seen my uncles go through the hardships. I think that kind of means he hasn't had a lot of personal experience. I'm shocked.
Inspired me to really introduce you guys to the red pill, because I was confused. I was a beta male once. I was a simp mangina. I'm not gonna lie to you. But you have to go through certain events in your life to change your life around. So fellas, I hope this video helps. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe.
Oh God. Alright, this guy gets put on the list too. Alright. Okay, we can probably do one more, and then I'm gonna probably call it a night. I'm getting kind of hungry. I need to go put my pizza in the oven. This was also selected by Baha. This video is entitled "A Guide to the Modern Housewife."
So happy.
Good. Can we have a Karen cleanse? Karens aren't cleanses. I've told you this before.
Excited. We're excited.
Okay,
Kevin was so many
kids, and in any for everything. When you tell a story, and I mean every story, you need three things: a main character, or the protagonist.
I said this when Baja sent this to me too. I don't know why, because it's not one-to-one, and you're probably all going to disagree. But this guy sounds a little bit like Hans Wormhat to me, but if Hans was, like, not half asleep all the time.
A goal, and an antagonist or villain who tries to stop the main character from achieving his goal. If you don't have these elements, your story will be boring, and people won't listen or watch. Recently, I've been focusing on that last part, though, the antagonist or the villain. But more specifically, stories that...
I know it's not a ton. I just think, I don't know, the first thing I thought when I heard this was like, this guy sounds a little bit like Hans.
That do a good job of incorporating multiple villains into the plot, like the first Harry Potter book or even Ozark, because real life isn't linear and simple, it's complex. Usually when bad things happen, they all happen at the same time. Usually when you have a goal, multiple things or people try to prevent you from achieving that goal. So when we talk about the issue of marriage, it seems to me that people want to simplify the problem to just one thing, which I believe Karen Strong says it best. It's not that every woman will ruin your life, it's that every woman can. Certainly a good perception.
If you're in a marriage with someone, whether it's a man or a woman or whatever, NB, who cares, whatever the person's gender happens to be, I hate to break it to you, but yeah, if you marry someone and you care about that person, they all have the opportunity to destroy your life. That's the nature of attachments to other people. Like, if you're emotionally invested in someone, if they do something to hurt you, it hurts a lot. And that sucks, but it's reality, and that's not a gender thing.
But that idea by itself is not good enough. Because if that was the only problem, then we would all still be getting married. All you would have to do is just find a woman who will never do that, and the problem would be solved, even with the bad laws. But that's not how it is. There's at least one more problem. That's right. Women have all the power in the relationship, and at the same time,
Kyle is
they have
raccoon.
zero idea.
Thanks for following.
Of what...
Wait, where's this idea that women have all the power in a relationship? What are you talking about?
What men value. The feminist propaganda was highly...
Feminist propaganda? Oh no, women are being told that they don't have to put up with abuse and that they can leave empty, loveless marriages. The horror. Andrew Dickerson with 10 bits. It's probably worded, any woman can ruin your life. Not all women can ruin your life, yeah. Ask Compio with 10 bits. If you exist, there's always going to be someone that can ruin your life, even if you're an isolated hermit living in the woods on an island. Yeah.
Effective. They took what men value, told women to do the exact opposite, and it worked. The reason it worked is because every...
Hold on, let me read this. I'll read this stupid 4chan post. God, I hate 4chan. So this person from Germany posts, or at least their IP address is in Germany. They could be using a VPN. I just dumped my girlfriend of 2 years. First of all, let me just point this out. If you're not familiar with 4chan, 99% of the things posted on 4chan are not true. It's just made up. People make stuff up on 4chan all the time. I just dumped my girlfriend of 2 years. Seemed a sweet, caring girl, family-oriented and all that. We got drunk and she confessed she did a gangbang like a month before we met and loved it. Oh yeah, this is definitely a 4chan made-up thing to try and rile up the incels. She did a gangbang like a month before we met and loved it. Packed the stuff I had at her place and got the fuck... It was before you met her. Why would you care? The WHORE doesn't even realize what she did wrong, is now heartbroken and all. Now her girlfriends are trying to gaslight me and telling me I'm an asshole because it's in the past and she just made an experience. Yeah. Who cares? Who cares? As long as she's, like, clean and everyone was safe. Who cares? What a hellish timeline. Where do you find a decent woman nowadays? Do you even exist anymore? How the F am I supposed to start a family with a WHORE? Yikerinos. Why are so many men's views of women tied to whether or not they've had sex? It's so bizarre.
A relationship is based on value, whether they are sexual or not. If one or both sides are not providing value, then the relationship becomes toxic or gets destroyed. And yes, feminists did pull the same trick on men, but to a much lesser degree.
Tricky, tricky feminists. Aha! I wish feminists were trickier. We should get together and come up with a plan to actually, you know, be effective, more effective at, like, you know, destroying fascism and making sure that women are being treated equally in society. That'd be great. We'll talk about it at the secret meeting at the castle on Thursday. Pay us, Soros. Yep, that's right.
Degree, because men can't survive without having earned value like women can. So what often happens in the case where men retain value but women don't is you get a relationship like this.
Earned
a
value.
husband provides value by working his ass off while the lazy wife stays at home.
What? Most women in the United States are employed. I'm talking about, we're not counting, obviously, children and people of retirement age. But, like, people in, like, the age group where people tend to work, most women in the United States work. What are you talking about?
A perfect example of this.
And also, you're like a MGTOW dude. You guys are constantly being like, oh no, women can go out into the workforce instead of being stay-at-home moms. Well, what do you want? Which do you want? Do you want women to go and stay in the home and just make you a sandwich? Or do you want to call them lazy for not getting a job? Because you can't have both.
Comes from the Friend family on the first episode of Tidying Up with Marie Kondo. If you've never seen this show before, it's basically like a Japanese Netflix version of Hoarders. People have dirty houses, and Marie helps them tidy up.
2人とも結構お仕事をされてて、それ
There's nothing funny
が忙しいんですか? So both of you work?
They want to be able to demean women. That's what they want. Well, I guess they've accomplished their goal.
Well, he mostly works. I teach intercultural communication a few days a week, but I'm mostly home.
I'm 50, 60 hours a week, yeah, and then sometimes on the weekends.
I'm actually curious. Let's see. Percentage of American women versus men employed. Last time I checked, I do think the male employment rate is slightly higher because, of course, culturally, stay-at-home moms tend to be more of a thing than stay-at-home dads. Yeah, it's a little bit higher. In 2018, there were 75,978,000 women aged 16 and over in the labor force, representing 46.9% of the total labor force. So almost half. We're only off by 3.1% in terms of 50-50 making up the makeup of the labor force, and 57.1% of women participate in the labor force compared to 69% of men. Again, the discrepancy being because in America and in a lot of countries, stay-at-home moms tend to be a thing more than stay-at-home dads. So, yeah, majority of women work, just like a majority of men work. It's fine. It's fine if that's what you want to do with your life. It's fine if you have an arrangement with your partner that you want to be a stay-at-home parent. Who cares? As long as you're supporting yourself, it's fine.
I'm a sales manager for a restaurant supply company, so...
This situation with Rachel and Kevin is something I often see with women who say, but I work too. The husband works all day, 7 days a week with a real job, and she works a fun job for a few hours a week.
What? I didn't even listen what her job was. Hold on.
Marie helps.
So both of you work?
Well, he mostly works. I teach intercultural communication a few days a week, but I'm mostly home.
I'm a manager
with women who...
Okay, so this particular woman does have a job, but she's home most of the time. That's fine. You applying this situation to the majority of people is ridiculous. You're taking one anecdote and saying that's the case in most relationships. And in my experience, it's not.
Say, but I work too. The husband works all day, 7 days a week with a real job, and she works a fun job for a few hours a week. Notice how he specifically gave how...
I don't understand why you think that's a fun job. Like, she's probably doing it for money. She might enjoy it. It's good to enjoy your job. But, like, that doesn't necessarily make it a fun job. Teaching cultural communication doesn't sound... And again, she may enjoy it, but that doesn't mean it's recreational. Like, people don't do things that they get paid for that people would do for free. If people would do things for free, then people would do them for free and you wouldn't need to pay them.
How many hours he works, and she didn't. There's a reason for that. She wants to make her job look more demanding than it is.
Let me put it this way. Even streaming like this, which I enjoy. I do enjoy streaming. I enjoy talking with you guys. But, like, if I wasn't getting paid to do it, I might still do it, but I certainly wouldn't be doing it, 6 out of 7 days a week for 4 hours a day or something like that. 3 to 4 hours a day, whatever it is. You know what I mean? Like, people can enjoy their work, but also in a capitalist society, profit motive and making sure you can, like, pay the bills, that's what gets people into work every day.
Yes. So let's figure out just how much she works through the power of math.
The power of math. I'm going to take an anecdote and then do math on it and then act like that's applicable to every single woman in the country. I'm not a clown.
Said she teaches a humanities class a few days a week. We can assume that's maybe 2 to 4 days a week. A humanities course usually runs for about an hour and a half, meaning that Rachel is working anywhere from 3 to...
Wait, are you assuming that the only time she works is when she's literally in the classroom, whether it's digital or otherwise, giving a lecture? Because being a teacher is not about... I mean, this is a big part of teaching, but, like, it's not just about showing up and giving your lecture. You spend the rest of your time preparing lesson plans, grading papers, and if you're in a university, depending on the university and depending what class and level you're at, you might have, like, TAs to help you with that stuff. But, like, if you're a professor of something and you're teaching people, or even if you're not at a university and you're doing something informally, you're still spending time working on getting materials together for the lesson that are outside of the class. Most of your hours working as a teacher are not going to be in the classroom. They're going to be in prep work.
3 to 6 hours per week. Versus Kevin, who works 50 to 60 hours on the weekdays, and then sometimes throws in extra hours on the weekend as a sales manager. So Kevin is putting in 70 to 80 hours a week, and then he comes home and helps with the housework, while she works at most 6 hours a week.
Again, no. You're assuming that the only time she's working is in the classroom. It's not. Teachers spend more time outside of the classroom preparing. And also on top of that, they also have a baby that was in the shot that they're taking care of, which apparently she's also taking care of the kid.
And feels overwhelmed.
Rachel always has one thing on her mind, and that's enjoying her life.
Yeah, I think we can all see that. This is what I mean when I say women don't understand value. For one, if she's working 6 hours a week teaching...
You are massively underestimating the amount she works. The only time you spend teaching is not literally when you're in front of people teaching something online.
Humanities, then she probably is not making a significant...
And also, I don't like how this guy is saying humanities. It makes me think he has he thinks that anything that isn't a STEM field is just shit, and it should be, like, done away with, which is ridiculous, and the kind of thing an idiot thinks about education.
Significant contribution to the finances, and therefore doesn't need to work for the money. If she's saying that her job is so stressful that she can't keep it together at home, where she's more valuable...
Why do you assume she's more valuable at home than she is doing what she's doing teaching? Why is that your intrinsic gut reaction?
And she should quit her job. That's really what this entire episode is about. They aren't fixing Kevin's problems, they're fixing Rachel's. If you watch the show, you'll see that all the problems in the house, including their arguments, stem from the job that she is supposed to be handling. She can't get it done, even though he helps her after being at work for 12 hours. Imagine how mad you would be if you had worked your ass off all day and then had to come home and do your wife's job too.
I haven't seen this episode. I don't know the specific situation. If they had agreed in the relationship earlier on, I'm going to work a full-time job, you're going to work a job that you can do from home, take care of the kids, and take care of the house. That's one thing. But I don't know if they said that specifically.
He's definitely cleaner than I am, okay? I'm not a super dirty person, but when it comes to, throwing my clothes over here, letting them pile up and leaving the laundry for a while, that's me. Kevin was definitely more organized, so I feel like I came in and just, like, wrecked that ship. Right, babe? But there was so many, there's so much good that came with that bad, right?
Okay. Yeah. Okay. We got 2 kids out of it. That's the answer for everything.
Just look at that. She is so unaware of how much of a problem her behavior is that she doesn't realize he insulted her by saying that she has literally no value outside of her biology.
He didn't say that. He didn't say that. You're reading really, really far into the fact that he mentioned their kids.
In fact, Rachel even stated that she has negative value because she claimed that she took Kevin's clean environment and made it dirty. I mean, it's not like this stuff takes forever. They live in a small 1-story, 3-bedroom house.
Okay, and she has 2 kids to take care of on top of prepping for whatever class she's teaching, which can be a full-time job in and of itself. And I know you calculated, oh, it's like 6 hours a week. You literally only counted her in-class class. It's an online class, but you know what I mean. You're literally only counting the time she literally spends on stream talking to her students, which is not the entirety of what goes into teaching a class, you moron.
In Lakewood, California. She could get most of the important cleaning done in about 2 or 3 hours a day. That leaves her plenty of time to have fun with the kids and cook the meals. Staying at home is not an excuse to be lazy. If you want to...
Who said she's being lazy? They have 2 kids. She's taking care of 2 kids and doing prep work for her class.
...retain value and have a good relationship, then if he is putting in 12 hours a day at work, then you put in 12 hours a day at home.
And let me be clear, too. I haven't seen this episode. I don't know. It's entirely possible she does have issues that she needs to work on. I have no idea. The larger point is that this has nothing to do with 99% of people in the population. He's taking one family who has organizational issues and applying it to literally millions and millions of people in the United States. And it's very, very stupid of him to do so.
So much work that by the time he gets home, all he has to do is spend time with the family and go to sleep. When the nuclear family was at its peak, that's what women did, instead of using staying at home as an excuse to sit in front of the TV all day.
Oh my god. Hey, bud. I don't know how to break this to you, but women didn't have it very good in the height of the nuclear family. A lot of them were abused and weren't allowed to do anything without their husband's permission, and they couldn't divorce their husbands. They didn't have the agency to go out and do things for themselves outside of, like, shop with the money their husbands gave them. They weren't able to go and pursue things that they wanted to do for themselves. It's, like, not good. No bueno, bud. I know you want to have, like, some kind of weird maid sex slave that you can come home to, but as it turns out, women don't like that. So no. The answer is no. You cannot have that.
But it gets worse than that, because not only is Rachel not holding up her end of the deal, but she also wastes her husband's money on hiring someone else to do her job.
So how do you separate them? In categories or?
I think so. I don't do it. We have someone help us do it, like a laundry person. Because I hate doing laundry.
We fight about laundry, and it seems silly when I say it, but really, it pisses me off, like, a lot. It's not because she doesn't do the laundry. It's because we hire somebody to come do it. It's not like I'm saying, hey, you do the laundry, you watch the kids, you do the dish. I'm saying, no, we got to do this, but let's do this as a family. Like,
hold on.
Calm down.
Okay, well, okay.
I do think that's reasonable. The fact that he's saying, and that's the reasonable position to take, hey, we both have we both have other stuff going on, but when we're both home together, it's laundry day. We gotta do laundry because it's something we both need to do. And I assume, based on the fact that this is a discussion they're having, it's not really within their budget to continue to have someone else come and do their laundry for them, which I already think is kind of silly. You're adults. Do your own laundry.
Okay, hold on a second. With him working more, I'm home with the kids more, and it's freaking chaos. My kids are just like running around and being crazy, and we never get anything done. So I think to myself, what's an easy resolution? If we don't have enough time, then maybe we could pay somebody to do these things, and that way we have more time.
Man, look at those eyes she makes at the end. You can also see her trying to avoid eye contact with the camera because she...
You're generally told not to spike the lens, bud. You're not supposed to look into the camera most of the time when you're filming stuff. Usually you either look at, even for like a documentary thing like this, you look at the interviewer that's actually asking you questions, which is someone on the production team, or if it's a specific thing, they might tell you, hey, look into the camera while you're answering this question. But like, it makes people uncomfortable a lot of the time to look straight into the lens of the camera, which is why they don't have people do it typically.
She knows what she's saying is complete bullshit. Her body movements show that too. So basically, the monetary value she brings in by teaching classes is being destroyed because she hires someone to do laundry for her. And what's worse is she hired someone to do something that mostly involves you waiting for a machine to do it for you, which means she's paying her maid for idle time. This is what's driving her husband insane.
It depends. Is the maid only doing laundry? Because, like, my mom, who I don't talk to anymore, but, like, she does house cleaning, right? I've helped her with this, actually. So I've actually done house cleaning before for money because I was at a point a while back where I needed extra money. So I have experience with this. If you're a maid and you go to someone's house and like laundry is part of the job you're being paid to do, you don't put the laundry in, start it, and then go and sit down and wait for it to be done. You start the laundry when you get there, and then you start doing your other stuff, and then when it's done, you go and you change it over and you continue doing the other like house cleaning stuff and so on and so forth. Like, you don't literally pay a maid to come and start laundry, sit there, and do nothing. That would be stupid.
Insane. And I know people like to make it look like it's not a big deal. Oh, it's just cleaning, get over it. But it's a huge deal. Men don't want to come home to a dirty house and have to make their own food after working all day, while you were at home not answering to a boss.
Oh my god. She's teaching. I don't know what the context of her teaching is. She may have a boss. She may not. And not only that, but she's doing that and the prep work for that on top of 2 kids. 2 kids are a lot of work. It's not something I want to deal with. That's why I'm never having kids. Like, just saying. Acting like she's doing nothing is silly. And again, I even recognize from these clips, I haven't seen the episode, although I kind of want to go watch it now that I'm like seeing this. It looks like an interesting show. It seems like a kind of reality show that I dig. Almost like Hoarders, but not like so extreme that it's depressing. Just like people dealing with like organizational issues. That sounds cool. Oh god, I lost my train of thought. And they might have issues, like I was saying. They might have issues, then she might need to recognize that like paying someone to do the laundry isn't necessarily the right thing to do. The husband seems like he has a reasonable position on this. Hey, we can't really afford to have someone come and do the laundry for us, and that's expensive. Paying people to come and clean your house is quite expensive. Again, I got paid to do it in the past. But like, his solution is the correct one. His solution is, hey, I recognize this is an issue. I know you don't like doing it, but we're adults, and we need to both pool together, and on days we have off, we should do the laundry together, and that's fine. That seems reasonable. They're in a house of 4 people, 2 children. You could crank that out in a day. You could do your laundry and it would be done. And again, he's right in the sense that doing laundry while putting things away kind of sucks, especially depending on you know how your house is organized and stuff. And if you have like four rooms or 3 rooms to go and take stuff into, that's annoying. But like, you just do it. Just do it. And it's a little hypocritical coming from me because I'm not the best at keeping on top of that stuff. But like, I recognize I need to do it better. And I recognize that as an adult, you should be able to go and do your laundry. And the husband's solution is correct. But using this example to shit on all women is incredibly stupid. And it makes this guy look like, I've been using this term a lot, but I feel like it applies to so many people. This guy's acting like a jackass. Antipodian Squid. With 100 bits, speaking from my experience, the not at home with baby person tends to have no idea the amount of work that you have to do to care for a child and a house. And then when you're working, in the end, I went on strike at home for a week to get my point across, and now the housework and spawn care is shared properly. Oh, that's good. Yeah, I'd imagine so. Report. Hold on, Sushi Mom has a link. Can you report this? Ah, yeah, I'll report that.
and doing whatever you wanted. This is a massive deal. If you don't think so, then look at Rachel's husband's reaction to the change.
Rachel and I are, it's like, it gives me the chills a little bit. It's like we're like happier. We're more at ease. There's less, there's less tension. When we're doing things in the kitchen or when we're doing the laundry, we're talking, we're having a conversation about it.
Tucker White, have we found, I had to step away for a bit, have we found a chud as bad as Bass? No, not today we haven't.
Our day and et cetera. It's not something that takes away from our life anymore. It's something that adds to our life now.
I did report that person on Twitter, by the way, so just so you know, Sushi Mom. Yeah, if anyone wants to go and look at Sushi Mom's link and see if there's anything reportable, feel free to do so.
Kevin and I, like, things have changed with us. Like, he has been more, like, romantic and cute lately. He says, oh, the whole cleaning thing is, like, sexy. So it's just, you know, I'm serious.
Take a look at that. He even says that she is more attractive now that she adds actual value to the household. The intervention
can we not talk about it in that way? That's so gross.
Wasn't for the friend family. It was for Rachel.
I'm just gonna say it, I hate laundry, okay? That actually gives me anxiety. But I know that if Kevin and I continue our habits, my kids are gonna be the exact same.
It's statements like this that reveal what the problem is. Not only do women have the choice to be a complete detriment to their relationship...
Oh my god. Hey, bud. Hey, bud. Why are you saying that it's their choice to be a complete detriment when you're literally watching a show where people were trying to address a conflict they were already having over this? Clearly she wasn't getting away with anything, if you want to frame it that way, because they literally had a reality show come and deal with the conflict they were having about it.
And still get what they want, but even if they wanted to be a good wife, they don't know how. They're supposed to learn these skills in childhood. By the time she's an adult, she should...
Oh, gross. You should literally spend your childhood learning how to take care of me, an adult man, because I can't take care of myself. Tucker White 94, take notes, Hannah. You might learn how to be more sexy to Baja. Yeah, sure.
Already know how to do laundry quickly so it doesn't give her anxiety. She should know how to cook amazing food. She should know how to manage kids from experiences like babysitting.
Oh my god, this is so gross. Hey, bud, I know this woman did grow up and end up having kids, but implying that all women should get experience taking care of kids because that's like part of their predetermined biological role is fucked up, considering a lot of women don't want to have kids, and that's fine.
If you don't know that stuff by the time you are married, then you are at a significant disadvantage. A disadvantage that is probably only going to be made up with lost sleep, and how many modern women are willing to do that? How many modern women are willing to...
Hey, how about this? Guy who made this video, think before you sleep. Let's say you get into a marriage and your wife makes more money than you, which is something that happens relatively often now. Women have been in the workforce for decades at this point. Does it automatically become your job since you're making less money to clean the house? Is that okay? Do you know how to cook? Amazing meals. Not just good, amazing, because that's how you describe what she should do. Do you know how to cook amazing meals? Do you know how to clean the house and take care of the kids and do everything? Oh, you don't? Because you think the fact that you have a penis somehow exempts you from knowing how to take care of yourself as an adult? It's kind of weird, isn't it?
Sacrifice and put themselves through extreme stress to learn skills they should have learned in childhood. How many single mothers who are already victims to their bad decisions are going to put in the work so that men will stay around? The single mothers aren't going to do that. They're too content with welfare and the other free stuff they get.
Oh my god. Is it 1985? Are we really doing the Reagan welfare queen bullshit that's been debunked a million fucking times?
The rest of the women aren't going to do that either. Everyone already does everything for them and appeases them when they make bad decisions. Why bother with all the stress when it's perfectly acceptable and encouraged to live vastly below your potential? Now, I'm bringing this up because that's what quite a lot of us were given from the previous generation. That's what the millennials and Gen Z inherited. an adult pool full of parents and teachers and single mothers who didn't teach us anything about how to be valuable to ourselves or other people. They didn't pass down any of the important knowledge they were given from their parents, and that's caused our generations to have quite a few problems that we should.
Hey, bud, use YouTube. Just search how to do and then insert the thing you want to learn how to do. It's all over the internet. You can learn any skill. You can learn basically any skill. Tucker White 94, I love how it's the women's who have to learn this shit. The men's don't have to do shit other than shit and get fat. As Compio with 10 bits. But Hannah, don't you know if you see it in a movie and it confirms your biases, it's obviously true and can't be challenged?
Shouldn't have. So, if you want to defeat that neglect and the propaganda you were taught as a kid while at the same time harming the people who harmed you when you were young, then become valuable. Your best revenge is always success. There is nothing horrible people hate more than to see their ideas failing while their enemies' ideas succeed. Now, I've already made a lot of videos on building value, so I'm not going to bore people by repeating.
MMO Addicted says I'd be happy to cook for someone. That's nice. Baja's cooked for me. She's a good cook.
Old material, but I will say this. If you want to be valuable, then you can never be finished improving. And I know that sounds obvious, but a lot of people don't.
Yeah, that applies to everyone. That's not a gendered thing. It's not a gendered thing. You should know how to clean your own house without a wife.
Act that way. You can see it here right on YouTube. There are many channels out there complaining that the algorithm killed their channel, when in reality, the reason their channels are dying is because they haven't improved at all since they started. There are many YouTubers out there that you can look at.
I get what you're saying. Part of it is the algorithm, but I totally understand what you're saying. Yeah, channels do need to continue to improve and change over time. Absolutely. I'm with you on that. But also YouTube, the algorithm pushes a lot of... let's look at YouTube real quick. YouTube tends to push in their, like, trending stuff, and bear in mind, trending isn't just, like, the most popular stuff. It's curated most of the time. Like, they push stuff like, oh, look at the most recent thing from Saturday Night Live, or look at, like, this person playing a popular game it's popular to play. Here's a trailer for a Ryan Reynolds movie. So, just saying, as someone who's been on YouTube for 8 years or so with the Hannah and Jake channel, YouTube has over time vastly changed how it supports independent creators as opposed to stuff like put out by, I don't know, Jimmy Kimmel or, you know, they tend to push stuff like that more. But I understand what you're saying. I don't entirely disagree.
And say, wow, you produced the exact same content in the exact same way that you did 5 years ago. Well, I guess there's no point in watching you anymore because you haven't really grown, and I can already predict everything you're going to say. Many YouTubers, as well as people in other professions, get complacent and stagnant. As the old saying goes, if you aren't getting better, then you're getting worse. The way you get better is by putting lots of effort into learning new things about a valuable skill.
Lord of Patriarchy commented on my video about him.
First, by being okay with the way you are, or by wasting time building skills.
Maybe you'll make a video about me.
It's really that simple. All you have to do is consistently put time into learning new things, and then put those new things you learned into practice after you learn them. But with that said, I think that's enough for this video. So if you liked it, hit the like button, subscribe if you're new, comment and share. If you would like to support this channel, then you can do so by donating through PayPal, Patreon, or Subscribestar. All of those links are in the description, and they're on my channel page. Last.
Okay, so that's this video. Okay, that's probably enough of MGTOWs for today. Ugh. All right, let me see if I can find the comment and see what he said.
Funny about the tools of capitalism.
Well, if you'd like to talk, I'm always here. Maybe I will. Maybe I will. All right. That's probably enough for today. Who do I want to raid?
The states have figured out how to stop African...
So many ads. So many ads. The Order 1886. That's an old game to be playing.
There's nothing funny about the
He made a vid. Oh no. He made a vid. Gotta find. I don't. Oh no! Oh no. Is this something I want to put myself through right now?
So this might be the... Okay, this is Hannah Reloaded. Okay.
Over under. How transphobic is this going to be? Some. Much. Gratuitous. Should be interesting. I shouldn't get in the middle of this because this is between Jake and he, but I find this so funny. So
I'm not gonna say anything.
Here we go.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
Over under implies there's a chance he won't be transphobic. True.
I just want everyone to remember a famous Magog quote that started with that.
Mm-hmm.
And okay. All right, Anna.
So I'm gonna watch it anyway. This guy is a chud, a libertarian.
Oh wait, I'm covering him up. Hold on, let me
Oof. That's a big oof, bud.
So I'm a chud. I have no idea what the fuck a chud is. Let me back you up just to be fair.
Between Jake and he, but I find this so funny. So I'm gonna watch it anyway.
Okay.
This guy is a chud.
I have no idea what a chud is.
A libertarian. You could Google it, you know? You could Google it. Told you he would? Oh, of course he would. I expected that. And
that's probably fair. My political compass test usually says I'm a slight right libertarian.
Yeah.
Although I've been moving to moderately right libertarian.
I saw your political compass test. Definitely libertarian.
Why is that a bad thing, Hannah Reloaded?
Oh, all the adults in the room, I don't need to explain that to them, because we all got over our libertarian phase after we turned 15. And a person who doesn't know how clocks work. He did a thing.
Is
he gonna defend the clocks again?
Clocks are props. I don't give a shit about the clocks. Do you know why I brought the clocks back? Because they drove so many people fucking nuts.
I'm obsessed with the clocks, friendo, I gotta tell ya. You know, you say you don't care about the clocks, but you're kind of entirely missing the context of what happened, and it's hilarious that you're trying to deflect on this. So Jake pointed out your clocks were set to the wrong time zones. It's not about the clocks. It's about what the clocks represent. So Jake pointed out your clocks are set to the wrong, time zones that don't even make sense. They were, set half an hour apart. And you were like, Google time zones, idiot. And then you Googled time zones on stream, thus showing that you don't know how time zones work, and it proved you wrong. And since you realized you were wrong, instead of just being a normal person, being like, oh yeah, I messed up. That's my bad. Haha, funny. You've been like, I don't even care about the clocks, guys. I don't care about the clocks at all. Seems like you do. Seems like you care about the clocks. A lot. Because they show, and I think is emblematic of a lot of your problems, confidently wrong, the inability to recognize that you have been wrong, and the inability to admit it to others. Not a very healthy mindset.
That's why I brought them back. Hell, next time I'll just completely fuck with the time zones.
Go for it. Please do.
Because I actually do gotta buy a couple of clocks that are... the LA one is totally off. But, because it should be 3:30.
There's one comment. And it's just, you're such a sad person. If that was one of you. Great.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
4 o'clock.
Devious Chilster with 80 bits. I don't care, screams the man dead set on making himself care lest he make his maulding ruin his already totally not receding hairline.
I think. Anyway. But, yeah, they're just props.
Yeah, clocks can be props. And then you defended the fact that you set the clock props wrong and were literally making fun of Jake and saying, Google how time zones work, idiot. And then you did so, and it proved that you were in fact the person who was wrong. That was why it was funny. It's not just, haha, guy gets clock set wrong, because that's the setup. You don't know how jokes work, and we talk about this in the video, about how you think joke is just saying an offensive thing. Jokes involve setups and payoffs. So the setup to the joke here, actually, this should be reflected because you're here. The setup to the joke is guy sets clocks wrong, and then he goes, ha 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 ha, you fool, you absolute maroon. Do you not know how time zones work? Payoff. Googles how time zones works. Proves himself wrong. You got an A to B there. A to B, A to B, A to B. Thing a while back where you see how he has these clocks in his background. You can see him a little better in the forefront, the most recent one. But like, did he fix them yet? Let me look. He thinks that time zones go by half-an-hour intervals.
They actually do at times, yeah.
Very rarely. But you set, like, all of your clocks like that, and that's what people made fun of.
Yes, I did kind of prove it.
And no, you didn't! Ah! Your clocks were set as if every time zone is by half an hour, and then you Googled it. This is all on stream. There are do you want me to go find the video? Let's go do it. Let's go find the video. Come on. We're going on field trip, everyone. Oh, God. Where's the stupid clock thing? I know I already watched the video, so it's gotta say. It's from a week ago. Oh, there we go. There he is. Okay. I think it was in this video. Like, way back here.
He had to climb Coors Mountain. Don't you know it? Sometimes.
Okay. If that I did it.
You gotta find where he Googles time zones.
Do take a while. That's why they're going to be bi-weekly.
Fake. Just set the clocks. Hoika man, thanks for the prime. It's fucking fake. Just set the clocks.
And today, the ladies of the young...
Okay, dude, corn cob. Hold on. Let me show you something. This is how easy this is.
This is why it's funny, because you're about to prove yourself wrong. Set up. Here comes the payoff. Windchanter with 10 bits. You and Jake, please bully this guy off the internet. I'm not going to bully this guy. I'm just going to point out very, very silly things he's said and done.
Okay. Time. God damn it. Time in London. Right, it is 9:22 in the PM in London. Now, let's do another one. Time in Germany. 10:22. Now let's go to
Rule of threes in comedy, folks. It's a thing.
5:22. Okay, I'm getting annoyed.
The aristocrats. And that's the joke. It's funny because you thought you were about to prove yourself right, and then you did the opposite. That's the joke. And you do eventually find, like, India, because India is one of the, like, 5 places on the planet that actually goes by half an hours. But again, it's, like, one of 5. 99% of time zones don't work that way, and you were setting your clocks as if it was. And then when called out on that, you obstinately were like, no, I'm right, let me Google it. And then in a perfect comedy rule of threes, you proved yourself wrong, and that's funny, and that's why it's funny. Anyway, let's go back to you trying to gaslight us on why you think that's not what happened. There are some places on the planet where it's half an hour, but most of them aren't. So he had, like, all these clocks, almost all of them.
Look, does it really matter?
It matters that you were so confident and then you were wrong, yes. We'll skip over the clocks thing probably in a bit, because the clock thing is overplayed. I totes get it. But it is hilarious.
They're props.
That doesn't, you can't, do you think that's like your gotcha? Haha, you fool. You thought my clocks were clocks, but in fact, these clocks are props, so they're not clocks. Wow, really? Because, you know, you can set clocks on your wall as a set dressing, and it doesn't mean they aren't clocks. Haha. It'd be like imagine if I don't know. Imagine if I wore this, which I wear when we do the hype trains and stuff. Imagine if I wore this hat, which is my D&D character's hat, and I wore it like this. Let's pretend I can actually balance it. And someone goes, "That's not how you wear a hat." And I go, "You absolute idiot. This is easy. Let me Google how you wear a hat." And then I Google it, and it says, of course, you wear a hat like this. And then I go, "You fool. It's a prop hat. What you just said means nothing." His gotcha is always, well, I don't give a shit anyway. Yeah, it's pathetic. Never, ever would I resort to, well, I don't care, as an argument. Because if you're making a video response to something, and Lord of Patriarchy, let me tell you, as someone who's been in the YouTube game for a long, long time, over on Hannah and Jake and I have been on here for almost a decade. It's a nightmare, and we can't escape. It's like our Jumanji. Anyway, if you say, I don't care, in a video response, you just sound stupid, because of course you care. You're making a video response. I care. I care deeply about you, friend, and I think you should drink less. I also struggle with the alcohol. Please, friend, join me in trying to not be a piece of shit. Mr. X8, 300 bits, thank you. And Antipodian Squid with 100 bits. The first book in the Hannah Does Dr. Seuss book collection. These clocks are props. They're props, these clocks. Set to the wrong time. And then when Jake corrected him, he was like, Google how time zones work, bro. And then he Googled how time zones works, and he realized he was wrong. It was hilarious.
And then at the end, I proved I was right.
No, you didn't, you moron. Okay, what do you guys think? Is he so narcissistic that he legit thinks finding one time zone... Let me see. How many time zones are there? There are 24 time zones. How many time zones are off by 30 minutes? Dun, 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 dun. Half hour and 45 minute time zones. Do, 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 do. India, Australia, New Zealand, Canada, Newfoundland. So, like, out of the time zones on the planet, most of them are not. You have it here, 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 and here. And all the rest of the planet is off by an hour. Which, by the way, the problem isn't that you had clocks off by half an hour that were, like, actually off by half an hour. The problem is that you were applying that logic and the idea that time zones are 30 minutes off to places where that is not the case. That's the problem. You understand that? You did not prove yourself right All you did was showcase why you had the misconception in the first place, because you applied that 30-minute rule that very few countries have, a minority of time zones have, and you applied it to all time zones. You illustrated why you were wrong, not that you were right. Logarth with 10 bits. The brainworms have come full circle on this one. I'm afraid there's no hope.
I remember that stream. It was awesome.
Hilarious. So, let's see how this goes, I guess.
And I'm even being uncharacteristically nice here. Because I'm being uncharacteristically
I like
nice.
a stream to start with. Do you want me to help you? Here we go. I'll do this again. Have you seen my impression of you? It's pretty good. I think it's pretty darn good, all things considered. I give this one a porterhouse and 12 beers. I don't even care, idiot. It's pretty good. Let me know what you think. 7 out of 10. Maybe even an 8 on a good day. Just silence then. That's always a good noise.
Okay, welcome to the actual Jake the Boring Corn Cob cast.
Is that the best he's got? Actual Jake, the Boring Corn Cob. Got him! The Boring Corn Cob. That's not even a pun. It's not even a pun. That's sad.
I don't care.
Ooh! He got him. He got me this time. Let me give... Hold on. We gotta give room for substantive refutation of what I just said. Gotta get all of the room for this refutation, because this is a big one. This is a big one, folks. He doesn't care! Yeah, here you are. Fun stuff.
How long should I spend writing a clever pun?
You don't write a clever pun, you just say it. If you just say it. You just come up with something. I'm not saying you need to clock yourself in a room, but like, if you're gonna try and like insult someone, it should probably be better than that. Just saying. And you could, like, with me, you got so much material to work with. Like, I'm trans, you think I'm gross. You got a whole, it's like Picasso in a blank canvas, and it's like, instead of painting, you just threw up on it. It's disappointing.
I did this video after I was utterly unimpressed with Star Wars Squadrons. And I mean, I may give it another go, but it was just I wasn't even gonna do this video, but I had nothing else. I gotta be right back. I forgot a beer. I'll be right back.
Why does he always do this? Skip ahead to when he gets back. Oh my god, how long does it take?
As long as is needed. Okay, so this is actual Jake's latest video to me.
Cascadia93, gotta get more Coors.
The first 20...
Oh, he's got a Bud Light in this one. Does Coors knows that he's cheating on them? Coors Core's stock is about to hit the fucking floor. He must make up 30% of domestic. Sorry, that's stupid. I shouldn't make fun of his alcoholism.
Minutes of it or so are him just obsessing over my clocks.
Because they're wrong! Ah!
Even if they're wrong.
They were.
Why do you care that much?
Because we went over this. We've gone over this. And I'm sure when you inevitably make a stupid response to this video, which will be fun, look forward to it. Big fan. It's because it's not about them being wrong. Everyone makes mistakes. It's about the fact that they were wrong, and then it was pointed out to you. And then you confidently said, no, I'm right. And then you Googled it 3 times and proved that you were in fact wrong. And then you found one time zone that was off by 30 minutes, which is in the minority. But then you decided, haha, 3 wrong answers, 3 things that prove me wrong and 1 thing that prove why I was wrong mean I'm right. And that's funny. Again, you did it perfectly. You got a rule of 3s in there, set up, punchline, set up, punchline.
Which is like, dude, you're more obsessed with the clocks than I am.
I am. I'm very obsessed. Please send me a clock. Please, sign it. Sign the clock and send it to me at the P.O. Box. Please. Apparently, is obsession the same thing as recognizing that your clocks are wrong? What's the point of the clock if it's set wrong? Is it like some sort of postmodern art piece you're attempting? Ooh, yes, I am.
Ooh, what is this person gonna do when I deliver this bombshell?
I'm doing a study on the purpose of objects when their purpose becomes.
Well, you probably thought Piss Christ was brilliant.
Got him. Piss Christ is I don't know a lot about art, but it is a statement, right? It's a statement. You don't have to like it. That's how art works. I'm making fun of the fact that your clocks are pointless. And then you're insulting me by insulting a piece of modern art for some reason. Interesting avenue. Comes misused. Piss Christ is the one piece of postmodern art he knows, by the way, which is why he can say that. Now, I don't know other postmodern art either, but I'm also not attempting to be clever. I somehow doubt it. It's just hilarious that you act like... In fact, let's catch him. Blindside him. We're gonna blindside him. Lord of Patriarchy, right now, while you're doing a live stream and responding to this video, name one other piece of modern art that isn't Piss Christ, and don't you put your hands up right now. Put them up, so you're not Googling it. I don't know any, and I can admit that. Do it. Like you know everything. Singing Reaper with 100 bits. Oh, is Clockman mad at you now too? I'm glad my constant badgering of Jake to cover him has bled over here. But you don't even... Honestly, I think we've about milked this one dry. How much content could possibly come out of this guy anymore? He's just gonna respond to these videos, and he'll continue to look funny. I don't mean like his looks are funny. I mean he'll continue to look silly based on the things that he is saying, and we'll all move on. Know a basic fact, like how time zones work. And it's so weird to me, too, because, like, if I'm setting a bunch of...
I'm expanding the clock wall. I am expanding...
Oh, yes. Talk to me, Daddy. Please expand the clock wall. Yes. All the clocks.
The clock wall! It drives these people this nuts. It must be expanded. The clock wall, by order of the Lord of Patriarchy. As I, servant of the Council of Masculinity, first of my name.
Ooh, he is stumbling his way through this improv comedy bit on the kingdom of masculinity.
Lord of video games, warden of beer. Or am I Lord of beer, warden of video games? Whatever. I hereby decide and decree.
I can't be horny for clocks. Don't tell me what objects to be horny for. Singing Reaper, welcome. Thank you for subscribing at Tier 1.
This clock wall must expand.
Please do.
Just because it drives these people fucking nuts.
That'd be great. Do it. I love it. Clocks. Even I wouldn't try and be like, okay, well, it's 5:17 here right now, which is the actual time where I am. And I'm setting a clock for London, and that's +5 or +6. I don't remember. Or negative. I don't know.
I just went on Google.
Again, you clearly didn't, though, because they were all wrong. I don't know.
Girl.
You know what I do when I'm setting a clock? If I was setting it for a different time zone, I would Google time in London, and I would set the...
Which is what I fucking did!
Then how drunk were you that you Googled it and you still set the clock wrong by half an hour? Because they were wrong, bud. Saying you Googled it makes it worse that they were wrong, not better. I can't believe we're still talking about the stupid clock thing.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
Clock, and I do this. He's trying valiantly to save face. Is valiantly the word? Same for every other clock. It's just so weird. Singing Reaper with 100 bits, I feel partially responsible as recognized lore keeper of the Clock Man, so I figured subbing in some bits would make up for the cringe. Well, thank you. That you apparently had the confidence. Can you make him a staple on Chud Watch? Nah. I don't think he deserves that much attention. It's like, it's a weird...
The tools of capitalism.
It's a weird Heisenberg's uncertainty principle of like a lol cow. Because, like, on his own, he's not funny or that interesting, right? Like, he did the stupid joke video about, like, oh, I'm gonna rate women with meat. Like, okay, that's funny for a one-off. But, like, the observation of him and reacting to his videos causes him to react in such a hilarious way that it makes him worth viewing more. So, like, it's just a weird situation where he's not that funny to watch in a vacuum. It's just that he reacts so extremely and, like, so... It's like he has the spirit to have just a vicious takedown. But he isn't, like... I'm trying to be nice here. I really am. He's not clever enough to have, like, a really good takedown back. But he's so, like... Yeah, he's got the attitude that he's like, I'm gonna make a great response video. Yeah, let me do this. And then he just, like, isn't good and tends to repeat, like, I don't care all the time. And it's like, that's kind of funny. So, the time zone, like, exchange yourself. But you don't even know how time zones work in most places. It's wild.
Oh, I'm expanding the clock wall. Oh, the clock wall shall be expanded.
Please, do it. Do it.
I don't care if the clocks match. Hell, I'm gonna...
It's funnier if they don't. Just get every clock you can find.
Make sure they don't match.
Don't you know it's mainly... It's manly to be wrong and confident that you're right? Apparently... Hannah really wants Lord of Patriarchy to react to her. Oh, I don't really care either way. If you wanted... Uh-oh. I said the meme. I said I don't care. I do care, bud. Thank you. Appreciated. You sate me. It'd be pretty funny.
Who the fuck is Hannah?
The person you're responding to.
Who is Hannah? Does anyone know who the fuck Hannah is?
Haha, it's funny because I don't view trans people as valid. Haha! Got him!
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
Singing Reaper with 10 bits. The only time I'll ever say it, but build that wall.
What is that, corn cobs, bitch? She already gave me a comment. She thanked me for the rating.
There's nothing funny about the
I would be, actually, I am Corn Cob's longtime business partner. So close. Iron Q-Bolt with 20 bits. I want this arc to keep going until the original video that Jake responded to takes up only a single pixel on the screen.
Outside of that, I don't know or care who Hannah is.
Yet here we are. Funny how that works out.
Oh! Her. Well, yeah, because I kind of ran out of everything else to yell about.
Cool. Glad we're here. But...
Okay, I bought these from Walmart for like $3 each.
Yeah, and you set them wrong. It's not about the fact that the clocks exist. It's fine. You're gonna set dress the way you want to do. It's the fact that you set them all wrong. Do you not understand why people are so, like, obsessed with the clock thing? Because
She's
that's
gonna be the
why.
winner challenge. I have to actually She's replace some of them
winner.
because
There's
they're
nothing funny
broken
about the
because they're
tools of
pieces of
capitalism.
shit from Walmart.
Devious Chillster with 25 bits. The name is on the screen. How could he not Oh, he definitely realizes. He said my name earlier in the thing. He's just being snarky. He's trying to be transphobic, but in a way that is on the DL so he doesn't get, like, reported. Which is probably a good move, because if he was outwardly transphobic in that way, I would absolutely report the shit out of him. So, good move on his part. My favorite bit is that all he has to do to save face is just admit he didn't actually give a damn, and then everyone would accept. Right! No one cares if you make a mistake. Like, I've done dumb stuff like that, too. All you'd have to be is like, oh, yeah, I did set those wrong. I wasn't thinking about it. That was dumb. Whoops. And then no one... It might get mentioned occasionally, but that's it. Like, people get over it. It's the fact that you're like, no, I'm right. I know what the time zones are. That's what gets to people.
They are props. Okay, I'm not running a fucking logistics company. Why are...
Do you need to run a logistics company in order to set your clocks correctly?
Yeah, actually you do.
Because it's not like you set them randomly. You set them to what you thought were the correct times.
Are you so... No, I set them to what the time was when I Googled it.
Oh, wait. Is your claim now... This is fantastic. Is your claim now that when you set the times on the clock, they were correct? But somehow, between the time you put these clocks up and set them, time zones in London and Paris and the various places those clocks are supposed to be set to offset by half an hour? Because that is demonstrably false.
Which might have been a bit. Obsessed with my clocks.
Because it's illustrative of how stupid you are and how willing to die on a hill of wrongness you are, and
yet I still kicked his ass.
This is my favorite part. When he responds to Jake, and he just, like, says the most inane, vacuous things, and constantly, like, retreats to, I don't even care. He thinks he's fucking nailing it! He thinks he's nailing it! He's like, yes. Doing an awesome job. Lord of Patriarchy. My name isn't cringy at all. It's very, very funny.
I don't care if they're accurate or not.
That's what he's going with. It sure seemed like it, because when you got called on it the first time, you went and Googled time zones to prove yourself right, and in doing so, you proved...
No, I just wanted to prove that, yes, it is possible to have a half an hour.
It's not about it being possible somewhere. It's about the fact that the places that were set off by half an hour are not those places. The mental gymnastics are absolutely astounding.
For time difference. That was the only disproving their lady. Like, I'm really trying to be nice here. I'm really, really trying.
I could certainly tell. Please. Please. I dare you. I dare you say something that'll get you banned off YouTube. I am more than willing to take that bullet if it means you get off the platform. Proved yourself wrong. So, this seems like a further retreat to be like, haha, I got all of you. I was only pretending to be incredibly stupid.
Well, I got New York, so Boston would be under the same time zone, I think. I don't know. Like Mongolia, like Kuala Lumpur or something.
Singing Reaper says your laugh is so cute and Dave is the nicest man. Andrew Dickerson, I'm pretty sure he either put the clocks at random times or just put them up with the same times as they were set when he bought them. They weren't, though. They definitely weren't. Because, like, they're set to different time zones, or what he thought were. There's labels under them for, like, New York, London, whatever. And they were set. Some of them are dead now, apparently, but, like, many of them were set correctly in the sense that it was, like, the same as each other in terms of, like, minute hand, but they weren't correct in the way that, like, they were correct based on actual, like, Greenwich Mean Time relative to other locations on the world. Does that make sense?
Like, seriously, I don't give a shit. Oh, and then he acts shocked that I make the joke about looking like the creepy guy with the rape van. Oh my god, self-deprecating humor.
Devious Chills 25 bits, no Lord of Clocks. You can't do the excuse after like 4 times of defending how wrong they are now. His brain is so smooth and full of hot air, I'm certain it'd count as a non-stick pan. That's good.
The hallmark of the leftist. Like, seriously, they can't handle self-deprecating humor.
What? Jake has done self-deprecating humor plenty of times, as do I. That's a weird falsehood to try and spread. Did you not see the other day when I made fun of you and I showed my 7 head? No? Okay.
No, I didn't see that. Don't want to see that.
You saw it now. You're welcome.
I think I may retire from debating people.
What debate? This isn't a debate. This is just making fun of each other episodically. Ugh.
Because the reason is they take themselves way too seriously. Anyway.
Yes, as we can see from Jake here, in his professional corn suit.
No, the reason is Jake is wearing it because he said he can make anyone on the right look like an idiot while wearing a corn suit.
Yeah, it's funny.
You can come at me anytime. You could have contacted me on Twitter.
I'm good. I don't really want to talk to you person to person. For one thing, you're clearly transphobic, which, like, I understand I'm non-passing. That's just kind of the hand I was dealt, and that's unfortunate, but here we are. But, like, I'm good. I don't really feel the need. What would I even debate with you? Oh, libertarianism. Is it good? I could get 16-year-old me in here to come and explain why libertarianism is stupid, but I'm good. You keep hanging out with Ayn Rand, and the adults will make the government function. Debate time zones. Clearly, leftists, we take ourselves too seriously.
You generally do. I'm going to just... I ain't touching that.
I ain't touching that. In the speeches and the annals of mankind, when they discuss the greatest rebuttals and the greatest refutations of claims, surely Lord of Patriarchy will be recorded in the annals of history for his I ain't touching that one. Just say you can't rebut it. That's fine. It's fine to just either ignore it or just be like, nah. Don't be like, I ain't touching that one. Singing Reaper with 10 bits. Who cares how well we passed? Drunk me was obsessed with your hat during Christmas Aves a few weeks ago.
See if I even care.
Let's see. You spend... How much of this video do you spend talking about Jake? You spend an hour and a half.
Yeah. On a video I had no intention of making.
Okay, but you made it! But you made it!
On a video I had no plan for. On a video that I had to make at the spur of the moment because the video I was intending to make was Games and Beer.
There's nothing
that
funny
was
about the tools of
fucking boring.
Devious Chillster with 50 bits. Jesus Christ. You equip foil armor when talking about flat earthers. Jake is corn god. Contra dresses like a cat girl. Ollie Thorne once doused herself in, or himself rather, in brown sauce. H Bomber guy knocked down a wall to scream about Aquaman. What bread tuber does this guy watch? Yeah, I don't get it.
There's nothing
You know,
funny about
sometimes
the tools
I
of
have to
capitalism.
jettison shit.
Skywise with 8 bits. Hannah, I think you're cute AF. Well, thank you. Appreciate it.
Like tonight. Actually, tonight. The only reason you're fucking on here is because tonight I had to jettison a game that was as boring as getting a hand job from a $100 hooker.
Ooh, okay. See, this is the problem, Lord of Patriarchy, and I've done this too. Everyone does this. You start a joke not knowing where you're going. I understand that. You start a joke and then you don't know where you're going. But it's fine to bail out in that case and be like, okay, I couldn't think. I've done that before on stream. I start a joke, not knowing where it's going, hoping my brain's gonna fill in the gap. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But here's your joke. This is more boring than a hand job setup from a $100 hooker payoff. Typically you'd want, like, if you want the joke to be, it's boring, setup payoff, you'd be like, a $20 hooker, or if you want to go really hyperbolic, a $5 hooker. A $100 hooker would probably give you an okay hand job? I guess I don't know. I've never solicited a prostitute. But, like, just as a joke, it's muddled. It's muddled as a joke. I don't know. I feel like $100... Like, let's say you go to Craigslist and you get, like, a sex worker. $100. A $100 hand job? If I'm getting a $100 hand job, it better be a decent hand job. It's a terrible joke.
Like, she'll do it, and you'll get off, but there's nothing really there. It's like getting a hand job from
Opportunity 2. He's gonna redo the joke. He's gonna redo the joke. We have an opportunity for redemption. Does he do it?
the masseuse at your local health club.
Okay. Okay. That's a little bit better. That's a setup, same setup. Payoff is masseuse local health club. Okay. That's like a happy ending, but not a great one. That's at least a joke. Redeemed.
Like, she'll do it. You'll get off.
Oh, don't explain the
There's
joke.
nothing really
Don't explain the joke, though. We get it. We get the joke. You don't have to...
there. You know, I'm sorry, but sometimes I have to jettison shit.
There's nothing funny about the tools.
Devious Chillster with 50 bits. A joke. It's as boring as a hand job from Ben Stein on Downers wondering where Ferris Bueller is. Yeah, that's pretty good.
But because it's a live stream, I kind of feel like I have to fill...
You can even do, like, reference humor. You can be like, this is more boring. Well, no, because that wouldn't be boring. I was going to say more boring than a hand job from, like, Zoidberg. That's not really boring. That'd just be painful.
Lit up with something else. That's why this video exists at all.
Methinks you care. He dresses in a corn suit, yeah.
No, I had nothing else to do.
Right, but with nothing else to do, you still chose to cover this. And you covered it multiple times. Guy, it's fine to admit you care at least a little bit. I'm not saying these back and forths between you and Jake, and now you and I, are the most important thing in your life. Clearly that's the alcohol, understandably. But no, you can't just say you don't care at all. You care at least a little bit, and that's okay. Caring about things isn't bad. It's part of being a human being. Antipodian Squid, need a hand job? Why not Zoidberg? Woo, 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 woo. Yeah, reference humor.
I had nothing else to go after, and because of the length of
Fellas, is it gay to care about things?
this,
I wanted to end this stream an hour ago, people. Why hath ye done this?
I figured, okay, this could make a live stream.
The only important thing in Dave's life is climbing Coors Mountain.
Unfortunately, Jake is as boring as sandpaper, and I'd rather have
That's pretty bad.
my balls rubbed against this shit
Ugh.
than, you know, fucking, yeah.
Oh, yeah, the dismount on that one was... And, you know, fucking... Yeah. But it's a... This is Robin Williams level improv we're dealing with, folks.
Nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
DM Trey, on the topic of ending the stream, when you are done, you should raid Demon Mama. She is a smaller channel with good content that could use some love. Okay, I'll take a look. You wanted to end the stream a time zone ago? Has it been half an hour already? Serious corn suit, guys. That's Jake's business suit. That's just the truth, okay?
Hey, callous hands. A lot of guys. If they're in the right spot, if those calluses are in the right spot, ooh, baby.
When Jake pops on that corn suit, that's his power suit. That's his Hillary Clinton in like a
Well, Hillary Clinton lost, so you really want to attach this to that bitch?
Sharp. It's a joke, bud. It's a joke. A sharp blazer. That's his power suit. And how dare you make fun of it, okay?
Yeah. They can be all Hillary Clinton lost.
Oh no, is he gonna continue? Yikes.
Lost. By half an hour, dude.
Yeah, oh, you fucking... Come on, dude. Come on, man. Don't...
He does have a very good sense of comedic timing. Like, he'll do a joke that, like, even if it was, like, a good joke, like, okay, fine. I don't necessarily think it's funny, but humor is subjective. And then he'll, like, let the video play a little bit more.
There's nothing
and then he'll continue the joke past the point, like... Nope, that ain't it, bud. Windchanter with 10 bits. Why are these so fun to watch? I have no idea.
You don't pretend that isn't an L, dude. You cannot pretend that's not an L. You
Okay, I'll tell you what. In the spirit of YouTube, sportsman video, whatever, fine.
You forgot Jake is in this video somewhere, too. Yeah.
I took an L on the fucking clocks like I get.
Oh, good. He admitted it. He's doing it sarcastically, but I'll take that. Singing Reaper with 25 bits. Dave's favorite thing is to get mad at people not understanding his jokes when all he does is not understand people making fun of him. And Sandil with 25 bits. Is Dave gonna eventually get a wheat suit to solidify his place as Jake's rival? That would be good.
Give a rat's ass.
No, see, the wheat suit would be something someone with a sense of humor would do. I don't think he's capable of that.
Yeah, I'll be crying into my beer over that.
There's nothing funny
You
about
just
the
have to
tools of
take it and be like, I didn't fucking know that. Oh well, who gives a shit? It's Maya's board says I work at a museum. Corn suits are mandatory for us. It's a very serious place, of course. Obviously. Cascadia 93 with 25 bits. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Ended the clocks. I set them up. I Googled time zones.
He needs a
That's
barley
That's
suit.
what they show.
No, but that's not the case, bud. That's not what happened. Why are...
There's nothing funny about the tools of
I'm
capitalism.
decking the wall out in clocks. I'm decking the wall out in clocks. And I may make
Do
damn
it,
sure
please.
They all show wrong time zones.
Are you mischaracterizing this?
Christ, I wish I'd have named myself the Lord of Time. Jesus, I wish I'd have named myself the Lord of Time.
That's Doctor Who. You're thinking of Doctor Who.
So that I could put all these clocks up and say, no, I don't care what your shit says. This is the time in Los Angeles. So says the Lord.
You had the clocks set to completely wrong times that were offset by a half an hour. I don't know about the hour hand. I didn't look at that. But the minute hand was off in many cases by at least a half an hour.
You are aware that there's going to be a half-hour difference between time zones.
Not the time zones that they were, though! That's the problem! It's like he thinks like, well, some time zones are half an hour, so even if I get it wrong, it's not wrong. No, it was wrong because of the specific clocks that were off by that. Like, the only places that it should be that are, like, India, Australia, and, like, one place in Canada. Those are, like, the 3 big places, and there's some other places, but, like, there's, like, 5 or 6 of them. It's not a ton of places.
You wonderful, brave person.
Because for some reason you seem to be under the belief that time zones go by half-hour increments. In some places they do, but it's quite rare. Most time zone differences are an hour apart. And if you had just Googled when you said...
I Googled it. I didn't care.
What? Google's telling me the time in London is 5:30 p.m. Well, guess what? Google, you libcuck search engine, it's 6 p.m. in London. So saith the fucking Lord.
The clocks were props.
Again, I refer you to my previous hat analogy for why that is a really stupid argument.
Okay. I didn't need to set the fucker to Greenwich Mean Time.
They're clocks. They should be set by the time zone relative to Greenwich Mean Time, yes. Because that's how clocks work.
They were designed to look like an old-style newsroom, which had a bunch of...
In old-style newsrooms, you know the thing about those clocks? They were set correctly. They weren't set randomly. They were... props, but they weren't just props. They were also like, oh, what time is it in London right now? And they could look at the clock and know.
Funny about the tools of capitalism.
Antipodian Squid, I did the work. I didn't care. The clocks are props. I don't care. Lord of Cringe. Lord of Cringe, yeah. Singing Reaper with 10 bits. Tokyo and London had a 20-minute time difference in the original video. Yeah.
Fucking clocks. Oh my god, why do I have to explain this?
Set the clocks because you've explained it, but your explanation makes it worse. If they're props, then you haven't done your due diligence in making sure your props don't make you look stupid. London time zone, or London I'm gonna
time.
get past the clock bit, because we've had enough of the clocks.
Yeah, I can, but I really don't want to do it. Let Kingston. No, I decided, we're gonna see if we can go a little bit farther with this. A little bit further.
Each other one, because they're like a time zone after.
Be wrong about something, too.
I set the clocks wrong.
Might be wrong.
Just say,
You're might be wrong about something too.
I'm thinking that's another dumb transphobic joke. Hey, bud. Trans people exist. I know you don't like us. That's okay. You don't have to. But maybe just, like, get used to it. Being made fun of because you're dying on this hill. And it's a very stupid hill to die on.
I don't fucking care.
Literally pointless. It's literally pointless. It was something dumb that I cared about. That you could have just been
for
like,
some reason,
I don't know.
still
There are only like 2 places where the time zones are long.
I want to get past the clock thing.
Herself,
I don't know Young Turks very much.
Anna Kasparian.
Ah, I know her.
She is kind of tough to judge, what with all the fucking plastic surgery she's had.
Oh. His basement is cosplaying as an airport. I had a few drinks. We need to say that Papa Bird Jake is best friend. Hey, thanks, Cupcake. Appreciate you. She has
But
plastic
I'll
surgery.
go New York Strip and...
By the way, this is Jake's fan base. Just like everyone to know that.
Are you talking about me? I'm not Jake's fan base. I'm Jake's business partner. We've done videos together on Hannah and Jake for like the better part of a decade. Not his fan base. I'm his equal.
5 beers if she keeps her mouth shut. I'm gonna need 25 if she talks.
What's the New York Strip part? Like, is that the dinner that she has to pay for?
No, that's the cut of meat that I put her hotness next to. Ooh.
I'm curious what he's gonna say, because I know coming up here, I say something to the effect of, like, because he tries to defend this as a joke, and I'm like, what's the joke here? Like, just saying offensive things isn't a joke in and of itself. Is he just gonna say, yes it is? What is he gonna say? Winds changer with 10 bits. That would involve using the Google, which I'm convinced Dave doesn't know how to do. True. Dave, just so you know, like, if you're curious, like, what relation I have to Jake. So, actual Jake's channel is not the first channel he has, nor me. We have this channel, Hannah and Jake, that we've been doing for, like, 8 years together. We've done quite a few things. We have years and years of content going long before I came out. So, like, that's a thing, in case you're curious.
We can see the salt in the offense horizon.
I've seen salty Jake. Jake is not salty at this moment.
We found out later what it is, but this is just fucking amazing.
The fact that I don't give a fuck.
I don't give a fuck. That's why I made an 1.5-hour response to your response to my video.
Because I had nothing else to do.
That doesn't mean you don't care. What do you not understand? It's not a crime to care. Like, when Jake's watching your video, even if he has nothing else to do, which is a lie, by the way. You could go sit and watch a movie or something and drink beer. Like, you're clearly getting drunk. And I understand that. Also, alcoholic. Deal with it. I understand. But, like, you don't watch something that's an 1.5 hours long because you have nothing better to do. You watch a movie or something that might be bad because you have nothing better to do. You don't sit and watch someone's response to your response or whatever this one happens to be because you don't care. It's fine to care. There's no harm in caring. It's just that when you say, I don't care, it's a bad response because clearly you do.
Oh my god, fuck it. I'm gonna see what David Pakman's done. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm a glutton for punishment. By the way, you need a shave.
That makes sense. Yeah, I'm aware. I actually recently got a safety razor that works pretty well. But I'm very aware of my facial hair. Not a fan of it. Makes me very dysphoric and depressed. I am getting electrolysis, though, in case you were genuinely interested and not just being a cunt.
Pretty okay. I feel like I need to breathe. I feel like I hate...
One of my pet peeves is when people say they don't care. It's a pet peeve when people are doing like this kind of thing for a hobby or for a living or whatever. If it's something you do regularly and you're like, I don't care though. I don't care. It's like a way to disassociate yourself from what you're currently doing.
No, it means I don't give a shit.
Yes, you do. You're doing a response to a response to a response to me, and my money's on the fact that I think you're going to respond to this video too, and you don't do that if you don't care. You can say it all you want. Your actions speak 1,000 times louder than your words.
I don't care if what you find that I've done is utterly sexist. I don't fucking
Laser is not permanent like electrolysis is, so I gotta get electrolysis.
care. You seem to forget this feud started out not with this video. This feud started out with my response to
There's
an
nothing
Arthur
funny
video.
about the tools of capitalism.
Singing Reaper with 10 bits, I relate heavily to hating your facial hair. Nothing sends me into a bad episode more than realizing I haven't shaved in the morning and worrying about people's perception. Yeah, it sucks.
And then, and there, Jake cared a lot. He cared a whole fucking lot.
Jake probably cares. He's doing the video on you. Of course he cares. I care. This is what you don't get. It's like you think when we're saying, like, you obviously care. It's like you think it's an insult. There are plenty of insults we've thrown your way. Caring is not one of them. There's nothing wrong with caring.
Sent him the grading women video. Because
Do hormones help thin out the hair a bit? It helped a little, but I have pretty dark hair, so it's like... It's still very visible.
I knew it would trigger him. And the sad fact of the matter is that whole channel is a joke. Okay?
Again, I hope he gets to the part. Maybe he won't. Maybe he won't get to that part. But I literally explain, it's not a joke. Saying offensive things that you actually think isn't a joke. Jokes aren't just things that other people get mad at you for saying.
Once I sent him that, it got him completely the fuck off my Lord of Patriarchy channel. Outside of if I choose to bring him up. As I've chosen to bring you up, because, quite frankly, pickings suck.
Okay. So either you actually do care, and you just think that saying that you care is somehow an admission of, I don't know what you think it is. Guilt, because you think it's bad. No idea. Or you're bad at your job in curating videos for your stream. Pick your poison on that one. Hey, kitty, come on. You want to come up here? Yeah, come on. Come on. Yeah. Come on. Hello.
I might challenge you to a debate. I don't know. I don't really care anymore.
Oh, God, that'll be embarrassing. Jake will be so... Oh, God. This guy can't even, like, have clever comebacks or, like, make substantive points when he's just sitting on his own without someone to actively in real time rebut him. Him debating with Jake would be embarrassing. Jake, please debate him. It'll be hilarious. Come on.
But, no. This whole thing started with my Arthur video. Which, feel free to critique. Feel free to use the whole
Andrew Dickerson. Psst, 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 psst. She's just laying on the chair next to me. I don't know if she wants to get up on the desk.
goddamn thing. And yeah, you can put this in court.
Bud, I would never say I don't care. I just wouldn't, because I would look like an idiot for saying so. If I spend an hour or 30 minutes or even 10...
You are also aware that I am responding to even with your screenshot, 2.5 hour response to my video. So I made a video that was an hour and a half long.
Right. But why are you acting like the options were either spend an hour and a half on this video or spend 2 hours and 22 minutes on this video? There's another option. I don't know if you know this, but you can just not cover it at all if you don't really care. Like, if someone made some sort of response to me and I legitimately didn't care, I just wouldn't cover it. I'd just, like, not deal with it because I'd be like, whatever, I got other things to deal with. You still spent an hour and a half. That's a considerable amount of time.
Responding to Jake's 2.5 hour video on me.
Right. And Jake's not saying he doesn't care. I'm sure he does care, at least to an extent. He finds you funny, and that's a way of caring, right? He cares.
Who's really obsessed here, dude?
It's not about obsession. It's about caring. Everyone in this situation clearly cares enough to continue the interactions.
Anyway, I'm done with... I'm...
Ooh, is he gonna get in one more swipe at being trans? Let's see.
Done with,
Is he gonna say, Hannah?
This... Well, fuck it, I'm done with the bitch.
Oh, okay. I'll take that. That's weirdly, validating. I'll take it.
I'll be nice. I'll be nice. God, 1 minute more. 1 minute more.
10 minutes watching your video and trying to either refute things you're saying or just straight up making fun of you. Whatever it happens to be. The video goes on for 6 more minutes. I clearly care. Like, there was the same thing when I covered Jeremy. I would never be like, oh, Jeremy made another video. I don't care. I care deeply. I'm Jeremy's biggest fan. I wouldn't watch these things.
Who the hell is Jeremy?
The quartering, Jeremy Hambly. He is the world's biggest Brie Larson fan, and I'm the world's biggest Brie Larson fan's biggest fan. Things if I didn't care at all. Devious Chillster with 25 bits. If anything, Jake is getting buttered for the smackdown of some toasted wheat.
There's nothing funny about the
Maya is singing Reaper with 20 bits. It's like when a bunch of anti-abortion people called me whore and slut at Planned Parenthood since they assumed I was a woman. Indirect validation. Bored. What kind of meta thing is this? You watch a reaction to a reaction to a reaction? I
even brought that up.
Yeah, we all have. It's an easy comment to make because it is very strange.
We're watching reactions to reactions to reactions to reactions. Like, me and Jake are in a tennis match at the moment.
After this, I don't think I'm going to do another one of these. Specifically because, just when I think I'm out, they pull me back in. I'm sure Jake wants to go back and forth on this, and that's hilarious. But this guy just annoys me. I'll probably cover other things from this guy, but this is the last time I'll cover the him covering him, covering him, covering him, covering him, covering him, covered by me. Because it gets confusing, and it's also just ridiculous.
Oxygen tank. Holy shit. Anna is pretty, though. Yeah, that's the New York Strip. It's a good cut of meat, I guess. He thinks she's a...
It's okay. But Anna ain't that fucking pretty. Okay? This is a professionally done photo.
See, okay, and here's the thing, too. Lord of Patriarchy claims multiple times in one of his videos, like, Jake thought I was being serious. What a moron. And then here he is, defending what he said, because clearly it isn't a joke.
Anna is not that pretty. If you look at her videos on the Young Turks, holy shit. She looks fucking weird. I won't say...
You're literally doing what I said you were doing. You're literally doing the thing. So what about what you're doing by rating people is a joke? It's not a joke. It's just a thing you genuinely believe and are putting out there. And then when people are like, That's a pretty fucked up thing to do. You go, haha, I was only joking. It's not a joke then.
Ugly, I won't say pretty. She looks weird. Like, not only is her hair tied back, her skin is as well.
Jokes aren't just when you say offensive things, as much as certain chuds seem to think so. Just saying something that you actually believe that is offensive isn't a joke. That's not what jokes are.
Oh, jokes can't be offensive.
No.
No, that's not the...
No. Did you actually listen to the words that came out of my mouth? Jokes have a setup and a punchline. Just saying an offensive thing in and of itself is not a joke. I didn't say anything that is offensive can't be a joke. I said just being offensive for its own sake, when you legitimately mean what you're saying, is not a joke, because it isn't. Like, here's an offensive joke. What was the... Oh, God, I used to know a bunch of dead baby jokes. I'm trying to think of one. It's been a long, long time since middle school, let me tell you. Hold on, I'll look one up, just because I don't know them off the top of my head. What's funnier than a dead baby? A dead baby in a clown costume. Okay, not very funny, but, like, it has a setup and a payoff. You already have something shocking, which is, again, like, a gross thing to say, and then you have a punchline of something ridiculous and unexpected, right? That's a joke. Setup, payoff. Not a particularly funny joke, but you get where I'm going with this. Just saying something offensive like, I think this lady's ugly, and this is the meat I would compare her to, and this is how drunk I have to be. That's not a joke. It's just honestly rambling, like, offensively about someone else. That's why it's not a joke.
The way jokes work, sweetheart. By the way, you can go back. I've used that insult on every other female person I've disagreed with.
Right on. Thanks for validating me, you disgusting alcoholic pig.
Jokes are jokes.
Right. And what you're doing here with the meat, it's not a joke because there's not really a punchline. You're just saying offensive things that you believe. It's not the fact that it's offensive that makes it not a joke. The fact that it's not a joke makes it not a joke.
I don't care if you get offended by them or not.
It's not about offense, you absolute moron. It's about the fact that it isn't a joke. You don't get to, in this window down here, say, haha, you're so stupid, corn man. You have taken me seriously. And then down in this video, going, oh, but actually, let me defend what I said because I actually truly believe this. Do you
I didn't say that. But okay.
You did. You also did it over here where you're like, let me tell you why I actually think she's ugly. So it's not a joke. That's not a joke then. You're just parroting what you said here. But seriously, which makes this not a joke because it's not like ironic or a punchline. You're just saying what you actually believe. That's not a joke.
Okay.
See the contradiction.
Have you seen her on the Young Turks lately?
Good cut of meat. And
oh, and your fans are like, he's criticizing her. Look at his looks. Yeah, I look like a fucking gargoyle.
I think that's a little mean to gargoyles, but go off.
This is how many drinks he has to have to be attracted to Anna Kasparian.
Jake pulls up your pics in this one. Oh, God.
Well, if she keeps her mouth shut.
How far in does he do it, though? Because, like, I'm not watching this whole hour-and-a-half thing. No way. We'd be here all night. So I might not even see that part.
Don't you do it! Don't you do it!
Do what? Have mercy, Pop. I almost died.
Alright, I'm done with this shit. I might send a little message.
There's nothing funny about
to
the tools
Hannah
of capitalism.
Probably not. I don't care.
He did leave a comment, and he made this video, so he does care, I guess. Antipodian's good with 100 bits. Not gonna lie, though, I'm kind of impressed by his lack of open transphobic crap and the fact that he's only been one misgendering. I mean, there's been one jab, which is pretty gross, but overall, I'm surprisingly pleased with him. I think it's because he knows. He knows if he was open about that, he would, he'd get banned. Rightfully so. But there have been a couple times where he, like, implied what he meant, which is, if you're gonna do it, I guess that's the way you do it. Because I'm not going to report him for implying the offensive shit he believes. Only if he says it. Anyway.
And
honestly, and some people are like, oh, I prefer when people are out in the open. No, I 100% prefer stealth transphobes and stealth racists and stuff to ones that are, like, really loud about it. It's great.
I think this is where I'm probably going to end it for tonight. So, let me open this up and move myself back over here. I think this is where I'm probably going to end it for tonight. And wish everyone out there a pleasant evening, and yeah, I'll see everyone tomorrow. Good health, good luck. Subscribe to the Twitch stream. Become a Patreon on Patreon, as this channel I really don't want to take. I don't know if I want to go through getting it monetized, so. Alright, that is this one.
Yikes. Lord of Patriarchy, if you watch this video, I don't know if you will. Maybe you will, maybe you won't. It's fine either way. Please stop drinking so much. I know how that is. It's not good for us. No bueno. Anyway, that's enough of Lord of Patriarchy for now. So, now I'm probably done. Wind Chanter with 10 bits. I love you all, and Hannah, I hope your pizza is good. Thank you. The person I was gonna raid, I think, got off and raided Bad Bunny. The person that was sent to me a little bit ago before I started that other video. So who am I gonna raid? Foldable Human or Bad Bunny? Foldable has fewer people watching right now. I'm gonna go with that. So thanks everyone for coming to the stream. I appreciate it. It was a lot of fun. Check out my YouTube channel. There's a link in the chat that I'll put. It's where I put all my past streams and stream highlights. It's a good time.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
Let me raid. Thank you, Singing Reaper with 10 bits. How often he drops the F slur, there's no way in heck he's getting monetized. I don't know what he's smoking to believe that. Yeah. I don't know. YouTube is weird with monetization. Sometimes stuff slips through. So yeah, have a good night, everyone. Chat's valid. Have a good night.